Meeting to order. This is our regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, March 10th of 2026. Thank you for being here this morning. Do we have any moments of silence from supervisors? We'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Jenny Craven, would you lead us in the pledge today?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have any extra items not appearing on the agenda?
We have no extra items, Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on to the approval of the consent agenda. I have word that we're going to be pulling 5.9 and 5.10, which will be taken up later in the meeting today. Is there any other items from supervisors that need to be pulled? Okay. Anything else? Not seeing anybody in the public that wishes to request an item to be pulled from consent. No hands in Zoom either, so I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed with the exceptions of 5.9 and 5.10.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries 5-0. We'll move on to our timed items. We're going to start with our 902 item, public input. First, can I see a show of hands in the room? How many people intend to speak at public input? Okay. Any online? If you could raise your hand for the board clerk, please. One? Okay. We'll go ahead and start in the room so the first person can come up. You'll state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the board.
Okay, good morning, elected supervisors. My name is Laura Lashley, and I live in Sterling Shore Mobile Home Park. Last week, I was life flighted to Santa Rosa in order to save my life, and I am grateful to still be here on Tuesday morning standing in front of you. I feel like my life is important enough, the people surrounding me are important enough, and all of us are important enough to be on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors. In the past week, I have learned how precious life is and not to take it for granted. These are the last years of our lives, and we should be able to enjoy them in peace and happiness. Please listen to us. We have been here week after week with very good arguments to be on your agenda for a rent stabilization ordinance. And in the interim, we are asking for a temporary moratorium on this pass-through fee that we have been subjected to. Please don't take us for granted and let us live the rest of our lives without having to worry about how we're going to pay for it after working lifetimes of hard work. With a very lucky second chance of life, I'm asking you to please listen to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura Lashley. Next person.
Hello, my name is Les Miller. I'm on the Tribal Advisory Board for the Museums of Lake County. And I might be jumping the gun here a little bit, but I thank the board for the consideration of the extension for the
Okay,
almost.
Mr. Miller, that is its own item today. We just pulled it off the consent agenda for discussion
Okay.
later, at a time later in the meeting. So we'll have to have your comments at that time
Okay.
because it's a separate item.
I'm due at another meeting in Big Valley, and they're probably going to string me up by the time I get there, but I just wanted my input.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate it, Les. Next person.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Barbara Armanino, and I'm from the Sterling Shores Mobile Home Park. The last time I was here, my focus was on making sure that you all understood what a ruthless, nonprofit, money-grabbing corporation Caritas is. Through all the emails and speeches made by myself and my neighbors, it appears that you've been listening, but it doesn't appear that you've heard us. Now my focus has shifted to, why aren't you hearing us? Our particular situation is happening in District 4, but I know park owners are gouging mobile home owners in each of your 5 districts, and in each of your 5 districts, house the residents that elected you. More than likely, many are seniors in mobile home parks. And I'm starting to lose my voice, but okay. So we have asked for weeks to add to your agenda our issue of needing a retroactive moratorium on new fees. A moratorium would offer us much needed protection until your board can adopt an RSO. Why are you dismissing this solution? Without that protection, we are like sitting ducks, and so are the rest of the mobile home owners in all 5 districts. Your constituents in all 5 districts are watching your moves or lack thereof. Not only are our futures at stake, but your futures on this board could be at stake. As seniors living in modest mobile homes, it may not seem much to you, but guaranteed in all 5 districts, mobile home owners are proud of their homes and will fight to keep them. I can guarantee you the senior mobile home owners in all 5 districts will remember who voted to help save their homes or who caused them to lose their homes. Last week you heard pleas from a 94-year-old and a 95-year-old from our park that lives solely on Social Security. Those are just 2 of the many residents that are now living in fear of losing the roof over their head. To drive that point home, you all need to imagine your elderly parents having to grovel in front of a board for their financial future security. Think about it. Again, I suggest this is happening in all 5 districts that are represented by all 5 board members. For heaven's sakes, do the right thing. Thank you for listening and hopefully hearing me today.
Thank you. Next person.
My name is Robert Sims. I live at the Sterling Shores Mobile Home Park. And, I lose my mind as soon as the microphone gets close. I don't know if anybody else does that. There's 67 homes in the park. I only know maybe a third of them. A lot of them are very kind of reclusive. And I don't know how many of them vote either. I do. I always make it a point. I doubt if they contribute to anybody's campaign. Just because of financial things, unlike corporations that can, I don't know if you guys have any limit on what you can take from a corporation, especially one outside of the county. But, I plan on voting. And I know a number of you are up for re-election. Is that right? Who's up for re-election this spring?
We can't answer questions right now at this point,
Well, I
but we can get you connected to answer that question with somebody.
Okay, I'll ask you individually then after this. Just wondering, and I know this has come up before in 2014. Some of you were on the board at that time or shortly after. I don't know why it didn't go through, but we really hope you can do it this time. At least the rent stabilization, and we really would like some help immediately with a retroactive moratorium on prices, the companies raising prices, because they can still do it until that RSO goes through. They can do anything they want. They can double and triple it. I lived in another county for over 50 years. Had some friends that lived in a mobile home park. Beautiful place, right on the cliffs on the west side of town. And the park was sold. The new owner came in, tripled the rent. So most people that lived there, the ones that had mortgages, they lost everything. They couldn't sell their homes. So, it's important that we have some sort of backing on this dealing with park owners. So I hope you can remember that and take care of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person in the room.
Hello, I'm Tom Flanagan from Sterling Shores. I've spoken at 2 meetings, one Western Region and here last week, posing questions about transparency. I got no answers at either. Others of us have been at many more meetings and written, emailed, no answers. So I just, again, am asking for some transparency. What's blocking the votes, if nothing else? Even putting it on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Maya Lynn. The reason we're wearing this, in case you don't know, it stands for Save Our Shelter. We're asking you, EJ, Jessica, Brad, Helen, Bruno, you all have mobile homes in your areas. Whether you're on the ad hoc committee or not, you should be aware and educating yourselves. Many of us are teachers from the past, and I feel like we're still being teachers, which is okay, which leads me to the fact that I have a handout for you all. Speaking of education, I decided to educate myself on how important it is to buy a mobile home park. And a lot of really interesting things with the Mobile Home University out there. There are many ways to get investors and to see how that you instantly increase your money in your pocket by instantly increasing rents. And then you stop providing utility services, which most mobile home parks used to do, and you start passing through the water and the sewer and any other infrastructure problems that you can relate to utilities. And then you go for pass-through fees. So it's all out there. I hope you've read it. I hope you've listened to the YouTubes. I hope you're not just listening to some little bird in your ear. I know we're a lot of birds in your ears, but we don't have a lobbyist group sitting in Sacramento or anywhere. So yes, please look at us, see us. That's what we're asking you for. I'd like for you to know that mobile home, our particular mobile home park, the CPI for 2025 was 2.7, ours was 5%. The CPI in 2024 was 2.9, ours was 4.5%. The CPI in 2023 was 4.1, ours was 6%. Do I need to keep telling you that they're raising our rents to exorbitant amounts? Do I need to keep telling you that we started at $640 a month and we're paying $1,000? What do you need to know? I also know that as someone stated, that there's election coming up. I have never been as involved in politics. I really just have lived my life and done other things and worked, but I really don't understand what's going on. I don't know how you can keep turning your heads. I have lunch meetings with some of your opposing people coming up. I'd like to have lunch with you. I do plan to have a candidate forum, and I plan to invite Julia and Danielle, if she's still running, and so we can get some answers and learn what you're going to help do with our district. I know you've been in office for a long time. Many of you have been in office for 10 years or more. Is this new for people trying to get help? How long does it take? Let's see, what else do I have to say? I know you voted yourselves in an increase a couple years ago. The average BO Board of Supervisors in the state of California makes $69,000 a year. You guys make $94,000 a year. You voted yourself an increase. I'm asking you to vote us an increase. Our Social Security goes up. Our rent goes up twice the amount. We never get ahead. And the only way you can help us get a raise is put a moratorium on these mobile home parks and listen to us and help us.
Thank you.
And I have, oh, well, somebody else can do that. What was her name? Do you remember?
Maya?
You can put those up here on the next person, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Steven Zerker, and I also live at Sterling Shores Mobile Home Park. My wife was going to be here, but I guess she's a little bit late. I know you have a plate full of pain in the neck type issues on always that you have to deal with as supervisors. So I have no problem saying that you are our favorite supervisors in the county. The best. But I know brown nosing's not going to get me anywhere. So that being said, we don't understand why you have been pretty silent on this whole moratorium concerning pass-through fees. Some thoughts are elections cost money, and people that have money can support you for elections. We're concerned maybe some of the mobile home park owners are funding some of your election, and this is maybe why you're kind of silent on the issue. But we give you the benefit of the doubt. We don't believe that for 1 minute, because you're the best. Some thoughts, well, please don't let this cloud your judgment. Please consider, we need your help on this. We are okay, but there are so many people in the park that are not okay. 95-year-olds, 80-year-olds. I got a pension. I was a civil servant. And I also have Social Security, and we're okay, but, you know, there's a lot that aren't okay. God bless you all in your decision on this, because we need help. Thank you. And that's all.
Thank you. Next person in the room. Not seeing any more. We're going to move on to Zoom. iPhone 9, if you could state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes, please.
Sky Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms. Every time the public comes into this room, we are told the same thing. Follow the rules, comply with the ordinance, and work within the system. We see the goalpost move. We see ordinances rewritten, interpretations changed, and policies adjusted after the fact in ways that make it nearly impossible for the ordinary person to know what standard they are actually being held to. That comes across as instability. Instability erodes public trust faster than any disagreement ever could. And what concerns me more is the direction being given to staff. The role of this board is not to figure out how to arm the county with sharper teeth against its own residents. Your role is to ensure that laws are fair, consistent, and applied with integrity. Yet more often than not, what we see is the opposite. We see the board kicking the can down the road, sending issues back to staff, another memo, another revision, while the public continues to live the consequences of unclear and shifting rules. And while this is happening, the institutions that should protect the public are increasingly perceived as protecting the government itself. When people believe their sheriff's department is more concerned with shielding the government from criticism than defending the public's rights, that is a crisis of confidence. Law enforcement exists to serve the community, not to insulate the system from accountability. Civil rights are not theoretical concepts. They live in the ordinances you pass, they live in the policies enforced. And when those ordinances create barriers, selective enforcement, or unequal treatment, the people notice. Many of you speak of accountability, and accountability cannot be selective. It cannot only apply to the public while the government remains insulated from scrutiny. True accountability requires something harder, the willingness to remain unbiased, even when criticism comes from your own constituents. Because the government does not grant rights to the people. It's the people who grants authority to the government. And when that balance is forgotten, history has shown us again and again what follows. Distrust, division, and a public that feels pushed away farther from the very institution that's meant to represent them. So I ask this board to reflect on something very simple today. Stop moving the goalpost. Stop searching for new ways to strengthen enforcement against the public. Instead, strengthen fairness, strengthen transparency, strengthen trust. Because the trust of the county is not measured by how hard it could come down on the residents. It is measured by whether its people still believe in a system that treats them justly. Muleha.
Thank you. No more hands? I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. We're going to move on to our 903 item, which is Pet of the Week.
Hi, I'm Officer Real with Lake County Animal Care and Control. This is Chase. He is a 1-year-old lab pit mix. Chase is obviously a cuddler, as you can see. He gets along with other dogs that have been at our facility. And he's just an absolute love bug. So if you guys are interested in adopting him or any other canines, we do have a free adoption event coming up, I believe, March 14th, down at the shelter, which is a Saturday. So come on down. Love on some animals, adopt if you can. If not, then we completely understand. You go say hi.
March 13th.
What was that?
March 13th.
I think 14. What was the date on the adoption again?
March 14th.
March 14th. Thank you. Do you have a comment on this item?
Well, someone's trying to get in on Zoom and they can't, they're not getting in. Is there some other way they can call you, or they're trying, they say, and they're not getting in? They're sitting there trying to get on. Is there a phone number they can call if they can't get the Zoom to work?
There is a phone number they can use on the agenda, but are you talking, if it's public comment, we've already closed that.
She was trying to get in the whole time.
Well, if you could get her number, I can give her a call later.
You're going to call it personally afterwards?
Yes. I can't, yeah.
Point of order, she needs to come
Yes.
to the microphone, Mr. Chair.
What was that?
Would she need to come to the microphone?
Yeah. Is there any comments on the Pet of the Week? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should take a moment to have Rachel introduce herself as the new Animal Control Director.
Go ahead, Director Smith.
I don't know if this unhooks, but thank you, Board of Supervisors, for having me, inviting me over to my first visit here to the Board of Supervisors meeting. And thank you to all of you from the public who have come. Just to introduce myself, my name's Ray Smith. I'm the new appointed Director of Animal Care and Control. I'm really, really excited to be here. I'm really excited to take up this post. I really appreciate the board for voting me in and appointing me to this position. I have a rather long history in animal welfare. I've worked in several different states for several different jurisdictions as an officer, as a vet tech, managing shelters, and particularly municipal shelters. So we have a really, really great team. I've been getting to know them over the past couple of weeks, my third week there. And, I'm hoping that we can bring about some good changes to the shelter, about some relief, hopefully, to the public and those of you who have animals, and develop some good programs that I think would be of benefit to Lake County. One of the first things that we're planning on doing is developing a community-wide survey about the services that Animal Care and Control provides to the county. So we're really looking for input from you on the services we provide, how things have been going, and some things that you would like to see from us in the future. I'm very big on openness, honesty, transparency, and so I really am looking for really thoughtful comments from you about what you think that we can do to help provide for you and your animals, or maybe your neighbors who have animals. So I'm really excited about being here, and look forward to talking with you and reading some of these reviews that you put in, and seeing what kind of good that we can do for the public and for the county. So thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Smith.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Is there any public comment on the Pet of the Week item? No hands. Thank you. We'll move on to our 6.3 item, and our library director is not available today, so we're going to be passing on 6.3. We're going to move on to 6.4, which is our 906 item, presentation of proclamation designating the month of March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in Lake County. And our Vice Chair, Supervisor Pyska, is going to handle this proclamation. If you're here for the Red Cross proclamation, you're welcome to come up and join Supervisor Pyska here on the stage.
You know more people than I do. Here.
Great. All right, proclamation designating the month of March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in Lake County. Whereas during American Red Cross Month, we recognize the compassion in Lake County and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advance the humanitarian legacy of Red Cross founder Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. And whereas today, kind-hearted individuals in our community exemplify Clara Barton's commitment as they provide a beacon of hope for our neighbors in need through voluntary and selfless contributions, whether it's delivering shelter, food, and comfort during disasters, providing critical blood donations for hospital patients, supporting military families, veterans, and caregivers throughout the unique challenges of service, saving lives with first aid and CPR, and delivering aid and reconnecting loved ones separated by global disasters. And whereas, as an organization that supports people at their most vulnerable, the American Red Cross Community Adaptation Program, CAP, partners with hyper-local organizations to provide essential services and make strategic investments that assist families and communities better cope with humanitarian and climate crises. And whereas we honor all those who lead with their hearts to serve people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to continue to strengthen our community. Now therefore be it proclaimed to the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake, does hereby proclaim March 2026 as American Red Cross Month and encourage all citizens of Lake County to reach out and support its humanitarian mission, passed and adopted this 10th day of March 2026, signed by our Chair of the Board of Supervisors. So a lot of times when we think about the work of the Red Cross, we think about it as reacting to a disaster or a situation here locally or around the world. We see deployments whenever an event occurs. But what we have in Lake County is very unique. It's an investment from the American Red Cross. That's the CAP organization that was mentioned this year in the proclamation, which is embedded in our community and really focuses on the proactive work of building resilience. And so I just want to pass it to Shannon to maybe talk about that a little bit more, because it's very special, it's very unique, and there's only a handful of these programs around the country.
Great, thank you. I do want to say a little something about that, but because it is International Women's Month, I wanted to start with a quote about Clara Barton, our founder. And this was actually written by her cousin. And one of the things that he said about her is that one of her most outstanding qualities was her almost complete disregard for precedent. The fact that a thing had always been done in a given way was evidence only that it could be done again in that fashion. But it was of of no value to her, proving that it was the best way to do it. She always had faith in the possibility of something better. It irritated her to be told how things had always been done. She knew that a very large proportion of things that have been done ever since creation have been blunderingly done. And so she was always ready to listen to suggestions of better ways. Once she decided on a course, she defied the tyranny of precedent. She held true to her Declaration of Independence, and she saw her experiment through. She simply forbade herself the luxury of a closed mind. And for the community adaptation program, it really is about doing things in a new way and partnering with communities. We don't come in and do it for you, but we are here to say, how can we help? How can we increase your capacity? Now, because the CAP program works in that way doesn't mean that all of the services that we are really known for have gone away. We're still doing those, and we wanted to share just a few stats about those if we might.
Thank you, Shannon. Hi, I'm Lauren Timian. I'm the Community Disaster Program Manager here in Lake County. We just want to share that we have a team of 33 amazing volunteers who respond all across Lake County, Mendocino, and Colusa, so they drive quite a lot. We have 18 that are based here out of Lake County, and this past year alone, they have responded to 37 home fires and floods. So these are our volunteers who are going out at 2 a.m. any time of the day to be there for our community. We have also educated 52 people in hands-only CPR, as well as 166 people have received our Be Red Cross Ready presentations. We are always looking for more volunteers. We are always looking to build our resilience, build our capacity here in Lake County. So if anyone is interested in joining our amazing team, you can visit redcross.org and come join us. We'd be happy to have you. Our volunteers are ready to respond, and we're here for the community. I want to pass it to Tammy, who has another way to get involved.
Hi, Tammy Alexey. I am also part of the CAP team. And I just want to invite you for any of the presentations that were mentioned, Be Red Cross Ready, Pedro, which is for kindergarten through third grade, hands-only CPR, also regular CPR. Hopefully I'll be trained as a train the trainer at the end of the month. And I'm missing one. Ready Rating. So Ready Rating is actually for agencies to be able to see to find out their level of readiness. So any agencies or organizations out there, it could be a mobile home park. This would be a great thing for you to do. Sound the alarm. The big one. Yeah, and we're always looking for more volunteers to, go out and do sound the alarm, which is to put smoke detectors or go in and check smoke detectors in your home.
And there's one other point that wasn't made, and maybe Shannon can talk about this a little bit more, because we have our COAD, which is now standing up, and we have our sheriff in the back room. What a COAD does, a COAD is Community Organizations Active in Disaster. And so organizing all of our local stakeholders, NGOs, organizations, faith-based organizations, all the organizations in Lake County that can respond during an event and work with the sheriff. Red Cross has taken the lead to make sure that our COAD is active and ready to go, and I get the alerts. So Shannon, can you just talk about that for a minute?
Sure. Also, let me just say that the next COAD meeting is Friday, a week from Friday at 9:30. It will be at Galilee Lutheran Church. Anybody is welcome to attend that if you'd like to learn more about how community organizations can be active in disaster. Traditionally, in the past, it was like only the emergency managers and Red Cross and those big agencies. But what we know that the true path to resilience in a community is that the community responds to disasters in its own area. And so the COED is really about that. There are many different committees that you can get involved with if you're interested, but I will just say 2 weeks ago we came and we presented on the resilience centers, and we're looking, if you don't know in your local neighborhood where you would go in time of emergency, if it was extreme heat and you had no power and you couldn't charge your durable medical equipment, that is the group that is helping increase our capacity throughout the county. So we'd love to see you a week from Friday at Galilee Lutheran Church, which is in Soda Bay at 9:30, and everybody is welcome.
All right, thank you.
Any comments from board members? Supervisor Sabatier?
Just a brief thank you for everything you do. Appreciate the pivot that has occurred in Lake County that was mentioned, the fact that you are being very proactive in bringing us some solutions before the emergencies occur.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, thank you for all the work. I really want to highlight, I know it was like a year ago, but the help that you put together for the Lucerne Alpine Senior Center, because that's a really big hub for District 3. So again, thank you for that.
Go ahead, Supervisor Owen.
I really appreciate all of your work, and I'm wishing you a very slow season.
Yay! Thank you for that.
And not slow to be prepared.
No.
Thank you for your partnerships with the community and the county. It's appreciated. With that, I'll go ahead and open it up for public comment. I see our Social Services Director.
Rachel Dillman-Parsons, Social Services Director, and I just wanted to thank Red Cross for their partnership. You talked about everything I was going to praise you for, so good job. Shannon, Lauren, and Tammy are all wonderful to work with, and they are so responsive and active in our community, and your support is invaluable to us, so thank you for everything you do.
Thank you. Any further public comment? And no hands online. We're going to go ahead and close public comment. I think we're going to get a picture.
You want to stand up here?
Sure, I can.
No, I'm just asking. You could both stand.
Yeah, let's vote. I'll move Bruno's chair.
We'll move Bruno's chair.
Yeah.
As long as you don't switch it.
He doesn't like that.
Ready? 1, 2. Do one more. Terrific. Thank you so much.
I know Bruno's got the big moke chair.
I know, he has a nice chair. This uncomfortable one with the bump in it, I found that it helps keep me forward, so it works now. Once I learned how to sit in it.
Next, we're going to move on to our 6.5 item, our 910 item, which is presentation of a proclamation commending Operation Tango Mike for 23 years of service in supporting our military personnel deployed around the world. And Supervisor Crandall, our veteran on the board, is going to handle this. And if you're here for Tango Mike, please come up and join Supervisor Crandall. Anybody here supporting this is welcome to be up here with Supervisor Crandall.
All right. So every year we do this proclamation because of the fine work that these folks do to volunteer to get soldiers some sort of morale while they're deployed and protecting, our freedom. And so I always appreciate doing this because I was the soldier who got these packages at one time, and they were a big deal, especially when we didn't have the time we weren't able to get like a text or had that good of fiber back then. So I can imagine how it felt for the Vietnam veterans who had to wait for the mail and a month-old letter or something of the like. So even just getting something tangible in your hands to look at and read and smell and eat or whatever it is that's in the package just makes you feel like some sort of piece of home is there with you. So the wonderful work, it goes a long way. It's something that, money has to buy, but the feeling for them is something that, it's not a value in that faction. It's something that you always remember. There's one lady who I thought was like she's from the rancheria that I'm from, and she usually didn't get along with my aunts, right? But she sent me a letter while I was deployed. I always remember that, and there's always a special bond. My aunts and her still don't get along, but I get along with her. So I'll read this proclamation off. Proclamation commending Operation Tango Mike for 23 years of service in supporting our military personnel deployed around the world. Whereas Operation Tango Mike has supported deployed military personnel throughout Operation Enduring Freedom, Operation Iraqi Freedom, Operation New Dawn, Operation Onward Liberty, Operation Odyssey Lightning, Operation Inherent Resolve, Operation Freedom Sentinel, and Epic Fury. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has shipped more than 29,000 care packages to deployed personnel and assisted multitudes of military families. And whereas Operation Tango Mike coordinates the annual collection and distribution of Christmas gifts and school supplies for military families. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has coordinated and hosted many welcome home celebrations and ceremonies for returning troops. And whereas Operation Tango Mike has assisted in honoring 3 of Lake County's fallen heroes in the global war on terror. And whereas the Secretary of War has recognized families and community members as the power behind the power. And whereas Operation Tango Mike fills a crucial role in supporting family members and loved ones of our armed forces and provides a compassionate community and incalculable moral support to families and loved ones. And whereas Operation Tango Mike will mark 23 years of unwavering support for military personnel and families on March 19th, 2026 at their monthly packing party. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Lake does hereby commend Operation Tango Mike for the 23 years of service in supporting our military personnel deployed throughout the world, passed and adopted this 10th day of March 2026. Signed, Chair of the Board, Brad Rasmussen.
First and foremost, any veterans in the room, thank you for your service. Thank you for our freedoms. I think it's incumbent upon us to realize we're here today. Probably nobody thought about driving over an IED on your way here. None of us expect that a rocket-propelled grenade might come through the roof of this building. It's because we have military that keep us safe and keep us free, and they sign up voluntarily to do that. I'm very proud of the fact that Operation Tango Mike is an all-volunteer organization. For 23 years, nobody's been paid to do this. It's done as a labor of love from our heart. If you look at this small sampling of our volunteers, we have veteran daughter, veteran spouses, veteran widows, children of veterans, and also we have a mother here of someone currently deployed. Right now from Lake County, we have a lot of people serving in harm's way. And besides care packages, we're trying to support those families as well. They're under a great deal of stress right now. So please keep that in mind. If you know any military families, just offer them some support, even if it's kind words, let them know that you're thinking about them, you care about them, and you appreciate that their family is serving and sacrificing for us. On behalf of our volunteers, our board of directors, and the military we serve, I'd like to thank the board for recognizing Operation Tango Mike. This is more than a piece of paper. We have copies of this that will go in every care package, and we've heard the stories about how they feel when they read this. And troops from Lake County say to people in their unit, this is what they do where I live. This is what they do where I come from. So we're very proud of that our troops appreciate the efforts. And thank you to the Lake County community and beyond that have continued to support us for 23 years. It's an expensive endeavor. It's $6,000 a month to send 100 care packages. Shipping alone is $30.15 a box. So if you see that we're having a fundraiser, stop by, support us, please. We need your help to keep this going. And, God bless America and God bless our troops and our veterans. Thank you.
Anyone else like to say anything? No? Yes, come. Please. Go ahead.
I'm standing in front of you to thank your support and kindness toward me and my son who's employed. As an Iranian American woman and living here for 50 years, at the beginning of my feeling is I'm ashamed. of what is going on in my previous homeland called Iran. I beg your forgiveness for their murderous, horrendous behavior toward the world, including my son who's gone on Saturday on his deployment. I'm one of you, and I love what Jenny does. It became like a second home to me to be part of what she's doing. I love you all, and I love for the peace to arrive in Middle East and our children, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters to come back home. Every one of them. Thank you very much, and God bless America and the peace and world. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I don't know if anyone can follow that up. Anyone from the board?
Back to the board, supervisors. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Again, I'll keep it short. Thank you for continuing to do this. I know we met over a decade ago. I can't even say exactly how many years, and you were doing the exact same thing you're still doing today. And I think that the gesture is so much more than what the package actually is. And appreciate that we're still doing this. Thank you.
Want to go? I'll go.
Go ahead.
Okay. Wow, powerful. And thank you for being here today. And it means a lot to have somebody here firsthand with our current endeavors overseas. And I know that it means a lot to many, many people. We've seen people out thanking the military and no more kicking the can down the road. And we're blessed. I certainly praying for huge successes in the region and in Iran. So thank you so much for being here today. And thank you, Jenny, and everybody here at Tango Mike for what you've done for so many years. And I know I had mentioned last year, both my father and my son are veterans of overseas. And my son was in when we were in Afghanistan. So, and was affected over there. So thank you so much for being here and for all that you do.
Supervisor Pyska.
I'm really grateful that you're all here today and that we continue to do this proclamation. We send this and we send our Christmas cards. This is bringing a lot back for me because when my brother was serving and I would send packages before Tango Mike, before you started this service, Jenny, and I know how much it meant for our family and for families now for this comfort. So thank you.
And lastly, I appreciate everybody's comments and just thank you, Tango Mike, for all of your efforts. I know there's been hundreds of volunteers probably over the years. I don't know exactly how many, but it's been a long time. Appreciate the work, and we're happy to continue to support however we can. Thank you.
I have one more. Jenny, can you let us know how we can be a volunteer? That might be something where to meet, how to contact, and when your packing parties are. That might be important. You might get some new blood.
We have what we call a packing party, and we call it a party because we do make it a good time. We have a lot of fun. We do 100 care packages in about 45 minutes, so it doesn't take a whole lot of your evening. Third Thursday of every month at 6 p.m., and I still want to call it Umpqua Bank. It's now branded as Columbia Bank. It's on 11th Street right by Round Table Pizza, so there's your landmark. And the one time there's an exception is every March. We begin at 5 p.m. So on the 19th of this month, we will have an open house from 5 to 6. We have catered food available that's been donated, so come have a meal with us, come see what we do, get acquainted, look at our photo boards and 23 years worth of binders of thank you notes from troops and photos they've sent us. And We've been invited to baby showers and weddings and all kinds of things. We have a lot of extended family out there in the world that Lake County has touched. So 6 p.m. normally, the third Thursday of every month, 5 p.m. on March 19th. So come see us and you can lend a hand and we can find a way for you to help if you want to. And if you're out there listening and you can't come to the packing parties, if you want to write cards and letters, we'd love to send correspondence and the troops love to get it. So it doesn't have to be a physical or financial commitment. If you want to help, we'll find a way. And you can reach me at 707-349-2838 if you need to ask a question.
All right.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the public that wish to comment on this item? None in the room, none online. And we'll go ahead and get a picture, Sam. Thank you. We're going to move on to our 9:15 item, our 6.6 item. Consideration of a letter of support for the Lake County Conservation, Restoration, and Stewardship Improvement Capacity Building Project of the Lake County Land Trust, and authorize the chair to sign. I'll start this item. Basically what this is a letter of support for a land trust project that they have submitted or will be submitting to the Blue Ribbon Commission for the rehabilitation of Clear Lake, I believe at our next meeting on the 27th of March. So with that, the letter and the project synopsis were in your packages, and I'll see if board members have any questions. Not seeing any concern at this point. I'll go ahead and open it up to the public if we have anyone that wants to comment on this item. No hands on Zoom, nothing in the room. I'll bring it back to the board for a...
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the letter of support for the Lake County Conservation, Restoration, and Stewardship Improvement Capacity Building Project of the Lake County Land Trust and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to take a short 5-minute break. Call the meeting back to order, and we're going to move on to our 6.7, 9:30 item, which is public hearing. Request for a hearing on the cannabis cultivation tax bill appeal UP 20-13 at 3360 Merritt Road in Kelseyville, California. And the first order of business is going to be swearing in anyone that is here to provide testimony on this item. So if you're online, you'll need to raise your hand so the board clerk can identify and see you. And if you're in the room, you're going to need to stand and be sworn at this time.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do.
Thank you.
And with this appeal, we're going to start with our tax collector to present the details of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this appeal is regarding UP 2013 and regarding its cannabis cultivation tax bill. The cultivation tax bill was determined based off the permitted square footage through the Community Development Department. Treasurer Tax Collector's Office issued the bill, which is our normal practice, and we had not had any contact regarding either opting out of cultivation or reducing the cultivation area size. It's been brought to our attention by Mr. Hansen that this was an oversight on his part, that my understanding is that he didn't realize he needed to submit again for the following year. There was a submittal in 2024, but not in 2025. And it is an annual requirement, and it is presented as part of the packet. I think what's unusual in this case that I should just identify from the outset is our office does not believe that he cultivated any cannabis on the site during this time. That's unusual, and most of our appeals, most of the decisions that we look at, typically we have found that there is evidence of cultivation. Here, we have no reason to doubt his claims that he did not cultivate. So I think that's an important distinction. Often that is something that we can work with, but it's also unusual in this case because Mr. Hansen took the property back from a former occupant, Mr. Gustafson, and after Mr. Hansen took control of the property, he did not intend to cultivate any longer, is our understanding. He does not wish to actually use the permit. So normally they would expire. And I think that's the direction, the other oddity, that seems to be the direction the county's heading in. I believe what the board is considering and for future use is that these permits, if there's 2 years of opting out, the permit would become inactive or it would expire. Certainly that's a proposal that's been discussed. So given the unusual nature of this, that he did not cultivate, yet wants to keep the permit active but not use it, there wasn't really any grounds for our office to grant any kind of relief here, which is why we did recommend that he appeal to the Board of Supervisors. So that it was upon that recommendation that he then filed the appeal. And I'm happy to answer any other questions or provide further detail now, but I think that's the relevant background.
Okay, so at this point, you submitted what evidence you wish in this case?
Yes, I would incorporate the files that we included with the memorandum that are available online in Granicus. I would request that all of those be incorporated into the record.
Okay, thank you. Then at this point, we'll go ahead and allow the appellant to present their facts and information. And please state your name for the record.
Oh, well. Yeah, my name is Greg Hansen. Good morning, everyone. Got a little, just my statement here. I've been a farmer in Lake County for over 40 years. And first pears, and then when pears tanked financially in the late 90s, I transitioned to grapes. And in an attempt to, as I was approaching my 70s, in my attempt to get away from farming after 40 years, I sold my farm, but had to, situation was I had to carry a promissory note to accomplish the sale. The new buyer built some greenhouses and went to the trouble of receiving the long process of receiving a permit to grow cannabis. Unfortunately, cannabis prices collapsed, and the new buyer quit paying for the property, which since was the basis of my whole retirement, I didn't really have much of a choice. I had to foreclose and take the property back. And at the time I was living in Bend, Oregon, where I have son and grandkids. And anyhow, I understood that keeping the permit in my name would possibly make the resale of my property, help facilitate that. So with the help of the county, and we transferred the permit into my name. There has never been any cannabis grown on the property. So in going forward, I'm hoping to keep the permit active, which is some expense to me, and hoping that it will help facilitate the sale of the property in the future. So I've been in communication with the staff regarding my property, and both personally and through my son Brian, who's a local CHP officer here in town. I informed the staff there's no cultivation ongoing, and actually, the annual cultivation inspection report by Mary Claybon, which she filled out, and I was in communication with her last summer during that time, and she filled it out, and actually visually inspected the property and confirmed that there was nothing grown. So anyhow, that's my story. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Robert Riggs. My address is 9779 Broadmoor Way in Kelseyville. And I'm representing Mr. Hanson. I've submitted the appeal as a letter. We attach Ms. Claiborne's report. I mean, just very, very briefly, that Mr. Hanson did inform the county. It's stated in 2024 that he wasn't engaging in any cultivation, although the permit was being kept active. From 2025, he didn't realize that there could be a renewal of that required. He did stay in communication. He obviously informed the staff, and that's why that Ms. Claiborne came out to verify that there was no cultivation. So we think he did comply with the spirit of the ordinance by informing the county, I'm not growing. And so he's asking that this appeal be sustained and that he not have to pay the special cultivation tax for 2025. That's what's really in front of you.
Thank you.
And I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of the board at this time? Not seeing any, I'll ask, does that conclude any evidence you wanted to present in this situation?
That plus the letter we already submitted, yes.
And we do have that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any rebuttal from staff regarding evidence presented by the appellant?
Yes, I think in terms of the facts, we're pretty much in agreement. I don't think anyone's really disputing any of the facts at issue here. One concern I would have if your board does choose to offer relief in this matter is just clarifying that this is a unique circumstance that is different than others. We have been very tight on granting any kind of relief in these matters, and since this is somewhat unusual, if your board is going to go in that direction, I would recommend that you identify the grounds for it and limited in scope.
Okay. Appellant, do you have any further rebuttal to offer to what our tax collector just stated?
Well, I think it needs to be rebutted. We're asking for the position's been taken, only the board can grant this. And I think Mr. Sullivan very forthrightly described that he even recommended this appeal. So there's nothing to rebut, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Then I'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for questions or discussion, and we're going to start. What was that? Oh, we have a hand. Do we have testimony online? She was sworn in, and I believe there was nothing further offered. Just to clarify, she would still have the opportunity to provide comments when I get to that point. But at this point, we'll go ahead with the Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that it's necessarily a unique circumstance, but I know that you inherited a situation that I know you're not the only one who inherited this situation. I think the individual that you had to get your property back from had 10 or 12 other projects, and I think every single one of them fell through and had some problems. So I think that is part of the situation that you're trying to come back through. My only problem, and I don't know that we can solve it here, I think we can solve it in our later item, is the deadline means nothing if we just say we're fine. And so I would like to, and I'm going to bring it up here. I know I talked to Mr. Guintavano. It's appropriate to bring it up here. If you are past the deadline of opting out, there should be a fee or a fine or a penalty for changing your mind after the fact, because it takes staff time. How much staff time did it take to get this appeal to the Board of Supervisors? That's money that taxpayers paid for this process because an individual missed out on the opportunity to get things done timely. So I would like to see that change, because I'm not in the habit of wanting to tax people for something they didn't do. I think that's inappropriate. So I don't want to see this gentleman have to pay a bill that he didn't do anything for. But at the same time, if there's going to be a deadline, it needs to mean something. And right now it means nothing because there's no penalty if you didn't grow and you say, well, I didn't grow. Okay, you didn't. Now you're free and clear. The deadline has to mean something, and there has to be a penalty if somebody changes their mind after the fact. And also, I know that Mr. Sullivan and I spoke, people, not this situation specifically, but people use this as a game to try to figure out how they can try to sneak through the system and not have to pay their full share. So I hope to have that conversation later, but at this moment in time, I think that the only option that's available to us and making that the potentially unique circumstance of having to recoup his property due to the unfortunate actor that was involved previously would hopefully give you that not very broad precedent, but somewhat unique precedent to be able to follow.
Okay, where I'm at with this, having reviewed all of the documents and hearing the testimony, I think Mr. Hansen's intent was to try to work with the county and let them know he wasn't going to grow. He didn't check a box on a form and submit it by the deadline, but we also have, there's no evidence that anything was ever grown there. He didn't intend to grow. I think he wanted to keep the license active for potential resale of the property. So I'm in favor of relief on this one because of those circumstances. Don't disagree with Supervisor's comments about fixing that situation later, but in this situation here, what we're dealing with today, the option would be to charge the tax or not, I think, and that's where I set based on all the circumstances. Is there any further comments from board members? Not seeing any, then you go ahead, sorry.
I'm hard to see. Okay, so I believe intent here is worthy. However, I'm wondering, when you were speaking with Mrs. Claybon, was that in 2025? And was that prior to the deadline? I mean, for the filing? Because I thought I had read some of this, and now I can't find it. I'm having trouble with internet.
Yeah, I believe it was in 2025, and I was in contact with her during that time for the. I think there's actually a requirement where there's a physical inspection.
Yes.
Yeah, and she communicated with me. I communicated with her about doing that, and it was accomplished. And she went out and saw that there was obviously no cannabis.
No grow, right. But prior to that, were you in communication with her prior to the deadline? Because that would have been probably after the deadline, correct? That she had came out to inspect.
I think it probably was, but
Okay.
I'm up there in Bend, and I'm trying to pretend like I'm retired, but I'm really not.
Sure. Okay.
And my head was a little bit in the sand, and I just I
missed it.
I missed the opt out.
Yeah.
And I know Mary Claybon, when I came in to talk to her, and she pointed that out to me. It's like, whoops,
And you had opted out the year before.
I didn't see that box to check.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with you opting out the year before? You thought it was done, or did you know you had to do it every year?
Boy, I don't remember.
Okay, all right. I do agree that something, as Supervisor Sabatier had mentioned, that there needs to be something to cover staff time, et cetera, some kind of penalty. However, I too feel that I believe it was in good intention.
Yeah.
And so I can support that on this particular one, but like you said, it's kind of a different circumstance.
Yeah.
So it doesn't need to open the door, but I do believe there needs to be some kind of penalties to help cover staff time, et cetera.
Sure, I don't
When there's
disagree with that. I mean, it's just that the penalty for missing that little checkout box
is full, 100%.
was like, you guys realize how much that tax bill was?
Yes, 26,000.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Especially when grape prices are in the tank, and
Yeah.
that would be a hard bill to cover.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. I don't know if it's possible to do a percentage, a small percentage to cover costs of it, or no? Is it that legal or not legal?
We have a question for county council.
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
So I don't believe it's specifically addressed in the ordinance.
It's not.
So there wouldn't be anything to that it would be based on for that type of proposal. Unless, of course, that's something that can be presented technically as evidence before your board or by way of a proposal to your board in a manner of granting the appeal in part or denying the appeal in part, or maybe pursuant to a stipulation, just speaking strictly from procedure on a procedural basis here. But it does not appear that that is being presented to your board. I'm looking at Treasurer Tax Collector Sullivan. At this point, it sounds like the proposal here, or
Sure.
from either side, there seems to be some indication or some reference that, and it was raised by your board, that these are limited circumstances, which would result in, if your board were to decide to grant the appeal, it would be based on those limited scope of findings.
Right, I just didn't know if we had the flexibility to say a 90% or whatever reduction, just to cover staff time, basically. So I wasn't sure if we had that flexibility to be able to still have something to cover our staff time.
That can always be a part of your board's decision, but it would not be based on the provisions of the ordinance itself, because it's not addressed in.
No, I read it last night, the provisions. Thank you. Okay?
Supervisor Sabatier.
And trust me, I have had a penalty. I've had a couple months to stress about this and worry about it, and had hiring Robert to come help me, because this is an important thing, obviously.
Sure.
So I've definitely paid a penalty, which I will check that box in the future, trust me.
Yes.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I just wanted to, since it was brought up, the inspection date that we were discussing was on August 7th, 2025, so after the deadline for the filing.
All right, is there any further comments or questions from board members at this point? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for any public comment. I'm not sure if Mary's hand raised, if she intends to speak still, but we're open for any further comment at this point. Not seeing any movement, then I'll bring it. Was there anything, Johanna? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for further deliberation.
I have one more question. Good thing I didn't put
Go
this
ahead.
down.
Go ahead.
Mary Claiborne, do we have any type of idea of how many hours have been spent on this?
Hi, good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Mary Claiborne, Senior Planner, Community Development Department. There has been a significant amount of staff time that is put into the opt-out and request to reduce programs. I did want to answer your question, but I wanted to also provide some background for this. Annual compliance monitoring notifications are sent to all permittees in two separate forms. This includes the fees, the performance report metrics, and site visit requirements. Additionally, we also include the opt-out of cultivation form, the request to reduce canopy form, and the Ag Pass program form. These are all voluntary programs for the last three. So notification was sent
I hate
via
to interrupt,
email.
but I have a point of order.
Go ahead.
Mr. Guintavano, don't we need to have cameras on? That either we need to be in the room or we need to have cameras on. Just trying to remember my Brown Act training. It's been a little while, but I feel uncomfortable about the no camera.
Ms. Claiborne was sworn in. That could be your board's preference, and there she is.
There she is.
Perfect.
Okay, go ahead and
Good morning. Thank you.
continue.
Sure. So notification was sent via email to all permittees for the contact information we have on file on April 4th, 2025. Notification was also sent via US mail to all permittees' addresses on file on or about May 1st, 2025. For this particular project, MUP 2013, we did receive an opt-out for 2024. However, we did not receive one for 2025. The contact information on hand on file was verified in early January when Mr. Hansen came into the Community Development Department and had requested further information on how to appeal cannabis cultivation taxes. So there were a couple of different notations that he had received notification and that he had overlooked it. It is important to note that this project, as far as I know, and I've been with the Community Development Department now, this is going on my 6th season, has never cultivated cannabis during that time. The project has remained active within the program because Mr. Hansen schedules his site visits. He pays his compliance monitoring fees, but there is no cultivation tax, so to speak, because there hasn't been cultivation taxes. So this becomes an issue where we need to identify as to whether paying the fees and going through the processes of the site visit constitutes a project that's still valid, or whether we're reaching an expiration of 2 years of inactivity.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't believe there was anyone else in the room or online that wishes to comment. So we're back to the board. Go ahead, Supervisor.
And
go ahead.
And I think there's a problem to solve. I think there seems to be that conversation can occur later. I think taking the not easy route, I don't mean that way, but taking the not setting a precedent of just randomly choosing what we feel is the right number, rather than setting a number by working with staff so that in the future we're not sitting there with zero or the full tax. Since I believe it's in your district, if you're comfortable with moving forward, I'm comfortable with making a motion.
Okay. Go ahead.
Did he want to speak?
Did you want to make a comment?
I just wanted to pass along something Ms. Claiborne also mentioned, that Mr. Hansen did pay the annual fee to keep this registered, and that's over $1,000. So I think that did something to offset the administrative costs. I just want to make sure you know that.
Thank you. Yes, and I'm ready if there's nothing. Supervisor?
Yeah, I just want to state for the record that I apologize. I understand the circumstances, but I've been in contact with so many different people that have had situations where they need waivers or anything of the like and have not been given the opportunity. So I can't support, I can't support the appeal. I have to support to deny it. So.
Okay, Supervisor On, did you have something further?
Oh.
No. Okay. Then I believe we're ready for possible action.
And Mr. Guintivano, please correct me if I'm incorrect, but I move to approve the appeal on the Cannabis Cultivation Tax Bill Appeal UP 20-13, 3360 Merritt Road, Kelseyville, on the with the reason being due to the circumstances of the foreclosure, and I'll leave it at that, and the hardship that created.
Mr. Guintivano?
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I may, just for further clarification on that motion language, it's granting the appeal of Gregory K. Hansen under UP 20-13, and part of the motion would be to rescind the 2025 cannabis tax bill, which is the relief that's being requested. In addition to the findings that was submitted, your board may consider, because it was made a part of the discussion here as part of the limited scope, limited circumstances in making such a motion to grant the appeal. Evidence was demonstrated, there was sufficient evidence that there was no, presented to your board, that there was no cultivation of cannabis in 2025. Board may want to consider that as a finding. And also there's been testimony by the appellant that sufficiently demonstrates by way of evidence no intent to grow. That he had no intent to grow in 2025. Just to add to the limited
You
findings.
said it so much better than I did. So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries 4-1, and that concludes this item. Next, we're going to move on to our 9:45 item, which is a public hearing. Request for a hearing on cannabis cultivation tax bill appeal, UP 19-48 at 1756 Augulin Canyon Road in Clear Lake, California. And at this point, I'll ask all parties from the appellant and staff, whether here in the room or online, to stand if you're here, raise your hand if you're online, to be sworn in to provide testimony in this matter.
Want me to go check outside real quick?
There's a hand up.
Could the person on Zoom whose username is Zoom user identify themselves?
Zoom user, can you identify yourself? Are you here for this public hearing?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My name is Kenneth Pacheco. I am the owner of Blue Oak Farms and the owner of this project.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, with your right hand raised, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, we'll start with the tax collector's office to present evidence and testimony on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the appeal for UP 1948. Mr. Pacheco contacted our office indicating that he was not able to use the entire cultivation area, and he requested a reduction down to 25%. That reduction was untimely. He contacted us after the deadline, and so that request was denied by our office. When we look at some of the documents that are attached to this file, we would request that all of these documents be incorporated into the record today. But these documents include a site map, satellite imagery. They do appear to indicate that there was cultivation activity across the entire span of the property. So I'm not entirely sure I understand the basis for Mr. Pacheco's appeal. Our cannabis tax ordinance is written very broadly. Cultivation, can simply be planting. It's really any act in furtherance of that cultivation constitutes a taxable activity for our office. So even if in the end crops weren't used across the entire area or harvested, it does appear that there was activity across the entire site. So from our office's perspective, we would not grant any kind of relief. On top of that, we have other indicators. There's records and metric, the state system that we have access to, that show activity consistent with this. We're not finding any basis in which we would grant relief, and we haven't granted relief in other similar circumstances. So I'm happy to answer any other questions, but that's our office's position.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board of the tax collector at this point? Supervisor Sabatier?
Brief question. When was this approved? Do you know
The
when
permit?
the permit was approved?
The
I know
original
when it was
approval,
turned in because it's 19, but
yeah, the original approval date, CDD would probably be best able to answer that question. I don't know. Otherwise, we can try to get that.
I think I can clarify a little bit.
Okay, hang on one second. So,
There's the cultivation license.
what was that?
There's also that Mr. Pacheco acquired this property, I believe, and when he's up, he may be able to speak to this more, but he bought out the previous LLC in 2024. So this permit goes back to a period before he was operating, prior to 2024. So that may be important for your board to get further information on.
Okay.
Yeah, the cultivation license from the state is November 29th, 2024.
Okay. All right, so at this point, we'll go ahead and call on the appellant to present their facts and evidence in this case.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Like stated, I've purchased the property as a distress sale because the previous owner was not, maintaining their due diligence with their payments. And this was my first year cultivating on that property. I acquired the property in 2024, but it took us a year to get all the licensing and everything in place. As far as for the reduction for the 25% of usage, the reason the property wasn't able to be grown on in the past is because it is riddled with blue oak trees, which gives us the name Blue Oak Farms. And we're not able to cultivate on the whole property. The property's not, even the cultivation area is not able to be utilized at 100% utility rate. We cultivate in tanks, and our approximate usage of the property of the cultivation area is only 25%. It is literally impossible for us to cultivate inside the whole square footage that is permitted to us by the county and by the state. That is why I asked for the reduction in taxes, because especially with the prices of cannabis at the moment, there is no way that we would be able to fulfill the obligation of $40,000 or the expense of that property. That's why I'm asking for a consideration of reduction.
Okay, does that conclude your statement at this point?
Yes.
Do you have any other witnesses or evidence to present?
No.
Okay. Mary has her hand up, but I'm going to hang on a second and turn it over to see if there's any rebuttal at this point first from the tax collector.
We don't have anything further to add. We would stand by our original position.
Okay. All right. Then I'm going to go ahead and open that up for any further comments. And Mary, do you want to make a statement?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm turning my video now. So UP 1948 was originally approved on September 23rd, 2021. There was a transfer of use permit that had been recorded on September 11th, 2024. And that also included the compliance monitoring requirements with opt-out of cultivation and request to reduce canopy requirements at that time. In 2024, there was no cultivation. There was also no opt-out received. In 2025, there was cultivation with no submission. There is a mechanism that we can utilize for this project, which would be a minor modification to permanently reduce the square footage of canopy for what is able to be grown without the tree removal, in accordance with the initial study in the CEQA that had been conducted for this project. Kenneth Pacheco has spoken with this department regularly, so he should be aware that there are requirements with compliance monitoring, including submitting documents timely. He did follow up with several email requests for assistance to this. And I think ultimately a modification to permanently reduce the cannabis canopy would be something that we could do to move forward at this point, but it will not change the current tax bill. That's up to you guys. So I just wanted to provide that information for this project as well.
All right. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room or online who wishes to comment on this item?
May I comment once more? I'm sorry.
Yes, seeing no other further comments, I'll bring it back and go ahead, Mr. Pacheco.
Yes, sir. No, I just wanted to state that the tax for this property, just because it's not able to be fully cultivated, would be detrimental to this company and to me. I was able to pick up this project, which was a failed project by another individual, and turn it into something that can create revenue for, Lake County. And at this point, we wouldn't survive this tax. Just we didn't make almost any profit last year. We're just able to sustain our family with the money that we're making. So I think moving forward, I will work closely with Mary. She's very familiar with me. I try to be as active as possible. Unfortunately, last year I had a death in the family, and I put consultants in place, and I left the workers in place because it was our first year and I haven't seen money from this project. I've just been investing and investing. I wanted to see some type of return. Which is why I hastily moved towards working towards this project while I was out of the country. And obviously, it came with its fair shares of mistakes, which I will not make again. But I would like for you to consider that I definitely would not be able to cover this tax, and I think it would be a failed project on my end. And the county would not see revenue for some time to come, because I don't know too many people in the market right now who are looking to pick up big projects like this that can leave revenue in the future.
Thank you. Mr. Sullivan, anything further?
No, nothing further to add.
Okay. Bring it back to the board for comments or deliberations. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
So I'm looking at imagery here that came from the satellite imagery. I'm going to ask both our tax collector and the appellant. The title of the satellite is UP 1948, and then states the month of April of 2025. Is that, I just want to make sure, is that a picture of satellite imagery from April 2025?
Yeah, the date of attribution is April 13th, 2025.
Okay. What I'm seeing is cultivation in April, because I see what appears to be very nice line of trees. There's some greenhouses that are still put up. Mr. Pacheco, can you speak to the satellite imagery that we're looking at? I don't know if we need to share it on the screen with you. It's on our agenda. It's attached to the file that we were provided in order to prepare for this meeting. What am I looking at if it's not cannabis grow?
I can't see the imagery, but we did cultivate last year. I'm asking for a reduction of size because like I said, the property has trees, and we grow inside drums, and we're not utilizing the full potential of the property. According to our calculation, we're only using 22.7% of the property to grow on. So I'm asking for a reduction to 25% usage of the grow area. But as far as the imagery, I can't tell because I cannot see the imagery that you guys see.
Did you have 2 seasons last year?
Last year, I believe, in what sense? Did we have 2 harvests?
Yes.
I believe we did.
Okay, because April's real early. That's why I was figuring that was an early harvest.
Yeah. But towards the ending of the year, we got rain early, so we lost out on a lot of our outdoor crop, rotted away. So I guess it made up for it. But, we have to be as creative as possible, especially with the climate right now. Prices are at $250 to $300 a pound. And then what we use on generators and water and, feeding everyone, and then licensing. You guys, apart from paying for the county, pay for state, and it's a lot.
So appreciate the response. I do have a question about the 2 seasons. I will say, looking at your site plan versus the imagery, the northeast corner does not look to be, but that's not 25%. The rest is sprinkled with plants everywhere with some greenhouses. So I'm okay with looking at a specific little amount of reduction, which I'm sure we could figure out what that acreage is. It looks like you were approved for 2.05. That looks to be anywhere between half an acre to 2/3 of an acre on the northeast side. I just don't see any harvesting happening there. So I'd be okay with that. But a quick question for Mr. Sullivan. The way the tax works is it accrues upon planting. If you plant twice, are there 2 tax bills?
So it's an annual basis. So if you were to put plants in the ground on December 31st, you would receive the full tax bill. Whether the plants were to go in the ground January 1st of the year or December 31, that single act of activity creates that bill for the year. And
So it doesn't matter if you have 3 seasons in that 1 year, as long as it's between January 1st to December 31st, it's a one-time accrual of taxes based on the largest amount of acreage that was harvested or planted or whatever, cultivated.
correct. And I think the difference you're accounting for there perhaps is that's why mixed light and indoor has a higher rate. It was anticipation of people having more grow cycles, whereas outdoor, generally 1 or 2 is probably the most you're going to get.
And so, again, I would suggest that the upper northeast section is very obviously not harvested. The rest, I am not going to go here and start measuring out how many different plants and starting to carve out a 4x4 for each plant. I think that if you're getting in the business and you anticipate getting a bill for, and I'm sorry, I don't have the bill right in front of me, for a large number, I think it was 20-something thousand.
28, I think.
What was that, a double?
45,738.
So it was $45,000, then I would make sure and let people know that I'm not using the full property, not being late on that. And again, I think we should really need to talk about the penalty for being late, which we're not going to do right now. But again, if we can get a measurement of acreage of what that little northeast section is, Mr. Sullivan, I'd be willing to drop that, but it's not 75% off of what the $45,000 bill is. I want to be fair, because again, I don't believe in taxing something that did not happen, but I'm also not going to carve out where there's plants all over the rest of the property. That's just my opinion.
Do you want to comment on that?
If I could respond to that, I think one of the difficulties in these appeals for us is that we're often limited in the amount of evidence that we have. That's part of the reason that we insisted on these deadlines. We're fortunate to have satellite imagery in some cases and metric data in others, but sometimes we don't have satellite data. The fact is, often people make the assertion that they didn't cultivate. When we go and look at the satellite imagery, similar to what we're seeing here, there's obviously massive cultivation activity. So we have no idea if later this other part of the property was used, or if previously in the year it had been used. So that gets back into why we're trying to honor that deadline. I think earlier the appeal your board saw was so unusual that there was the complete absence of activity. That is not the case in every other appeal, every other investigation our office has had to do. So I would be gravely concerned about trying to dig into the measurement of a corner of the property that wasn't used. This is exactly what these deadlines were meant to prevent. They got the permit to use the whole area, indicating their intent to do so. We really need to hear from them that they're not going to. CDD only inspects 1 time a year. We really don't get a chance to go out and look at places again. And we have encountered that where people have used a much larger area at one point earlier in the season. And then later, by the time of inspection, it is a much smaller, reduced space. And we just frankly don't have the resources to really monitor that. So I just wanted to highlight that if we get into that, we don't have the resources to manage a program like that at this time.
Supervisor Pyska?
I'm not in favor of granting this appeal or any reduction. We have evidence that there was cultivation in April. We don't know, for all the reasons our tax collector just explained. We don't know what happened later in the summer. If the canopy area needs to be reevaluated with CDD, that's the direction. But I think this sets a very dangerous precedent of having to evaluate every single tax bill that we get coming forward, and I'm not okay with that.
Thank you, Supervisor Owen.
Jessica just said it.
Okay.
I'm done.
All right. I believe there was no further comments. I closed that. It was at the board for deliberation, so that's where we are. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Just a final comment. I appreciate the comments, and you're right. I'm only looking at April. I have nothing to prove other than this inspection report that says it matches the site plan. So appreciate the conversation and ready to move forward.
All right, we're ready for action.
Can you please help me out so I don't butcher it like last time? and to deny the appeal is the direction I am planning to go.
Go ahead, County Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the language to deny the appeal for your board's consideration would be to move to deny the appeal of Mr. Kenneth Pacheco under UP 19-48 and uphold the 2025 cannabis cultivation tax bill in the amount of $45,738. That's on the tax bill. That's what I'm basing that on. And the the findings would be based on the testimony and the evidence that was submitted to your board, including but not limited to adequate evidence, your board's determination and finding that adequate evidence, there is adequate evidence that demonstrate that the appellant did not file a timely request to reduce the cultivation area.
I second that.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I meant so moved before that. I apologize for the silence.
Yeah, that was.
Aye.
I saw this.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. And that concludes that item.
I figured you were sign language.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to our 6.9 item, our 10 a.m. item, which is consideration of a joint letter advocating for opportunity zones selection. And we have our
It's mine and yours.
Deputy Administrator Economic Development here, Ben Rickelman, to present. That's yours. Yeah.
Good morning, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I was here in February to talk about the opportunity zones. This is the second round of the program and was given direction to provide some priority regarding the eligible census tracts in Lake County. So, and I've been in conversations with the City of Lakeport and the City of Clear Lake, with the city managers here today, which we greatly appreciate. So through those conversations, we've prioritized them. And so I was just going to give, for the public and the board, again, just a quick overview of the program and then talk about those census tracts. So again, just the process. The governor, through the federal legislation, sends a list of census tracts, and it's 25%, up to 25% of the eligible tracts for the state to the Treasury, the federal Treasury. And for California, the governor can select up to 620 of the eligible census tracts. And so with that, needs to be zoomed out a little bit, but this 2.0 would take effect in the beginning of next year. And there would be a 2-year overlap with the existing opportunity zones and what people are calling opportunity zones 2.0. There's several tax advantages to the program. They're all through the federal tax code. The biggest one is the permanent exclusion. So for there's a opportunity zone fund and then capital gains that go into that fund that are then in an investment that are held for at least 10 years. In any capital gain on that investment, there's no federal capital gains tax applied to that. So there's 9 eligible census tracts in Lake County. How the program is set up for areas that are not in what the Census Bureau calls metro areas. It's census tracts that are at or below 70% of the statewide median family income and or has a federal poverty rate above 20% and a median family income below around 120%. So here's a map of the 9 eligible census tracts. The color differentiation is in the joint lever. We have 2 levels of priority. The orange is the top level, and then the teal is the second. We do state in the level we are advocating that all 9 would be selected, but we know it's a competitive process, and the governor can only choose 25%. So then it was a conversation, well, how do we prioritize? And so certain factors of what is the likelihood of kind of large scale development that would take advantage of this, that this would actually move the needle. So just thinking through possible projects in these areas. And I will say also with the new program, or I should say the new round, there's now this substantial improvement threshold that's been lowered. It used to be 100%, so you had to increase the value of the property by at least 100%. So that usually just means greenfield construction. But now with this 50%, you could see like a substantial renovation qualify. So if we were to proceed with this joint letter, the city of Lakeport and the city of Clear Lake would still need to approve it. But I think there's broad agreement between the 3 jurisdictions, so happy to take any questions.
Okay. Do we have any questions from board members at this point?
I called and asked. I talked with him. He called me and we talked.
Okay. So hearing none, I'll go ahead and open it up to the public.
The reason we talked is because I was concerned because, of course, in District 3, Nice is kind of like Lucerne. Everyone kind of sees that, but at the same time, that's not for us. It's not our decision. It's the way that the federal government recognizes it. So it's not something that we have control over. So that was my question. That was my gripe.
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
Just to respond to that, is that because that same census tract covers Upper Lake? Because I know Upper Lake is has a different like household income than some of the other surrounding areas.
So Nice and Lucerne are in separate census tracts, and Lucerne is in an eligible census tract, and Nice is not.
No, I get that, but is it because the census tract itself that Nice belongs to also has Upper Lake in it? Because I know that there is
Correct.
quite a difference in the household income when it comes to Upper Lake.
Yeah, so it's the median family income for the entire census tract. So since Upper Lake and Nice are in the same one, it's above that 70% threshold.
I see. Is that why there's nothing in D1?
Correct.
Okay. So.
That's a good thing.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the room?
Board Chair Rasmussen, board members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Appreciate the intent of collaboration from the board when this was discussed last time, and the opportunity to meet with Mr. Rickelman and discuss this. Just a couple of things. Obviously, as he mentioned, we support the proposal as submitted and hope that we can issue a joint letter. There are really essentially 5 census tracts that cover the city of Clear Lake. 3 of them are already in the opportunity zones. We'd like to include those. There are proposed large projects in each of those. And one of those is in District 1, Supervisor Owens. So anyway, just hope you support this and appreciate the collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Rasmussen, honorable members of the board, Kevin Ingram, City Manager at the City of Lakeport, here today to express the City of Lakeport support for the draft letter requesting the governor's consideration of the recommended opportunity zones. Very appreciative of Ben's leadership on this and bringing this forward to you guys today. We're particularly encouraged that the federal government has reopened the opportunity zones designation process. it provides communities like ours another opportunity to participate. Lakeport was not originally included in the previous kind of Opportunities 1.0 designation process, so we appreciate this opportunity to kind of revisit this topic overall. We believe the list of recommended census tracts reflects a balanced kind of regional approach. In my discussions with City Manager Flora over there in Clear Lake, who's been his area has been involved in this program for a little bit longer, the real value here, even though we haven't had a lot of direct interest directly in the opportunity zones, is just bringing investors to the table. So I'm hopeful that by getting on this list and having a more kind of regional aspect that kind of takes in the whole county, that this will hopefully bring in other investors who will be looking around and excited about opportunities that might even fall outside of the designated census tracts that are involved directly in it. So that's my hope. It's, as Ben's kind of said, it's ultimately encouraging private capital investment to local job centers, housing, and business development, which we all know we can benefit from. And if the board decides to move forward with this today, we'll certainly get this onto a city council meeting in the very near future to sign on as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room who wishes to speak? Not seeing any in the room. Anyone online? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board for any final discussion or possible action. Supervisor Sabatier.
While parts of the letter hurt me to read, I appreciate the usage of the state's language requesting equitable support from the state for the needs of Lake County to rise. And so I appreciate the language that was used in there. And if there's nothing further, I move to approve the joint letter advocating for opportunity zone selection and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Next, we're going to move on to our 6.10 item, 1030 item, presentation by Rural County Representatives of California, RCRC, regarding 2026 strategic plan and legislative platform.
Yeah.
Supervisor Crandall, do you want to open this?
Yes, I'll open this up. We have President Pat Blacklock here to give the report and the presentation on Rural County Representatives of California. I've been on that board since I started serving as a county supervisor, and I enjoy going there. We have a lot of advocacy when it comes to the staff that works there, and then I think ever since I started, Pat was the president right off the get, right? So he's been doing a great job, and I'll let him explain how he's been doing a great job with the staff and whatnot. So, floor's yours. Well, sorry, Chair.
No, it's okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Supervisor Crandall and board members, for the opportunity to be here today. As Supervisor Crandall knows, it's a special treat for me to be here. I've long had a connection with Lake County, including having lived in Nice and worked in the pear sheds. So it's, as I say, I'm happy to be here today. I know you've got a full agenda, so I'm going to try to move fairly swiftly through the presentation. That said, I would invite you to stop me anywhere along the way where you've got a question or feedback. Part of the value for us in coming out and doing these is to hear what's on your mind. So please don't hesitate to do that. And today I'll provide an overview of RCRC, the Rural County Representatives of California. We are a nonprofit mutual benefit organization made up of 40 rural California counties, including Lake County, governed by a county supervisor from each, and we do two things. One is we're your advocate in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C., and secondly, think of us as the entrepreneurial arm of rural counties. When there's a challenge too big for a small county to handle their own, they come to us to see if they can get economies of scale through 40, and over the years, that's led to creation of a number of both private and public entities to do that work. So today I'll cover a little bit of both. I don't know if I can control the slide. Okay, next slide. So we are in the second year of our 3-year strategic plan, and this slide just gives you a summary of it. I'm hopeful that the topics on it aren't a surprise and are what you would expect to see. I'll touch on a few today, from health services to local control, particularly on the focus on mandates. I'll talk about our forest resilience efforts. And then, again, as I say, happy to talk on topics of interest to you if you go to the next slide. The next slide gives you a sense of our focus areas for our advocacy, but what I wanted to focus on is the box labeled key topics on the bottom right. Our board uses ad hoc committees to really update our policy and stay current on hot topics, and so you'll see that we have 3 currently underway. One is recruitment and retention of public employees out of recognition that our counties are seeing some pretty high vacancy rates in some areas. I know one county had a 100% vacancy rate in behavioral health therapists. And so we're looking at if there are policy things that can be done on that front. Secondly, we've formed a predator management ad hoc committee, particularly for the North State. The issue with wolves and wolf management has become top of mind, but we're looking at not only wolves, but also bears and mountain lions under that ad hoc committee. And then lastly, and Supervisor Pyska was instrumental in helping getting this up and running, is the SGMA, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act Ad Hoc Committee. And it originally was born, I think, out of an interest in helping medium priority basins and some of the reporting requirements and costs associated with that. But I think our SGMA Ad Hoc is going to look a little more broadly as well to see if there's any fine tuning that can be done now that we're well into the SGMA process. The challenge will be doing that with a legislature that might want to tune in the opposite direction of what our rural counties want. So we're going to be trying to thread the needle on that one over the coming weeks or coming months. But I did want to talk about 2 other areas. One is state mandate reimbursement. It's been a perennial challenge. Many, many years ago, counties had a pretty well-oiled machine for filing. So when a state passes legislation that imposes a mandate, counties must, within a year of triggering a cost, file a test claim with the State Mandates Commission. One county can do it. If that State Mandates Commission approves it, then all counties become eligible for reimbursement under that mandate. Like I say, it was once a well-oiled machine, but a couple of things happened. One is the individual who was running that retired, and then the state stopped reimbursing mandates for a period of time. And as a result, a lot of counties stopped submitting mandate test claims, and many stopped filing for reimbursement. So a couple of years ago, we began coordinating closely with our urban colleagues. RCRC brought on a consultant to help us file test claims, and now we're working in collaboration with our rural colleagues to make sure we get those test claims filed. And in some cases, an urban county may have hit a cost several years ago, and they've missed the statute of limitations to file a claim. But rural counties haven't yet hit it. So we're working with collectively, holistically, to make sure we're picking up all those claims. And for a rural county, filing that claim may be a bit laborious. Now RCRC is funding the actual filing, has a consultant on board to do it. We still need counties to volunteer to provide the raw data that goes into the claim, but we've filed one with Sutter. We're currently working with Butte, and more recently Mendocino indicated an interest in working with us. So if you've got something out there that is a potential test claim that you would really like to file, we're here to help you do that. Secondly, we're going to look at, is there a way we can help making sure counties get all of their dollars that they are eligible for? I have a sneaking suspicion, not yet validated, that particularly for our smaller counties, they have not filed for every claim that they're eligible for reimbursement. So again, we're going to look at, can we help on that front? Can we hold a master contract? Can we fund some of the initial work? Can we make it easy for counties to do it so we can more comprehensively claim, particularly for our small counties? So just wanted you to be aware of all that effort, more to come on that, but certainly invite Lake's participation. And speaking of participation, you are one of 25 counties participating in our jail medical services study. As you likely know, the majority of counties in California use a single provider for jail medical services. That provider last year went through a bankruptcy proceeding, and now counties are seeing pretty significant cost increases with renewals. And I think there's a pretty far-ranging concern about the cost of jail medical services, about the cost of litigation associated with jail medical services, and what can we do on that front. So RCRC acted as a convener to bring the counties together. We now have, I believe it's 5 regional groups. We went through an RFP process. We have 2 consultants coming in. One provides accreditation on national correctional healthcare systems or on correctional healthcare systems. They'll be doing most of our counties, and then the coastal counties picked a different consultant, Health Management Associates. But in the next month, we'll be initiating those studies, working very collaboratively. Ultimately, the idea is to see what are the array of options for providing jail medical services? Are there any benefits to exploring it regionally? If so, what does that look like? And come back to you with very specific cost-benefit analysis around the array of options, and having your input along the way through your CAO as we work to develop that. So again, just something to be aware of that's underway on that front. And then lastly, on this slide, I wanted to talk indigent health planning. I know you have an HR1 update coming later today. You may have already had a presentation from CMSP, the County Medical Services Program. I don't know, but just know that all counties under Welfare and Institution Code Section 17,000 are the provider of last resort for healthcare for the indigent population. So with the changes that Medi-Cal are coming, I think CMSP has estimated that somewhere between 1,000 and 2,100 individuals in Lake County are likely to seek care under Welfare and Institution Code Section 17,000. Before the Affordable Care Act, Lake County, along with 35 other counties, provided that service through the County Medical Services Program, CMSP. It's a statutorily created body specifically for the purpose of providing indigent care, and it did it very capably for Lake County and 35 counties up until the Affordable Care Act when it switched over to Medi-Cal. Problem is, when all that happened, the state stripped the funding from CMSP. The Welfare and Institution Code Section 17,000 stayed in place, funding is gone. Now, with the changes in Medi-Cal, again, between 1,000 and 2,100 individuals in Lake County are likely to need services under Welfare and Institution Code Section 17,000. No funding is available. So we're working very closely with CMSP to advocate at the legislature. They're estimating about $311 million they'll need on an annualized basis to provide that for the 35 counties. And so we'll be, their letter I think is actually going in on that front today. Our CRC will be strongly supporting it. We've been working very closely with CMSP on that advocacy going forward. It's a very fast rundown of all things advocacy. Next slides are on our affiliates. Any questions on the policy or advocacy front before I switch gears?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for going over those key topics. Jail medical services is something I want to touch on a little bit. Part of the problem is everything that's changed. Our jails used to have folks who were actually doing jail time. Now it's become like a miniature prison, but at the same time, that's a very small percentage. The rest are pretrial. Approximately 70% of our jail is pretrial. I know this is something that CSAC supports and NACO supports, and I hope that RCRC is also doing their lobbying on this, but the fact that they lose Medi-Cal automatically, even if they have not been convicted, is what kills us on the cost, because we're paying full cost. So if we can all work together to change that, it makes no sense for to treat somebody like a convicted criminal when they have yet to be convicted, but yet that's 70% of our jail, and we, rightfully so, need to take care of those individuals when they're in our facilities. And so to me, that's the change that can really help out in our jail medical services. There's some other issues, obviously, when you have one major agency that can be hired to do the work, but I think that right there is the cost prohibitive part that we're all dealing with, is we're just paying this extreme healthcare cost at the actual price, the full price, rather than getting some help. So
absolutely, that is definitely a challenge for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have one thing.
Oh, go ahead.
The predator management is something that affects us deeply here and in rural areas. I know I'm not on the RCRC, but that's something I've been trying to get working on. So do you guys provide information, or do you have meetings where I can watch what you're doing, open meetings on the ad
We'll
hoc?
have report outs coming at our open board meetings, but what I can do in the interim is connect Stacy Heaton, who staffs that effort, with you, and she can provide you a direct briefing on it and share what the latest information.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
Pat, I don't remember, but I think that there's been occurrences where folks that aren't necessarily on the RCRC board could attend ad hocs. I don't know if that's happened before or not.
Occasionally with the ad hocs, it's up to the ad hoc chair in this case, and I don't want to speak for the ad hoc chair in this case, but that's where I'll connect Stacy.
I'll reach out to them, yeah, too.
Yeah,
Thank you, I appreciate that a bunch.
definitely.
I feel like Supervisor Coe is involved in that conversation.
Oh, yes.
For sure.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing up the Sigma working group. I know it's going to be a big year with RCRC and CSAC and joint work. So you were one of my first conversations and really helped pull things together. So I'm looking forward to this year and those conversations.
Absolutely, I appreciate it, and now it's off and running, so thank you for that conversation.
Thank you. Go ahead, I think we're...
Sure. And like I say, I'll now move quickly through our affiliate entities just to give you a sense of the entrepreneurial side, but some of them may relate to what's happening here in Lake County. Golden State Finance Authority is a joint powers agency made up of all 40 counties, including Lake County, and it focuses on homeownership, infrastructure financing, and it serves as an incubator for our rural county initiatives. National Home Buyers Fund does some of that same work nationally, But GSFA, as we know it, I think on your agenda, first-time homebuyer programs, know that you have a partner that if you want to creatively design something for Lake County, we're happy to see if we can help and assist on that effort because we already have relationship with lenders. We already have all the systems set up to support down payment assistance and assisting people doing that. And you can see that over 200 individuals or families in Lake County have purchased homes through either GSFA or NHF. And if you go to the next slide, and one specific program I wanted to mention today is our Assist to Own program. You've had 5 employees in Lake County take advantage of this. If you're a Lake County employee and you want to buy a home, you can get 3.5% down payment assistance at 0 cost. What that means is no interest ever accrues on that 3.5%. No payments are ever due on that 3.5%. It becomes, the principal only becomes due and payable when you sell the house because it sits there as basically a silent second, or at the end of 30 years, you would need to do something, refinance or pay it at that point. But there's never any interest accrual, never any payments due. So try to get the word out on that program. We've had some counties like Tulare, I think, have over 20 individuals that have used it. Shasta's had quite a few use it as well. And it's just a matter of the word getting out. It's the costs of it are funded by Golden State Finance Authority out of recognition, again, with the recruitment and retention of public employees. This was something we could do to help employees buy homes in their home county. So just wanted to reinforce that message. And if you go to the next slide. Our newest public agency is Golden State Connect Authority. It's a joint powers agency made up again of the same 40 counties. It was formed about 5 years ago and to help bring high-speed fiber broadband to rural communities. Within a year, we had pulled down $19 million to do engineering for that, including here in Lake County. And more recently, we've been successfully awarded $185 million to do construction. We paired that with a bond financing from private entities like Franklin Templeton and Vanguard for another $110 million. And so we will actually, at the end of the month, at the upcoming board meeting, be awarding our first construction contract to move forward with putting fiber in the ground to bring high-speed fiber, last-mile fiber out to homes. We did submit a project for a lake. We weren't funded by that for the FFA, but the idea is with the projects you see on the screen, that's the foundation, and then we'll slowly begin building out using either future grant opportunities or system revenues to expand the system. Again, really targeting the areas that either private providers are either unwilling or unable to serve. That'll be a publicly owned open access system, so think of it like an airport. We put the fiber in the ground, but then we open it up to private providers, just like in an airport, you build the airport and private airlines use it. Here, we'll put the fiber in the ground, but open it up so that you as a homeowner or a business have multiple options to choose from. Next slide. Golden State Natural Resources is our newest nonprofit focused on partnering with the state and federal agencies to do more work in the forest. Supervisor Crandall sits as a board member on GSNR. And GSNR is doing 3 primary things. One, we're working with the Forest Service to get more projects approved. And more recently, we just finished a project in the Modoc National Forest where we did the project's management and completed the NEPA for the Forest Service. So we handled them a ready-to-go project that they simply signed the record of decision and it's ready to go. And that work was just completed. We're looking to do more of that. Secondly, we're looking to get piles like that out of the forest to users. And the Forest Service has provided us a grant. So we're moving material today from, in this case, the El Dorado National Forest to a user in Tuolumne County that they would not otherwise be able to fund moving the material that far, but for this biomass transportation assistance we provide through the Forest Service grant. We're actually looking at our next series of projects and talking to the Mendocino National Forest, a few others, about projects they would like to do under that. So that's sort of our current focus that we can do today is moving the material, but long term, we want to de-risk the biomass supply side so that whether it's a biochar, hydrogen, sustainable aviation fuel, anybody that comes to California that wants to use biomass for a future use, likely in alternative fuels or energy production, they can turn to us for supply of biomass. So again, we can get piles like that out of the forest because right now they're being burned or decomposing in place in the forest. And we have 2 sites, one in Northern California and one in Tuolumne County, where the material would come in wood chip form and then both sites are on rail and they could be shipped out by rail to potential users. We will finish our draft EIR on that project here this year, probably by mid-2026. This is a switch from when I was last here when we were looking at exporting the product for overseas use in energy production. When we released the draft EIR on that, our board took in the comments and looked at updated business assumptions. And frankly, the pricing had changed a bit to where the board felt it was a better solution to focus on domestic use of wood chips. And consequently, that's why it's taking a little longer. We had to revise the draft DIR to move in that direction. So hopefully by 2026 or mid-2026, we'll have that revised draft DIR out for public review. Two more, I'll move quickly. One is Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority. Lake County is a member of this JPA along with 25 other counties, and it basically helps your waste management functions navigate Cal Recycle, the Regional Water Quality Control Board. Again, those economies of scale by working with your colleagues, and we provide technical assistance support for doing that. And then our last one, if you'll move to the next slide, is the Rural Advancement Institute. This is a 501c3 we brought back to life, nonprofit back to life a few years ago to do two things. One is to help educate primarily urban legislators, and secondly is to conduct applied research on topics of interest to rural counties. So we've hosted several tours, one in Mariposa, one in Monterey, and we're actually working with the Assembly Majority Leader, Assembly Member Aguiar Curry, to bring hopefully a contingent of legislators to Clear Lake. Still working on the final details for that, but Supervisor Crandall's been helping us and helping the Assembly Majority Leader put all that together, and RAI will be the sponsor of that tour. And then we are just about to kick off our newest research project, which is to look at fire and EMS. Well, phase one was to look at fire and EMS capacity in rural counties, namely the challenge of decreasing volunteerism, increasing call volumes, and not enough funding for paid staffing. Phase two will be to there were about a dozen recommendations, take those recommendations and build them out in terms of, okay, what can we do legislatively to actively support our small districts, and to look at the issue that the reality is, that's leading to health disparities in rural counties. Some counties actually have areas of the county where there is no ambulance response. And so in those cases, we want to use those health disparities to drive the conversation to the legislature with, we have a challenge out there. The legislature is generally unfamiliar with it, which is fire districts with decreasing volunteerism, increasing call volumes, and not enough funding for paid staff. And that challenge is leading to health disparities. Legislature, we need your help to solve it. So that, in a very quick summary, is all things RCRC. Happy to take any additional questions you may have.
Supervisor Crandall?
I was just going to add to the Golden State Natural Resources. I think it's my second year on this, and I really started growing accustomed to it because I appreciated RCRC and GSNR and their approach to tribes. In this situation, there's an opportunity for RCRC and Golden State Natural Resources to, in essence, not work with the tribes when it comes to cultural monitoring and AB 52 and whatnot. Yet they've still taken the stance to still consult with tribes, and it was I appreciated that. And then dealing with specific projects in our county when it comes to biochar, the approach that Golden State Natural Resources is taking is in Tuolumne County, where it's Jamestown, I think that's where the project's going to be. It's an actual logging facility that it used to be. So it's refocusing the same type of work in a facility. So when we have projects where they're trying to rebuild a new one or something of the like, it becomes really controversial. But with this, even the community at one of the most recent meetings we had in October, even the folks that were in the town were very, satisfied as opposed to before, and that they were working with them. So I really do appreciate the approach. I like being a part of it because of that, and just wanted to highlight that because I know that in our county we've had a recent situation with the biochar, and it wasn't similar to what we're dealing with here. So,
Thank you. Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just real quick, the housing study, I don't know the specifics of it. You didn't get into the specifics, and that's perfectly fine. I just want to throw in my 2 cents. I don't think Sacramento understands our housing issues. Our meaning Lake, Glen, Siskiyou, Lawson, all the counties where if you build a house, you are now underwater with the money that you spent building a house versus what it's actually valued at, that you can sell it on the market. I'm going to do the same thing at CSAC and the Rural Caucus, where hopefully we can get some of those same counties together, but there has to be some level of advocacy to creating programs within the state to help us build houses and not just what's passing at the state level, which ends up being low-income apartment complexes, which has a place, but we are not building a full spectrum of mixed income housing, and the state's not helping us. And if there's a way to have those meetings to bring those counties together so we can figure out what do we want to advocate for at the state level or the federal level so that we can continue to build our communities rather than watch them not build, which is not what we want to see. So I just wanted to at least highlight that there are very specific counties, and most of them, if not all of them, are in RCRC, enduring the exact same types of problems that we have with housing.
Absolutely agree, and it's a continuing topic for sure.
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I know that Supervisor Crandall is aware, and you probably are too, that we were one of the pilots working with LCI in the biomass utilization pilot. And so we're done with our plan, and we are looking for funding for implementation. And so I just wanted to make sure that there was crossover and that you've been bringing that along with you, which I'm sure you are.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. I appreciate giving us this presentation and letting us know what's going on. And the work of RCRC is definitely very critical and important to our rural counties. So thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick.
And before we move to our next item, I'm going to need to take a 5-minute recess.
Perfect. Yes.
I needed more coffee.
I'm going to call the meeting back to order. And at this time, we're going to take up item 5.9. Which was pulled earlier for some language issues. I believe it was lacking a statement about authorizing the chair to sign. Am I correct, Johanna? Okay. So does any board members have any questions or concerns about that item, 5.9? Which I guess I need to read that off. I'm sorry. And 5.9 is approve Amendment 2 to the agreement for the creation and installation of the Lake Como family sculpture at the Historic Courthouse Museum. No more questions from the board. I'm going to open it up for the public. If the public has any comments. I know Mr. Miller was here. I'm not sure if he's outside.
Les, I think he is out there. I was just talking to him.
We'll give it a second, see if we can find out if Mr. Miller is out there.
Is he the sculptor?
No.
Oh.
No, he's a member.
Yeah, he's one of the main tribal leaders that are pushing for the initiative.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I will state, I did talk to Mr. Miller, and his understanding is what was in the amendment basically was that the sculptor needed another 6 months to handle this item. I did talk to Mr. Miller over the weekend
Who's the sculptor?
about that. Any other questions? We'll open it up to the public. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this item? Not seeing any, I'll bring it back to the board. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, just it's really nice to have somebody who could do the work here locally, I believe out of Kelseyville, if I
Yes.
remember the memo correctly. I don't have the name off the top of my head.
Rolf Kirkin.
But thank you. Greatly appreciate that this project is moving forward. If there needs more time, it was good to hear, though incorrectly, from Les Miller that he approves of the extension, so at least we know what he came here to say. And looking forward to passing it. And if that's fine with you, Mr. Chair, since it's your district, or then I want to move to approve. My thing is skipping. Amendment 2. Goodness gracious. Amendment 2 to the agreement for the creation and installation of the Lake Como family sculpture at Historic Courthouse Museum, and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. I'm going to move on to, at this point, 7.2, which is consideration of administrative office overview presentation. We have a request to move that to a date and time unknown at this point, hope probably within the next couple of weeks. Do we have any comments from supervisors? Looks like that's okay. Any members of the public wish to comment just on whether or not we would continue this item? Nothing online, nothing in the room. Bring it back to the board, and we have consensus to move that. So that concludes that item. And then at this point, It's 11:43. We're going to take a lunch break and we'll come back at 12:45 and we'll start off with the cannabis ordinance item at that point. So we will be now in recess till 12:45. Yeah. You ready, Sam? I'm going to call our meeting back to order. It is 12:48, and we're going to handle our 6.11 item, our 11 a.m. item, public hearing, consideration of ordinance to amend Chapter 21, Article 27 of the Lake County Code regarding commercial cannabis regulations. We have our Community Development Director, Maria Turner, here, and I'll turn it over to you to start.
Thank you. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. Lake County originally developed cannabis regulations about 10 years ago when it was a new industry just coming into regulation. There have been many changes in those 10 years, both in the industry, in state law, and the time that we have had to realize pros and cons of the existing regulations. And so this update process has been going on for at least 3 years now. It has included cannabis ordinance task force meetings, agricultural advisory committee meetings, planning commission, and board meetings. Sorry, don't know what that is. Both public hearings and meetings that were all open to the public. Late last year, sorry, that is annoying. Late last year, staff reviewed all of the collected recommendations and requested to the board to bifurcate the matter, bifurcate the update. So separating it into, first of all, amendments to existing Article 27, and secondarily, an entirely new comprehensive cannabis regulation, which would be its own article, which we're referring to as Article 73. The items that you have before you today are amendments to Article 27. These are amendments that increased the regulatory structure for a number of the existing regulations. It in no way incurs any or gives any entitlements to existing permittees other than legal nonconforming status. And so staff felt comfortable recommending or using the common sense exemption for the items that are included in today's list. Article 73, which you'll see later this year, is going to go through a more in-depth environmental analysis with a likely initial study. The bullet-pointed topics that are on your staff report were presented to the board at the end of last year in concept only. They have been reviewed. This staff report, as well as the draft ordinance, has been reviewed by both the Agricultural Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission, and their recommendations are included in the staff report. For today, staff requests that the board hold a notice public hearing. Given the number of items in Article 27, this is a notice public hearing for a first reading, but should the board decide that they want to make substantive amendments to the ordinance, that's fine too. We can just go ahead and schedule then the first reading. We can continue this item and schedule the first reading for a future meeting as well. And I've worked with the assistant clerk of the board regarding potential meeting dates, should the board find that desirable. There are impacts to existing applications regarding the timeline of this ordinance because this ordinance would change a number of development standards or requirements for cannabis applications. And any application that has not yet been approved at the date when this ordinance goes into effect would need to take a look and comply with then the new regulations. And so the we've had a few questions regarding how many possible applications could that impact. And so Mary, my our senior planner, Mary Claiborne here has done a little bit of that research, and I'll turn it over to her to let you know the applications that we still have in our pipeline.
Good afternoon, Board and Chair. Mary Claiborne, Senior Planner, Community Development Department. At this time, the Community Development Department has 62 pending cannabis use permit projects. 36 of these are actively moving forward with regular correspondence with the applicant. And it should be noted that 7 of these are amendments to use permits that have already been approved.
We do not have a number of already approved projects that might be impacted or might become legal nonconforming as a result of this ordinance, but it's important to note that all approved projects could qualify in some aspect for legal nonconforming. Once the board sort of gives clarity on setbacks, we could probably work on letting you know how many then would need to be legal nonconforming or would rely on legal nonconforming status, but it would require staff to go through 120 approved projects. So that's going to take a little bit of time to get that answer. If it...
Chair, do you mind if I ask?
Go ahead.
I just want to clarify, what do you mean by qualify as legal nonconforming? Like new unprocessed or not finished projects that have yet to be approved could qualify?
No.
Okay, because you were talking about how many projects are left over, then you went into that, so I was
Right.
just
We
trying to
did
figure
have a request for information regarding how many of our existing permittees would be impacted by any changes in these setbacks. And we don't have that answer at this time. So I just wanted the board to know that up front. Any permittee that actually has an approved project, and this isn't just cannabis, this is actually any approved use permit, could qualify for legal nonconforming should the regulations change after that permit had been approved. So that's my standard answer. It could cover any of them. Should the board be amenable, I would prefer to take the first 2 bullet points, the setbacks from off-site residences and the maximum canopy, and talk about those at the very end. Those are the only 2 that of these bullet points list that generated robust discussion. And so I think we could save a lot of time by doing the rest of the bullet points first and then going back to talk about setbacks and maximum canopy, if the board is amenable to that.
I'm okay with it. I'm not.
As long as we have a conversation about it.
Yeah.
Great. Then we will start with bullet point number 3. Applicant and property owner identification and background checks. These amendments were done to synchronize with the applicant and property owner identification. The items and the documents for the application, we would like to sync with the state. The reason for that is, 1, it makes it easier for our applicants to turn in the same data for the state and for the county. And 2, we ran the list of what would be required in an application to identify the applicant and the property owner according to the state criteria by the treasurer tax collector, because he has voiced before the board some concerns and difficulty that his staff has had in identifying those members who are responsible for payment of cannabis taxes. He is comfortable with that list that is required by the state. And so we would just synchronize with the state so that would capture that fear as well as streamlining it for applicants in the future. Property owner identification was added to the background check requirement as well as the application requirement. That came from the board's interest as well as the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force. Additionally, we are removing all employees from background check requirements, but requiring full-time employees. This came out of a Cannabis Ordinance Task Force recommendation in that the people, what they're finding on the ground on day-to-day basis is that in cultivation, a lot of the people that are helping with the cultivation are actually subcontractors from a farm labor contractor. And so it's cumbersome for each individual permittee to secure background checks for every possible member on that team that would be there during the cultivation that would be actually operating as a member of a contractor. But they thought it was still appropriate for those full-time employees that you'll find that are in your dispensaries, the ones who come to work day to day, or your full-time managers at your cultivation sites. Those employees that are there for more than just a seasonal contractor like a harvest.
Question about this.
Would you guys prefer waiting till we're done with the presentation, or as each item provide comment?
I'm good with each item if you'd like.
Yeah, I'm good with each item.
I just, why do we care? I mean, I'm not running the business. The government's not running the business. If the business cares, I just want the property owner and the applicant, because to me that's important. But the employees, I just think it's a waste of everybody's time to do the check, because they're already going through loopholes. Now we're saying full-time employees, so I expect there will be no such thing as a full-time employee at a cannabis grow. I think it's we are doing an overreach. If they want to be safe and they feel this is a necessary thing, then I want to let them do so. I just want to do the property owners and the applicants, because the rest, it's a waste of time of our sheriff's department. I'd rather they be out doing something else other than paperwork for cannabis stuff. And I believe we had a little bit of a situation that we had to deal with, which dealt with background checks as well. Let's limit what that is. I just think it's, either we trust the business and we have it here, or we don't trust the business and we just cancel this whole thing and say we have no ordinance. I feel like it's overreach.
Any feedback from the board on that?
I'm mixed on it, to be honest. I would need the pros and cons, more of the pros and cons on it for me to make a actual decision on that I felt good about.
The big ones to me are the owners of the property and the applicants, I think, is what's critical for us.
Currently, the state requires any applicant, like any entity or piece of entity that owns that's going to own that state license, they require background checks on that. Property owners and employees is something that's specific to Lake County.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Permit goes with the property. Property owners has to be on there. We've heard our tax collector loud and clear, and I just think it makes sense, since the permit goes with the property, that we hold accountable the property owner.
Yeah.
But that's where I'm comfortable with stopping at that point.
Should there be board consensus, we're happy to make note to remove requirement for background checks of employees.
If we're going to go full-time, I'd rather just do all, and the reason why is because of what you said. We're just going to have circumvention. There's just all of a sudden, there's not going to be full-time employees. It's going to be, but that's the rate. I mean, willing to go with the board's majority there on that one.
Well, I'm okay with property owners and applicants.
I'm going to abstain from that because I don't know where I stand right now.
It sounds like that was 3.
Duly noted, and we will move on. Next is operating hours. These were relaxed slightly to reflect what we see in reality during a normal harvest or during normal business operations, similar to any other agricultural operation. 10-year permit duration and renewal. The amendment would remove the 10-year permit renewal or the term of a cannabis use permit. The purpose of this is because the 10-year limit is actually specific to cannabis. In the rest of the use permit world, the permit stays active so long as, and it does not have an expiration date, so long as the business stays active or that land use stays active. Should it expire for more, or should the business be inactive for 2 years, the use permit expires. That's already in our zoning code. So this would just make a cannabis permit still, or more like the standard use permit. It would still require, it doesn't remove the requirement of the annual report or the annual site visits. Those are separate. It also still does not take away the county's ability to recommend revocation or modification to these permits, should that also become necessary. It just removes the 10-year permit life and the require to renew.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, I have a problem with that, to be honest. And the reason why is right now, we're so lax on a lot of this that, and originally I was for removing the 10-year. But looking at it, and since we're in the process, and as you know, I tried to put a pause on our new applicants till we got this worked out. So we have a lot of non-conforming, matter of fact, most of them will probably be non-conforming once we get our new articles forward. I think that at that 10-year mark, that at that time, they should be making sure we're in compliance. Furthermore, as far as you had mentioned that it doesn't take away the reporting or the what do you call it, when you're going to check on them. But further down in your information you have, or in your request, you want to reduce how often that you can go check on them by, what was it, or every other to 5 years if they haven't had any violations. So I can't remember because I read all of it last night, so I might be getting gerbled. But, so I do have a problem with that. I would like to keep the 10-year in place at this time at least. And then I think that at that time, that gives us a chance to bring people into compliance that are non-conforming. So that's where I'm at on it.
Just for clarification, so what would happen, we've have this ordinance for about 10 years. Have we actually hit the 10 years?
No, because the permits had not been issued yet. So yeah, we're not coming up on that.
2028? Okay, thank you. Did you go ahead?
Yeah, I'm really more focused on the conditions of approval. If they're meeting those, I think whatever the year could be, I'm fine with. But I think that I think a lot of other businesses and a lot of other projects or major use permits, they get a specific amount of time, and when they come back, as long as they're doing everything and everything's met, then that for me, the good players, they continue on. That's how I feel on that.
Well, I think they have that option of continuing on. It's just a time to kind of go checkmate and make sure that everything is looking good. They haven't had any violations, et cetera. It's easier to get through the process, but I would like to be able to use that 10-year stop or renewal to be able to bring people into compliance.
Without the 10-year renewal requirement, projects that would be operating as legal non-conforming would be allowed to operate according to their original approved conditions. Legal non-conforming, though, does limit an existing permittee from expanding land use. So significant changes or alterations in how they are operating would then be held to the new standards. They would not be allowed to have significant expansions of footprint, alterations in operations, things like that. That would probably trigger a new use permit. But those that were operating and remained in operation in compliance with their conditions of approval would then be able to continue to do so for the foreseeable future.
As it is now written.
With the removal of the 10-year permit, the 10-year term for the permit, yes.
And as it is written right now, they would still be able to remain in non-compliance. But I would like to have, what I'm stating is I'd like to have that actually a tad more stringent in the essence that at that point we can bring them into compliance.
So to keep the 10-year term renewal then means that every applicant or every permittee would be reapplying at that time and having to do possibly significant alterations to their project in order to conform with the new regulations.
Well, and I think that there would be there's a way to make it not quite as stringent as a new permit, But on some of these regulations that we're going to be looking at, I think it's important that they do come into compliance. If there's nuisances and whatever, if there's water issues, whatever it might be, I still think that it would be important. And the reason why, one of the reasons why, is this is a new industry. So we're still creating the wheel. And we're going to make mistakes. We have made mistakes. And we're going to continue. I mean, that's life. So having a way to be able to correct some of those errors, I think, is important for us as a county.
Supervisor Mtg.
Yeah, on its face, I think that we should treat a business like a business. And I don't know of any other restrictions where other businesses have to renew. I want any business to want to invest dollars without the thought process that in 10 years there could be a change of atmosphere of politics where suddenly your type of business is not supported. And so I on its face, I would prefer it that way. But I will say that the points being made are difficult to argue against without knowing, is it 90% non-conforming? Is it 20% non-conforming? And so I would say this needs to be tabled to really understand, are we changing the rules and 95% are just non-conforming? And if we get rid of the 10 years, then we're just basically saying what was is still perfectly fine? Or is it a small percentage? So I would like to see those numbers to better understand how that functions and how that's impacted. Because I think the goal here is to make some changes that would be better for the business and the community in their way of engaging together. And without that information, it's hard to really make that decision for this specific one.
Should it be helpful to the board with the last bullet point, since there were substantive amendments to the ordinance, I saw some nods, there was consensus to make a substantive change. This is not going to be a first reading today, so we're making note of what the board is telling us, and the way it ends up with, after we finish up our bullet points, we may be able to get, by the next time we come back and talk about this, a much more clear report for you on exactly how many projects might be impacted.
Go ahead.
And like I said, originally when this came up last year, me being the new supervisors, I actually absolutely believe that they need to be treated fairly, our cannabis industry, and that we want to make it as easy as possible without affecting our neighbors, and the community. So that's what we're looking for, is what can we do to find the right balance. And because this is a new industry, we're still creating that wheel. And at some point, I would love to be able to remove that 10-year. But at this point, I think we're still working through the system to find that balance. And that's why I think it's really important to have that stop still in there and actually be able to bring more people. And I'm not saying that they have to go completely through all the EIRs and all the stuff, but maybe a scaled down version of the reapplication. If they've been working for been in operation for 10 years with no violations. But I just feel it's important to keep that in place.
Supervisor Pyska.
I think it is important to know how many non-conforming projects we would have based on what we're going to talk about a little bit later. But we also have these operators that have been operating for many years and are good actors and contributing to our economy and have made investments in their business based on how they're operating right now. And I think that's going to pull the rug out from under people if they have to suddenly change their footprint and change based on changes that we've made probably could be 6 years after they've been approved. So that's my concern, is that we can make these changes. I'm okay with having non-conforming, but I think we need to look at how great of an impact that is. How many do we have? And make sure that we're making a decision with the best possible information. But I am in favor of sunsetting out this 10-year issue, and but also holding people accountable and making sure that we have compliance, and if there are issues, they're being addressed. So, and I think we can do both.
So can we follow up on those numbers then? Go ahead.
I do want to, I don't know if it was successful, so maybe it's not a good idea to bring up, but we did provide some time to conform to the farmland protection zone. And maybe it's not just a snap of a finger, 10 years, you must do so. Maybe it's over the course of time so that it doesn't have a large impact. I think those conversations could be had, but without the information and the data, I think it's getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, and I don't think we're going to have the actual data on how many are going to be non-conformant till we know what the rules are going to be.
Exactly. That's why the way things the way the board develops consensus on particularly setbacks will help us to generate a more accurate number to come back so that the board will have a more informed position on the impacts to our current permittees.
And also on the non-conformance, some of those will be dictated on the importance of what those non-conformants are. Some are going to be more important than others, for instance.
If the board likes, I would be happy to go on to the next bullet point.
Yes, please.
All right, opt-out and reduced canopy options. This was offered just originally from staff. It was not codified into our regulations. We would like to formalize the opt-out and the reduced canopy options by instituting a deadline, a firm deadline of letting the department know, and as well as requiring that a permittee, after they receive their state license, does not opt out for 2 subsequent years, because in the zoning ordinance, that looks like 2 years of inactivity, which then makes your permit expire. So the opt-out timeline wouldn't start until the permittee gets their state license, because that takes some significant time, we've heard from our various permittees. But after that state license is granted and they start their operation, after that, then opt-out would be allowed no more than every other year. But it would remain as an option for our permittees should they like to take advantage of that. There would not be the same 2-year limitation on reduced canopy, but the same reporting deadline for the county would be required, and that deadline was chosen so that our staff and treasurer tax collector staff would then have enough time to work together so that these permittees wouldn't be getting erroneous tax bills later on. So that's how we picked that deadline. And it helps us also because June 1st, we're really setting out and solidifying our annual site monitoring visit schedule.
Supervisor Pyska?
What are the opt-out fees?
We do not currently have a fee for opt-out.
But it does cost staff time.
It costs us approximately an hour in staff time.
Okay. It seems like that's something that should be looked at since we're looking at all the fee opportunities and time usages of staff in CDD, and then following up on our earlier conversation about having a penalty too if a late opt-out comes in.
Thank you. We would be happy to take a look at establishing a fee for the opt-out application. Additionally, after listening to the board's conversation today during those tax appeals, I did speak with county counsel, and should the board like staff to review and set up some sort of fine or penalty for not applying by the deadline, we'd be happy to do so. It's more likely instead of affecting this ordinance, we'd look for it over in Chapter 13, where a lot of our penalties and fines lie. But we'd be happy to follow up on that should the board have an interest.
That covered your question. Yeah, I'm interested in that.
Great. Noted.
Did you have a question?
Yeah, we're still talking about opt-out. Okay, I'm thinking that if we can go to like a 50% canopy minimum, and I think the 2 times you said every 2 years or something like that. I think 2 times in 5 years is kind of the same thing. I don't know if that'll work, but it kind of fits where I'm at with it. And I also, if their conditions of approval are met, I think it gives them a little more opportunity to, opt out as well. So
Just so I have clarity, are you saying that you would like to not have an opt-out option, but rather a reduced canopy to no less than 50% option?
right, yeah.
Okay.
Supervisor Pyska?
I don't know if, 50% sounds fine. I don't know what that number is. I think we definitely need a floor. We don't want a minimum of 1 square foot or someone's growing 1 plant.
That does sound silly.
That sounds silly.
Yes.
So I think we do need to have some kind of floor.
Floor, yeah.
And I don't know what that is, but I think it's worth having a recommendation.
We could come back with a few different options.
Okay.
We do have a number of our larger cannabis permits that I think have not gotten even close to 50% yet. So, yeah, but we could come back and take a look at that at the next time.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, just in case I didn't understand, I just wanted to at least speak on it. Were you proposing over the course of 5 years if you opt out twice? Okay, it's not the consecutive years.
Yeah.
So I can understand a minimum threshold for reduction, but 50% just seems really high because, again, I don't want to force a business to run a business that's going to be gone into the ground if they're opting to say, look, I can do this, I can find the staffing or I can find the employees to do the work. There's all kinds of reasons why it could be a struggle, and I don't want to create a law that forces a business to run a business at a deficit. So I want to be careful on that. And for the opt-out for 2 years, you're saying that's a general, broad rule already for all other major use permits that exist?
Yes. Opt-out to us looks like inactivity of
Right.
that land use.
And
So for 2
I'm
years-
perfectly fine with following what rules already exist for every other, rather than not allowing for that same situation to occur.
As far as a minimum amount of required canopy, it's important, a number of our permittees, when they were applicants, were applying for what they saw as their overall business rollout, but that could take a number of years. And so they start on a smaller scale, like let's say a couple acres, so that they can generate that revenue that then helps them to afford to build that large processing shed or enlarge to accommodate the larger. So they do have longer period rollouts that they kept in mind while covering the whole idea, the whole rollout as their application so that it was properly covered in CEQA, and we're avoiding piecemealing too. So there are sort of those considerations that we will think about as we work on bringing you options next time.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yes. Okay, so first, just to put some clarity on, were you talking about up to 50% reduction, or not over 50% reduction?
Yeah, minimum.
Minimum so that, we don't want to get into the place where people are using a reduction to avoid an opt-out year, which is still going to cost us a lot of time and energy. So if someone says, I'm going to reduce to 5 square feet, or what, I'm going to grow 1 plant, so I'm not opting out. So if we can figure out what that floor is, so it's still a realistic cultivation.
Okay, I
year.
just didn't know if it was on the top side or the bottom side.
Yeah,
So,
it's from keeping it
on the
right at
bottom.
the bottom where
Okay.
it's like a loophole.
But somebody could opt out, reduce, like by what the gentleman earlier said, 75% is what they planned on doing, wanted to have a 25% reduction. That's what I'm asking. Would that be if there's issues? So I don't have a problem with that. I do feel that there needs to be a minimum. I just wanted to clarify what you were thinking of. Next is, I noticed on the previous case today that there were a number of greenhouses. So those were buildings. With those, they can be growing year round, right? They can get 2-3 crops a year. And so would that be an option to be able to opt out of that type of grow as well?
Opt-out does apply to
Not
all
opt out, I
cultivation.
meant reduction, because we can't see what they're actually doing.
Right. That would be, let's say, That's a good question. I hadn't really thought about it. As far as multi-year harvests
Yeah.
for mixed light. I'm gonna pass
Be-
it over.
Because that we can't verify is what I'm saying. So that's,
So with that, the cultivation tax rates are $1.05 per square foot for outdoor cultivation, $2.10 per square foot for mixed light cultivation, and $3.15 per square foot for indoor cultivation. These prices are set due to the number of harvests that are capable for the farm in the calendar year.
okay. But what I'm concerned about is a claim that they only used 2 of their 7 greenhouses to grow and 3 crops when they were actually growing in all 7. That's what I'm getting at. And we only go out once a year to check. So that's what I'm getting at.
That is correct.
Well, but
Go ahead.
if someone wants to do a reduction,
That's what I meant,
then they
reduction.
would contact CDD for an inspection to prove that they're doing a reduction. And I think there needs to be a cost associated with that because there needs to be an inspection.
I agree.
So and they're just gonna run, go year over year, growing whatever they grow in their greenhouse. But if they want a reduction in their taxes, they're gonna have to get an inspection.
And so would you come out multiple times a year to make sure that they're not, you don't just hit it in August and the rest of the time they're not doing it? So that's my,
We're going to come back next time with additional clarification
Thank
on
you.
that possible mixed light and indoor would require multiple site visits during the year.
I appreciate that.
Certainly.
With
That'll help shore
fee.
up that gap with the accompanying fees.
They already pay that fee.
They pay for the once a year annual monitoring
Once a year.
compliance fee, but we'll come back ready to speak to multiple site visits.
The reductions, yes.
We're also going to consider the impact that would have on staff.
Perfect, thank you.
Supervisor?
So I'm looking at Mr. Sullivan, who's going to hate me, and he knows what I'm going to bring up. None of this matters if we go to tax receipts, because then you're paying a percentage of what money you're making. That's how we work with most of the other businesses. This is a unique scenario where we have to ask, what are you doing this year? We have to get there at one point or another. And if we have inspections that are happening multiple times for those that can have multiple seasons, then we'll know what's going on out there. We'll know they're following the rules. But this whole process of opting out is this manufactured nightmare that we've created because we want to pursue the flat rate of square footage versus a percentage of their receipts. And I just think that in the long run, it saves all of us headaches. If we just decide, again, are we going to trust this business or do we not trust this business? Because if we don't trust this business, then why are we talking about an ordinance that allows this business?
I know that Patrick would have certain choice words in response to that suggestion.
I hear him yelling at me
I'm going to
telepathically.
defer to him for that in a separate item since that's not on our agenda today.
All right.
Next, exclusion areas. This amendment would add Clear Lake at its full lake level, 7.79 Rumsey, to the exclusion area. So it would be 1,000 feet from the high water level of Clear Lake as an exclusion area, adding Clear Lake to mean as a public land, even though it's water. Farmland Protection Development Standard. This is the recommendation or the preference or, the voiced sort of recommendation to use anchor points in the farmland protection zone for the greenhouses where feasible. Should be noted that there was discussion about this one at the Planning Commission, and they wanted it to be required and grounds for denial of a project if the project could not accommodate anchor points. We did have some public input hypothesizing when anchor points really wouldn't be feasible, that it could be, or that the business would operate better, or it would be preferred if a slab was used. And so the Planning Commission recommendation was to not just recommend them, but to actually require them and prohibit concrete slabs for any structure within the farmland protection zone.
Supervisor Pyska?
I've had many conversations with people in Big Valley over this issue. And the argument has changed and the recommendation has changed over the years. So originally there was the requirement to do a slab, and then people did not like the slab because you're taking away farmland. And that is understandable. So then we went with the direction of the anchor points. But that can be problematic too, depending on the project and depending on the area. So I would like the recommendation that we would prefer the anchor points, but not make, we suggest anchor points, we prefer anchor points, but if a slab needs to happen for the project, I don't think we should stand in the way.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I'm not really against that comment, and I appreciate the comment, just because I was looking around, especially in the Big Valley area. I mean, some of our most prized assets for agriculture are on ag land, prime farmland, and on a slab. And I think that it, again, I don't think the entire thousands of acres are going to get suddenly slabbed over. And so I'm not really worried about that. So I appreciate the comment. What I wanted to say is, if you don't mind my talking about farmland protection zone, or do you want me to wait?
Good board.
Because I feel like you kind of touched it a little bit. You're saying it's amended to read as followed, but it changed the zone that the farmland protects, because you took off the 1, 2, 3, and 4 that was attached originally. What we did, we created a polygon. So first off, I think we need to identify the map rather than just talk about it, because this is going to be kind of like the scenic corridor where you're talking about it, you have a setback, but I don't know where the setback comes from. We had submitted a GIS map when we passed the original amendment that created the farmland protection zone. I think that map needs to be as an exhibit that's attached to whatever this amendment is to, again, be able to get back to it. So there's proof as if this was approved. That's why these polygons were created in GIS. And even then, and I don't have the original ordinance in front of me, I'm just going to go from top of the head. The polygons we created, we said 1,000 feet outside of that, because that was the specific prime farmland areas, and then we gave it a 1,000-foot buffer. That 1,000-foot buffer no longer exists with the language that I'm reading, because it says it amends that section, but it appears that the rest would not follow through unless I'm reading it incorrectly.
That was not our intent at all, so we will definitely double check that to make sure if it needs to be further amended then to maintain the current boundaries of the SPZ and not change those.
And it also talked about vegetation protection. If you're within a mile, I'm willing to look at reviewing some of those things, because I don't know how well that would have worked. I don't know if it's been done at all. But at least 1,000-foot buffer to me is an important one. And maybe if it needs to be moved to the exclusion zone, saying 1,000 feet outside of the farmland protection zone rather than in the farmland protection zone, just as a thought. But I saw it as being different, and I thought we had stated that we wanted to keep it as is.
Yeah, that was not our intent. We will double check on that one. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Riparian setbacks. This is to synchronize with the State Water Resource Control Board. It would be reflected on the site plan, and that's why you see that particular citation in the ordinance. That's where our applicants will show us that they are conforming to those setbacks set by the state. Annual performance review, reports and
I have
process.
a question before we go on.
I have a conditional question for you. I know that you're changing I. It was 27.13 AT2I D10I, which is specific to what you just read. This section shall include a map of any spring, top of bank, any creek, one. But then 2 through 5, I believe, 2 through 6 identify the specific classes with the setbacks. Are those all gone and we're following the setbacks of the state only and not identifying individual classes?
The classes are identified at the state, and so we didn't need to repeat them. We also are including the table of those setbacks from the state in our pre-application and our informational handouts.
Because the way that it reads is it says it's going to amend that whole section 10I. I is specific. There's still 2, 3, 4, 5.
Correct. It would not amend those sections.
So those sections need to be amended because they're wrong.
Okay.
They all say 100-foot setback, and at the state, I think it might be as small as 50 feet for certain classes and 200 feet for certain classes. And so that needs to be fixed so that they match what the state says.
That was our intent. We
Okay.
will take a look at that. Thank you.
And so that would be that same section 2 through 6.
Cool. Good. Noted. Annual performance review. Reports and process. In our current regulations, it states that the Planning Commission will review the annual progress reports of all 120 permits. That has not been done. It's not realistic. What we would like to do, and we ran this by the Planning Commission, is the department will retain the primary role for review of all these annual performance reports, which is something that we do before we go out and do our site visits. The Planning Commission, however, would like to not be disconnected from that. They would still like to understand what's working, what's not working. And so we will work out a schedule with them where we update them on how things are going on this year's annual reports. We'll also bring to them any trends that we see coming up so that they still stay informed on how the regulations are working. But it does not seem feasible in the future that they will go through 120 plus any additional in the future. It will only increase reports on their own.
Go ahead.
So I have a little bit of a problem with that, and it goes both ways. I'm just going to read. It's a performance review report. Like from my perspective, a performance review is with a contractor to make sure they're doing what we're paying them to do. We have code and regulations. If they're violating those codes, there's something we can do. We don't need to wait for a performance review for that. That should be done as needed or with our annual inspection. But it says this annual performance review report is intended to identify the effectiveness of the approved use permit. I just don't care if they're doing well in their business. What I care about is, are you using more water than what you said you would use? Are we having some concerns or complaints about what you're doing to make sure that we're figuring out what's working, not working? But the way that it's worded, we want to go over their property management plan, conditions of approval. That needs to be done beforehand. The rest is, are you following the code, conditions of approval? Are you following the code and regulations? They can suck at their business or they can be immensely amazing at their business. I'm not looking for the effectiveness of the permit, more of how is it working on the regulation side, and that's it. And so on the other side, I think it should not necessarily have to go to the planning department. I think it should be very public. I think it should just be something we post on your website, on the cannabis website, so that planning commissioners can go there, board of supervisors can go there, and anyone from the public can go and see what are the results of these things. Are we seeing water use that should be concerning? Are we not seeing water use that should be concerning, or anything else? And so I would like to see the transparency rather than having to do special presentations for all of us. Just be very transparent and put all those things out without, identifying markers because they are a private business still. But that's what I would ask for. And so I'm kind of on
That
both
would be
sides.
easy to do, actually, since they will upload them through our OpenGov situation, and that is a public platform. So people could go and check on an APN to take a look at documents that have been turned in. And in fact, we've already been thinking about how opt-out and reduced canopy tends to be more proprietary, so we're going to request that through a secondary process, and that will not be open to public review. But the annual performance reports can.
Okay.
And Mary has a little bit more.
Supervisor Crandall?
I think if some of the planning commissioners, in reading through it, I think some of them were okay with keeping it there. I'm okay with keeping it there if they feel like they can, if that's what they want. I mean, I'll go with their recommendation. So if it stays, I'm fine with it. For planning commission, annual reviews.
So one thing that I did want to add in regards to OpenGov and the forward-facing public portal is that with our background checks and the need for live scan background checks and government-issued IDs, those are the reason that we're not publishing these on the website right now. So if those were removed, that would be one issue where we're not dealing with having to take things out and redact from a performance review report before it could be reviewed by the public.
Right, Supervisor Owen?
If I could just respond to Supervisor Crandall, one of the reasons also why this has not been done in the past is because it would then take staff time to prepare every single one of those to be ready for the Planning Commission. We don't just hand them.
Right.
We have
It still
staff
comes
reports and things
before.
like that. Yeah.
This is still the same burden though, because you'll still be doing it in-house.
We'll still be reviewing, but we won't be preparing staff reports for every single one.
I see.
And I'm not sure the planning commission would have time to review them all
Right.
too throughout the year.
We keep them pretty busy.
Okay. Supervisor Owen?
Actually, I really liked what Supervisor Sabate had mentioned, bringing those forward if it's easier just to retract the front pages of, who they are, et cetera, but with the APN, correct? I had thought, because I believe that the Planning Commission needs to be looped in, but primarily on those that are in violation. So if they have not received a violation, well, I can see maybe not having to bring that forward to the Planning Commission. But if they have received violations, which should all be documented, whether they're missing tags on plants or whatever, all that should be documented at that point, and water use. That would be something that I absolutely think needs to come before, and if there's been any complaints, et cetera.
Yes,
So
the Planning Commission did voice an interest to know what kind of violations we find. Because we'll find teeny tiny things like, I don't know, little bitty things, but then we also find significant things.
Sure.
And so the Planning Commission will stay apprised on the types of violations that we find during our annual site visits. That does not mean that the project will come for revocation. That's a whole
Right.
different.
Right. And I just felt like if there's been violations, I think that they do need to be abreast that, and that those particular ones should be coming forward to them.
And it could be in the future that they lose interest. They just haven't gotten these reports in the past. So
Right,
we're
right.
happy
I was aware of that, actually. Now, there was, you haven't finished this subject, so I'm probably getting ahead of myself on the state licensing. During the first 5 years, the inspection frequently may be reduced by the director to every other year.
Correct.
And I think that wasn't there already provisions in there for some of that?
The current
there was
code
something.
allows for discretionary authority. That's me to decide that they only need it maybe once every 5 years. And the task force was uncomfortable with that
I
in
agree.
general, and recommended that if we do reduce the frequency of our annual site visits, that it be done no more than just every other year. That we continue that.
And I agree with that, and I believe that they have to be violation-free with no complaints to be able to qualify for the every other.
Duly noted.
Okay.
All right. You were good.
I'm good.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I feel like I apologize if my language is not appropriate, but I think we need to be careful what we're trying to create in our planning commission. Our planning commission is not a land authority of enforcement. It is a land use. They make a decision whether something fits within the box that we create. Enforcement does not lie in the planning commission. So to go to them to share what violations are happening, that has nothing to do with the land use regulation. That has to do with what ordinances we create and whether or not we need to add more teeth. So I think we need to be careful what we want to empower them with, because I think we need to keep them within a certain box. Not saying it shouldn't expand, but I think that is an expansion where we're just giving away our powers almost in some way, shape, or form, or treating them like they're quasi board of supervisors. I think if we make it public, and I don't think that we need to have identifying factors. We just need to understand what are the impacts, because there is concern. There should be concern on this board. I'm concerned what happens when 100% of the people who have licenses grow 100% of their crop. Like, we have never experienced that. And so that'll be a little further down the road to have that conversation. But we should be paying attention, and I think the public should be made aware of what we're paying attention to. And the Planning Commission can be treated just like a member of the public, where they have access to those reports. But I think that if we start going over there and sharing what violations are happening, what they think about, are they supposed to prejudge what violations may happen in a land use decision? Like, that just, that feels like we're going in an awkward direction. So I feel we need to kind of rein that back in. We need to take control of that power. We need to make sure that we give you teeth to be able to make sure people follow the rules. And if I may, just to, what was that last comment you were making about the skipping the year? I would like to suggest that if you do say this is a good actor, we can skip a year of inspection. This happens for many other industries. A self-certification really helps too.
Like that.
That way, at least they can say, yes, I have my tags. Yes, I have, like, we have something in writing of what they state they're saying, so that we can use that to make sure if something goes wrong, you said. And I just think self-certification for those positive years because of positive history helps us, rather than having a complete gap of documentation.
Noted. Thank you. We'll move on to incomplete and abandoned applications. This was, this came from staff recommendation. We would really like to be able to move stagnant projects off of our plate. And this gives us a tool to do so. We got it from the state. They have this already in place. And so we would like to have a period, a deadline after we send an incomplete letter for that applicant to get us the information that we require. And if not, we will consider that application withdrawn or abandoned, and we can just get rid of it.
The 2 years seems to be really popular for a lot of things. Just saying.
Setbacks from hemp cultivation. Again, this is to assist staff in the field. Cannabis looks an awful lot like hemp. Hemp regulations are very different from cannabis regulations, and we don't want to have to worry about it when we're out there doing our site visits. So by requiring a distancing between your hemp cultivation and your cannabis cultivation, this will greatly assist our staff in making an accurate canopy measurement. Metric tracing.
So we have
Be identified by the clear eye and the red eye. I want to go back to the previous comment about the revocation of the, not revocation, but the canceling of the permits or the termination of the permits if they are stagnant. I know that Supervisor Crandall and I tried working on reactivating an old housing project, and it just seemed like a huge weight to lift. What I'm hoping is we can have a standard across the board of how do you bring back to life a project that died, whether it was a market crash, whatever, so that here's the checklist of these things need to be redone because CEQA expired, you have to redo, but here's the things that we can reuse. What we were told was you're gonna have to start from scratch, and that housing project has yet to ever come back because those people don't wanna have to restart everything from scratch, and it would be nice to at least have a process where, yes, I want them off your list. I don't want you to tell me you have 70 things when really you have 20 things that you're working on because 50 of them are just sitting there stagnant. But I really don't want to have people to start from scratch and start paying for everything all over again when some of that information is still very valid and very valuable.
So that's, let me just clarify.
Great idea.
Should these applications be considered withdrawn or abandoned, we would cease to work on them and close out the file. They could reapply for a permit, and we would use our standard guidelines for if the studies are still relevant or if they needed to be redone. Typically, it's about 5 years of life that you get on a cultural resource study or a biological study because things can change out in the field as well as changes in technology and standards in the industry. And so we use that as a general guideline. So should somebody decide that they can't pursue their project right now, it gets abandoned or withdrawn, we close our file, they want to come back, we would be happy to take a look at what's on file at that time to advise them on their best route should they want to reapply.
And some of that will be able to be used that was done prior.
Possibly. If we can, we're happy to do so. We want to keep these permits moving forward.
Perfect, thank
They
you.
would have to reapply and pay the new permit fees again. They'd be starting over in that aspect.
And so once your plate looks like it's about to be empty, I'll bring back a way to put that in writing, because that was not the experience that we had with multiple prior directors. And
I'm happy to
not
talk
to give
with
them a
you about
negative connotation, but I feel if we have it in writing, it's something that we can make sure is a predictable type of environment rather than thank you for what I believe is the right statement to make, which is we're going to work with the applicant to make sure that we're not asking for a reboot and a reset from scratch.
Well, our department, as far as I understand it while I'm here, is happy to assist in any way that we can to help projects come to life so long as they are in compliance with the general plan and the zoning ordinance and the local area plans. So we are here to serve. Next bullet point. Setbacks. Oh, no, actually, that's about it. We had other non-substantive amendments. There were some grammar errors that I found. Removal of Community Development Department from listing it as a responsible department in the background check evaluation. That is not how we operate. The live scan applications are submitted to the Sheriff's Department. They do their live scan thing. They send us a one-pager after they review the results to let us know if these applicants and soon-to-be property owners are qualified or disqualified from running a cannabis business. We use that one-page report in order to advise us going forward.
Go ahead, Supervisor Hahn.
Okay, two things. So I'm going to jump to that one first and come back to what else I was going to say. So on that, I know that that was in our comments, and I think one of the issues, and I'm not quite sure how this works, was getting some information on the denial. Why? Because according to them, there was an expungement.
Yeah.
And so how did they go about that? They said they're getting the runaround.
There's been a lot of misinformation about that topic in particular over the last year. So the applicant submits their live scan to the Sheriff's Department. It goes to the Department of Homeland Security, I think, and the Department of Justice, and a report comes back to the Sheriff's Department. They review that information according to the criteria that is listed on the application. There are certain disqualifying criteria. They don't bother to talk to us about it. They do their own evaluation. That is why when an application comes back as disqualified, we have nothing to tell the applicant other than talk to the Sheriff's Department. They're the evaluating body or the evaluating department for that. Expungements do not necessarily mean that they are now qualified.
Okay.
CDD doesn't have anything to do with that. It's
Sure.
all the Sheriff's Department. So that is why we refer them to the Sheriff's Department. We don't request that they offer the sheriff bribes. We don't request that there is some process set up. We merely refer them to the Sheriff's Department for more information.
Okay.
And then I completely defer to Sheriff Bingham and his staff on how they handle that.
Okay. I'm educating myself on this. The thing I had actually raised my hand on was board gave direction to staff to look into options for a PEIR, Pragmatic Environmental Impact Report concerning water impacts, sphere of influence. And we didn't see that addressed.
Correct. That has not come back to you. At that board meeting, staff received clear direction that an EIR for odor impacts was not desired at this time, but that the board was interested in an EIR on water impacts for all uses not limited to cannabis. I have not actually move forward with that because that is so broad. But should the board be interested in that direction, that I would be happy to, and wants a timeline for when that will come back, I would be happy to actually confer with Water Resources Department, because I think that they should probably be involved with any type of water use and impacts it would have.
And I don't recall excluding the odor because I felt that, I think we had stated, I know I specifically stated, that the two biggest issues are water and odor.
That is what I brought to the board, and if I remember correctly, the board response was, we are increasing setbacks. That's going to address our odor impacts. We're not interested in the EIR for odor impacts, but water impacts in general is something that is of more interest, not specific to cannabis.
Yeah, I just didn't, I have different recollection on the odor portion of it. I do know I felt it was on both, because we don't know for sure that the setbacks are going to address the odor, so we needed to have some kind of information. And I had noticed that there was the inverted triangle or the
Inverse square.
Inverted square.
That's coming up in a next bullet.
Okay, let me just stop there then. Thank you.
Supervisor Crandall?
You said what was the next one? I'm sorry, I don't want to jump ahead.
We're going to go to setbacks and maximum canopy.
I'll wait until after you do that.
Okay, Supervisors.
So I do apologize that it was stuck in my draft. I thought I sent you the email. So, 2 hours ago, sent you, or an hour ago, sent you finally my notes. There's some small discrepancies, like, for example, further on in the document, it says that the Planning Commission will review something that we're already offering not for them to review. So there's just things that linger. Talks about that you need a permit, and then it states what permits, but we need to add permit type number 5. And so there's just, I gave a lot of information to try and make the cleanup, do some cleanup a little bit, because there's so many changes that it's hard to follow where all of the impacts that some of those changes will have. And so rather than stating everything, because I have about 3 pages worth of notes, I'm going to provide that information. I already provided that information to Director Turner. I'll work with her. It's not to make personal changes. It's for cleanup on things that have been approved that you will see when it comes back. And I just don't want to waste everybody's time. But just in case somebody said, no, we want to hear about it, just wanted to at least let you know that I will be doing that.
That sounds fine. And if you like, we could upload your email and include it in the next.
Maybe I'll take out my personal opinion portions.
Supervisor Hahn, were you?
Sorry. I'm going to let her catch up with me.
Okay. Then we're going to go to setbacks. Actually, let's do maximum canopy first, because that's a little simpler.
Do you mind, Chair?
Go ahead.
So there's some changes that we're making to manufacture. You didn't really touch on that because some of them are the same changes that we're making to the cultivation and the processing and things like that. So we did AT, we did AU, and we did, and AU is manufacturing. In reading manufacture, I feel like we need to do a deep dive, because again, the overreach, like, we're telling them how to prevent loss. Like, I just don't think that should be in our ordinance. So at one point, I don't want to do the deep dive right now, but because you only gave us what was amended, I felt the need to read the actuality of what is the ordinance and what's changing in it. But there's just some things in there that I feel like was made out of fear rather than made out of good policy. And I'd like to review some of those things in the near future.
Perhaps that would be best incorporated into Article 73. These are the items, these are the amendments to 27 that staff felt comfortable would not require that further environmental review that 73 is going to get. And so the changes that you see that are to processors or manufacturers are specific to the bullet pointed list that's in front of you. Mostly the application requirements, background check requirements. Where I saw those repetitive in the ordinance, I made those changes as well for these bullet pointed items only.
And for example, one of them, I know Zero Base hasn't been fully approved, but we're asking for a landscaping strip 5 feet wide from the base of the building. And it's like, that doesn't work anymore. And so I think we need to have a deeper dive and look at some of these ordinances as a whole.
Should the board be amenable, I will incorporate that into Article 73 rather than bring you another Article 27 amendment. Okay. Maximum canopy. From a previous board discussion, we heard a recommendation for no more than 20 acres of canopy for cultivation. That is reflected in the table that you see at the bottom, the very bottom layer or row on the right-hand side of a maximum of no more than 20 acres or 871,200 square feet. That would be imposing that maximum 20-acre canopy. I'm looking for board feedback on installing or creating a maximum canopy of 20 acres. This does not exist in our current regulations. Currently, you may have as many acres as you want to propose, so long as you have the sufficient 20-acre to 1-acre canopy ratio of land.
Supervisor?
So I'm glad that you actually brought that last part into the conversation, because I think that's why it's important to me. I have seen the co-locating or the collection of properties where useless properties that you would never farm on get purchased just to add the total number of acres, and then you have this very small portion of farmable land that then you get to say, well, I own 1,000 acres, so I can do 200 acres or whatever it is, 20 acres. Yeah, I think I'm doing my math right. That to me is a problem, because then that concentrates it in an area where you're more likely to impact the neighbors versus if you could have done it in the middle of nowhere in the mountains that you purchased, then you'd be growing out there. And so a bad example, and I apologize, Mr. Sherrill, but one of the situations was sours. I think you were involved with sours. You weren't involved, so I apologize. I never said that. But I saw that they purchased all the properties all over the ridge and then just put it only in the valley, where obviously that's where you can do agriculture. So instead of saying, please identify what's possible land that could be used for farming, that's like asking you to do the impossible. I think we need to have a maximum, and I think that 20 acres maximum, I'm good with that. I'm good with moving forward, and because of that clustering issue.
Supervisor Pyska?
I mean, we did have conversation of maximum, and I agree we do. I know the number 20 was put out there. I don't really know how I feel about it, because I don't know how many, how many projects do we have that are more than 20 acres?
Gosh, I just had that.
At this time, we have one amendment to use permit for 20 acres. They have currently 20 acres of canopy. They're applying for 30.11. We also have another approved project that has 59 acres of canopy approved. However, they have yet to operate.
What year did that one get approved?
That one was, I believe, in 2022, possibly 23.
It's been a long time.
We have another approved project that is active at 39 acres, and we have one that was recently approved at 25 acres, but they haven't reached their full build out.
So it's well less than 10.
Yeah. Well, it's like 2 that are active and 1 that is in application, right?
3 that are active. 1 of those 3 is in application for an amendment for expansion, and then 1 has not yet operated.
Okay, so if we did adopt this, then we would have potentially 3 legal non-conforming.
Potentially, yes.
Which is fine. Okay.
Nice.
I know that some are recommending 5 to 10 acre cannabis. The 20 I could accept. I think the smaller keeps it to our local growers, which that's what I think we're a little more about. But so it's up to the board. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think 20 would be the max for me. But it's kind of hard because I'm not really.
And see, that's one of the areas where I feel like with the 10-year, when they have to renewal, if they've been over, bringing them back into compliance, that's one area. If they've been really good players, 0 violations, et cetera. I mean, I don't know if it'd be possible to use judgment on that. There's only, like you said, 2 that are active right now that are over the 20-acre mark.
Supervisor Spatier?
So I don't think we're going to get this done if there's support. It's kind of crazy. But there's a massive difference between rural residential, rural land, and ag. And I know there's APZ and TPZ in there somewhere as well, which to me, I just kind of bundled all that up like ag, very similar, like similar sizes as far as what's the minimum lot size and whatnot. I personally would like to see a very low threshold of what's allowed on rural residential. I mean, just the fact that it says residential, we need to do our best to protect those because their minimum lot sizes are 5. If you're going to do anything more than an acre, or if you're going to do more than 10,000 square feet, you probably should go in rural lands, which should probably be no more than a certain number of acres as well, because, again, that is inviting to create potential residences. We're trying to focus people in our community growth boundaries, but they still have the right to do so. And then once you're on ag or TPZ or APZ, at that point, I'd say, yeah, go for it. You can go to whatever, 5+. I don't have the numbers, but to me, zoning is a part of this. And right now, we're basically saying if you collect a whole bunch of RRs and you have enough acreage total, you can do this massive grow. And I just don't know that that's appropriate for the type of zone that it is. I think we need to look at what zone we're doing and what size we're allowing. And I know that throws a huge wrench, but whether we made a mistake in the past or not, this is a potential time to fix that so that the next permits don't get themselves into a place that we can't peel it back. So that's my thought process is as you get bigger and bigger, you need to get yourself out of that zone and into a different zone.
I like it. I concur with that.
I anticipate public input on this particular topic, but whatever the board consensus is, we're happy to come back with a maximum acreage that is zoning district specific.
Yeah.
Should that be the direction of the board?
And maybe getting sorry, Chair.
No, go ahead.
Getting a list, and I apologize that I haven't asked for this, and I apologize I don't have this, but a list of all the approved and what zones they're in.
Mary's writing that down.
Size and zone would be useful to understand how this would have an impact. But I think that there's a reason why we have different zones, and to allow a 20 acre on any of those zones just feels like an easy stamp rather than a well thought out plan. We've evolved a lot since then.
I'm ready to move on to setbacks should the board.
Yeah, I think we can move on.
Okay. So board direction was let's increase setbacks. There was discussion that said we seem to think that the existing setback 200 feet from the canopy, the border of the canopy to the nearest off-site residence, 200 feet at 10,000 square feet seems to be okay. So go from there. So staff, we developed the 200 feet at 10,000 square feet and then increasing to 500 feet for an up to an acre canopy, 1,000 foot for over 1 acre canopy, And processors, which is one of the complaint sources that we get on odor, would also be 1,000 square feet. The reason for that odor is because a processor takes harvested cannabis into their facility. So it's a whole facility of harvested cannabis, which does tend to be rather ripe. So, and a source of odor complaints. At the Planning Commission meeting, they said, we don't like those, you should multiply every single setback by 10. So the 200 feet goes to 2,000, 5,000 for up to 1 acre, 10,000 for more than 1 acre, as well as for processors. At that Planning Commission meeting, actually prior to the consideration of this, but in a separate cannabis application hearing, there was a technique used called the inverse square, which starts at a certain distance and assumes that the odor impacts decrease as you get farther. But the odor impacts increase at that source depending on the size of the canopy. So the larger the canopy, the longer the distance before you have negligible impacts. And so it was shown in a table that I didn't include the table in this, but I did include a public input that had that table in it. And to show the board what an inverse square would look like. The Agricultural Advisory Commission said, we think the Planning Commission's a little too harsh, can't just multiply it by 10. We also don't really like just what the staff is presenting. We think somewhere in between is probably good. Maybe this inverse square has something. They didn't have like a solidified recommendation for it. They just weren't comfortable with either one, either the staff or the Planning Commission. And so for the board's information, I did include a hypothetical inverse square, both used starting at the staff recommendation at 200 feet for up to 10,000 square feet, as well as an inverse square starting at 800 feet for 10,000, because that was the discussion, part of the discussion in the Agricultural Advisory Commission meeting. And so the inverse square would then show the setbacks to be much more specific, fine-tuned, and specific. So should the board want to implement an inverse square starting at this distance for this level of canopy, going forward, staff would then just implement, we'd have a formula that we would handle as the applications come in with the proposed canopy in one location, and we would work from there. So your setback from the edge of your canopy to the nearest off-site residence would vary and would be according to your proposed canopy at that location. Clear as mud. Sorry. But, and so before the board, you have a few different options. The staff recommendation, which was 200 feet and increasing to 500 or 1,000 feet, that was actually intended to be a starting recommendation for the board to either approve or tell me to amend. The planning recommendation, which is everything by 10 times 10, or somewhere in between, which could be the inverse square, it could be whatever the board decides they want. And that would vary according to the size of the canopy.
Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
The Planning Commission's recommendations is to basically not allow anyone to ever be able to have a project. It just doesn't feel realistic other than striking through the entire ordinance and not allowing anyone to do it. It's just it's a little intense. I think that I'm glad that we kind of waited for this part to have a specific conversation. I think this is one of the most important things. We're talking about the distance to the closest neighboring home residence. And whether you like the smell or don't like the smell, there's a smell. And that we can't ever deny. And it sucks because it also depends. Are you downwind? Are you upwind? It really depends where you are in comparison to it. And so whether we use whatever form we use, there's going to be different impacts to different people depending on where you're located to the grow. I want to hear from the public about this, but what I would like more is what does non-conforming look like for, personally, I'm ignoring the Planning Commission recommendation, no offense to the Planning Commission, but compared to what's being proposed by staff and what's being proposed on the inverse thingy.
Square.
I don't necessarily agree with those numbers, but at least I'd still like to it's more realistic than what the Planning Commission provided. I think we need to be careful for this one, but at the same time, this is the most important thing where it does impact someone's life and enjoyment and happiness in enjoying their own property. I will add one little caveat. There's one processor specifically that, yes, that was, there's got to be ways to reduce that smell. Like, I'm gonna have to say we did not we, but maybe the operator did not attempt hard enough to manipulate the odors that were emitted from the product that they were receiving and drying. There's all kind of ozone ways to do this. There's a lot of different ways to make sure that the air goes through specific filters. I know it was an old building that they used, and maybe they didn't update the building, and maybe that, to me, that should not happen. We should be able to build a building, bring in some really smelly stuff, and not subject the public and the environment to have to deal with it. I think that we did not meet our guidelines of odor control when it comes to that. So I'm okay with looking at the 1,000-foot setback, but I will say, it's also 1,000 feet from a school to have manufacturing and processing. I think we need to review some of those things as well. Because if we're saying 1,000 feet just randomly in the middle of nowhere, off of Highway 29, for example, we're still saying that if it's zoned correctly and just outside of 1,000 feet from a school, you can do that. And I would like to be a little bit more cautious about some of that.
This is also, though, a cultivation setback for odor impacts versus the setback that is not really related to odor impacts. It's more of a setback from sensitive receptors, the manufacturing or those businesses to a school. That's a different intent of setback than this
If we
one,
know
which
that they
attaches.
potentially emit odors, shouldn't we also use that in our setbacks? So we probably want to stick to the residential.
Sounds like an Article 73 thing then.
Yes.
Yes, okay.
But maybe getting to it sooner than later, because if something slips through, that could be detrimental. So I'll go back to the residential setback. I feel like there needs to be more information, and I'd love to hear from the public that's for and against, but I think we need to really understand how we're impacting folks, both the permittees and the local residents.
Supervisor Hahn?
Yeah, thank you for this. I absolutely feel that what we currently have in place is not adequate. Although I do also see that the Planning Commission, though personally I would like that, but I don't see that it's fair to our cannabis industry. So I think it needs to be somewhere in between there. And I just honestly do not believe that there's enough data to have a solution to this at this point. I think we do need more information and more data, and I don't even know if that data has been collected anywhere in other counties for example. And I don't know if Mr. Doug Deerhart, who is sitting in here today, might have some input on that as well for odor. But I think that we do need to do some more research as far as odor goes. And I know that it is in Article 27, that it shouldn't be a nuisance and that we're going to avoid this and we're going to avoid that we're not doing. We're not following our own ordinance at this moment in either water or in the odor. So, because they're both state that they're not to be a nuisance and then they're not to affect neighbors, et cetera, but we know that is happening. That's why we're coming back to the drawing board. that was one of the reasons I felt that we shouldn't take the 10-year out at this moment, was because we're still creating, we're still trying to find out what it is. So I don't know if there's any place around the country that might have some data, but at this point, I have not found any current data. And I do believe that, of course, a lot of that, as far as the inverted square, that's going to have something to do with air drift, which side you're on of the air drift, et cetera, et cetera. If you're downwind of it, you're going to catch more of it. If you're upwind, you're not going to catch as much. So, go ahead.
A few jurisdictions have done EIR specifically for that reason. So we were looking at Sonoma's most recently for their updates, and they did do those programmatic EIRs to address, amongst other things, odor impacts as well as smoke. But it's important to note that information gained from one EIR is not necessarily directly translatable to Lake County, though a lot of the information or studies that they did gather in order to do their research is relevant. Additionally, I'm sorry, if I could just add a little bit of clarification. Sometimes the word nuisance gets used out, both inside and outside its CEQA definition. And so that's also important to note, is the purpose of an EIR is to establish thresholds that are the level of significance that would then be used in reference to complaints to note if they were in compliance, rather than a nuisance, which could be anybody just complaining, saying, I don't like this for some reason. So we have very strict guidelines established in CEQA, in the environmental analysis world, that establishes those thresholds. But without the EIR, we don't have those thresholds.
I believe it was it Mr. Hansen that just left? What was the gentleman's name that just left? Wilson. And I know that he has been suffering greatly with the odor. And the way I had read Article 27 was that if it was affecting public and affecting neighbors in a negative way to a certain extent, it sounds like we're well over that threshold in a number of cases.
We have been working, we did actually search on number of complaints, and so far we only have complaints on one legal cannabis cultivation site. We get a lot of them on the illegal ones, and another is Mr. Wilson, who we have been working with to establish that. But since we don't have a threshold to use as a baseline to say you are out of compliance, it becomes a lot more difficult. But we are still working with Mr. Wilson and that permittee.
Okay, so the way that I had read it, it sounds like it's much more ambiguous than what I had interpreted.
Precisely.
Okay.
We need the
So we need
EIR is
to-
how you establish the thresholds that take away that ambiguity.
Okay, and when you said that there's only one legal grow that has filed complaints, is that
No,
pertaining?
that has received complaints about.
Received complaints, was that pertaining just to odor?
Yes.
Okay,
We did a
that doesn't
search on odor.
include water, obviously.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
I just didn't want you to have the impression that we're getting calls all the time on our permitted grows. We're not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, well, I definitely want to hear from the public too, but where I sit right now on this, the odor is a big issue, and I want to do the best we can with scientifically to try to figure out what the appropriate setbacks would be, because they may be different in different situations. And that Mr. Wilson's example is one that I'm concerned about. I believe that's 800 feet away, and it's definitely a problem for him in his situation. So while I think the planning commission numbers are kind of way out there, I'd like to find something that's based on the best evidence we can get on what they should be for the particular situations. That's kind of where I fall right now, but definitely want to hear from the public. Go ahead.
Just a final comment. Again, zoning matters. And if you're zoned primarily because of agriculture, I don't think we need to have massive setbacks. It's agriculture, and we are an agricultural community. And sometimes I feel as we are going into agricultural zones and people are complaining, all we're going to end up doing is getting rid of our agricultural land because it doesn't appease to the folks who want to live there as a permanent residence who are not engaged in agriculture. And so I always want to beware of that, and I really think that certain zones should require harsher setbacks, and certain zones, it's meant for agriculture. If we want to remain agriculture for decades and centuries to come, we should not be doing things that are going to restrict future agriculture.
Since the board did bring up Mr. Wilson's complaint specifically, he is located in agriculture, as is the source of the odor complaint.
Anything else from the board or anything else from you at this point?
No, thank you. We're happy to answer any
Go
questions.
ahead, Supervisor
I just
Crandall.
wanted to, just one thing that I brought up last time, and it was about dispensaries. Sorry, it was about the dispensaries. I remember asking if we can get a grip on those. I have I know for sure in one town I have 2, potentially could be more. So I don't know. I know we can, in my opinion, I feel like we can look at this in another way. I'll give an example of our micro kitchens a couple of years back. We went to 2 per district or something like that. Not saying that's what we should do. I mean, I'd like to see them permitted again rather than by right, but I'm open to any other type of solution that we can put together. I just don't want to see 3 in Upper Lake, 5 in Lucerne, 4 in Clear Lake. You know what I'm saying? And then none in other spots. It's just something I want to have a little bit of more control on, if that makes sense.
That's interesting. So at this point, that was not part of our Article 27 amendments. It is included in Article 73, but we were not going on a cap per community. It was going to be based on requiring use permits for all
That works.
retail.
Use permits is fine.
But Mary did just say that the state has a cap based on population. Did you want to add to that? Nope, that's all we got.
Thank you, and I'll be quiet.
Supervisor, did you?
I just was wondering if that could be brought to us, because we agreed on C1 and C2 being treated the same with a minor use. C2 right now, I believe, is by right, which is just weird that you go from major use to by right. And that was approved 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. Does that require a CEQA process to make that happen? Or can that be brought back to us so that we can, because rather than waiting for 73, which encompasses a whole lot more stuff, that seemed to be something we all had consensus on and is important for our communities. And I know for my community, it's worked very well to have the restriction as well of no more than 3 dispensaries.
Since we are adding restrictions, I think that we could probably add that to this one. It just seemed more significant because it varied permit type per district on some of those permits. But if it's just to require a minor use permit in C2, where currently it is a use by right, we can add that in. Just know that that had not gone by the Agricultural Advisory Board, but I don't know that they'd have anything to really say about it. And the Planning Commission was already amenable to that change as well. So for next time, then we could add that in to the amendment. I'll add it to the ordinance should the board direct me to do so.
It'd be interesting to see the population number too that they have. That way we can get a control of
Find
it.
out the information from the states?
Yeah,
Okay.
because that'll
Yeah, we
help
can get
with
that data for you.
my district for sure.
See one thumbs up on adding it.
I'm
to
good
the
with
ordinance.
consensus to bring it back.
Yeah, I was going to ask that you bring it back too, and I definitely think there should be a cap on the number of them around. And no, I'd like to see it brought back too. Thank you.
To add it to the zoning, to table 27 regarding permit type is very different from talking about a cap. So if it's okay with the board, we can easily add the permit requirement in C2, but a cap I would recommend for a further discussion, maybe in Article 73.
I'm okay.
I just
Thank
want to
you.
take the first step.
Okay, done.
Okay, can we open to the public? Sounds like it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open this to the public. And we'll start in the room. Whoever's got comments, you come up, state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
So Patrick Sullivan, Treasurer Tax Collector. Again, I want to thank CDD staff for working with my office on this. I really appreciate that we were able to get the amendments in there that we need. That is going to help our job considerably getting this access to information. So thank you again to CDD and the board for considering these. There was a discussion point I wanted to comment on regarding the opt-out requests and the 2-year expiration or some variation of that. We definitely would support anything to that effect. That is an increased burden on our office. I know it was mentioned that there's the increased workload for CDD with the opt-outs and reductions. There is an increased burden of work in my office as well. So I think anything we can do to make sure that the permits that are out there are actively engaged and moving forward with what they said they were going to do, that's also going to make our life easier. We did have concern about the reductions. So certainly I think the point that Supervisor Crandall and Supervisor Pyska made, we are in agreement with that. We would want to make sure that there's not a way that this reduction of square footage down to some minimal level is able to circumvent the rule about opt-outs, that somehow someone's able to knock it down to 1 square foot or 1 plant, and then suddenly they've bypassed that opt-out that would otherwise knock them out of their permit. But otherwise, yeah, we appreciate all the efforts that have been made, and again, thank you for the consideration.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Trey Sherrill. I'm a a consultant working with many licensed cannabis farmers in Lake County. There's a lot of things that have been discussed here. One of the things I see in my work as a nexus or kind of a driver of a lot of the conflicts that you see or the commission sees is the water board deadline. And so I get a lot of people that come to me and say, I have this property and I've been paying for this permit since 2020 or 2019 or even before that. And so then we start shoehorning what they want to accomplish into this property where it's not appropriate. And it leads to poor land use decisions. But we're stuck with that for right now. So I believe that a lot of these conflicts could be resolved, or if we had an opportunity to look for the right property, the right location to do what these businesses are trying to do as they're evolving, as this industry matures. So I strongly encourage and request that you consider lifting that deadline. I don't think it was originally implemented for to kind of stop the flood of the green rush. That's not happening anymore. Those days are long gone. Of the amendments proposed, increased setback for type 4 nurseries. It's my understanding that the desire for the increased setbacks is largely odor driven. Well, nurseries, they're not going to produce much odor. So I think that we should, at least keep the same setbacks, not increase setbacks for that. There was talk about canopy reductions, opt-outs. I would like it to be noted that even when you opt out, you still have to pay an over $1,000 annual monitoring fee. So the fees are incorporated, and staff time is somewhat incorporated, and I can't speak for if that's enough or not. But even if you're doing nothing whatsoever, you still have to pay over $1,000 just to keep your permit active. And also that fee is paid or should be paid prior to June 1st when the annual monitoring reports are due, and that's when your annual inspection fee is due as well. Canopy reductions, one of the most important things about the canopy reductions is so that we can adhere to drought management plans or respond to droughts. We haven't been in a drought for the last couple of years, but prior to that, we were in severe drought. And so having the ability to reduce or opt out based on water availability is going to be something that the community is going to want as a whole, but the farmers are going to want. They're farmers at the end of the day, and if they don't have the water, they can't farm. Finally, I thought there was one comment made about water use and making it publicly available. I believe it's just a suggestion maybe for county staff to add. My time's up, but the OpenGov, maybe when we're filling out the application for the annual monitoring report or the annual inspection fees, we could just add a table or something in there that we could populate it without providing site-specific information that at least I usually include.
We'll have to wrap up. Yeah, thank you. Next in the room.
Good afternoon, Chair Rasmussen, Vice Chair Pyska, and Supervisors. Margot Kambara. Attorneys for Tom Lisek and me submitted public comments on our behalf. In a letter dated March 6, our attorneys explained that the cannabis ordinance amendments are not exempt from CEQA review, as the county claims. Environmental review is required. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Good afternoon. Doug Garrett. I'm the Air Pollution Control Officer for the Lake County Air Quality Management District. And I was just, because odor came up, and we're not involved in regulating cannabis odor, but we do have a lot of experience with odor. So I was just going to offer that we can provide staff time, a little bit of staff time to kind of consult with community development on some of the odor issues that we deal with, because some of it will cross over with geothermal versus cannabis. Because you have inversions, you have different wind speeds affect odor carrying differently and things. So we do have some expertise in that. And then if that time becomes more extensive, then we'll come back to the board for approval for that expenditure later. But for a short-term consulting with community development on this issue, we're happy to provide some time. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Next in the room.
Tom Lasik, good afternoon, board. My wife already mentioned that our attorneys already submitted comments, and you've seen the letter and the inverse square stuff. But before I talk about that, I wanted to touch on a couple things. Supervisor Sabatier had noticed that the farmland protection had some of the conditions removed, and it was stated that that wasn't intentional. I respectfully disagree. I was in the Cannabis Ordinance Task Force meetings when they were explicitly voted to be removed. That was, I would believe, I don't know the exact date, but I believe it was November of 2024, sometime between that and January 25. So it wasn't an accident. They were actually taken out and voted to be removed. The other thing I want to point out, and again, Mr. Sabatier had mentioned the Planning Commission reviewing the documents, and why do they need to review the property management plan and some of the other documents? And I think it's a fair argument. But I would point out that there's a lot of things in there that are part of the conditions of use, such as the water usage, such as the drought management plan, such as the design of the greenhouse and how many filters are supposed to have on there. So if that property management plan isn't abided by, it then causes the conflicts and the other things that, or can cause conflicts and other things that neighbors are experiencing, such as Mr. Wilson. There's times when, according to Mr. Wilson, that they didn't have all the filters that their property management plan said there would be there, and that's why one of the reasons why he's having issues. I do think that Director Turner was correct on the abandonment and the time. There's a lot of things that get stale through CEQA over time, and even if they wanted to come back, CEQA would require like a new biological survey, a new cultural assessment survey. So those things, they do have a shelf life. And so some things perhaps not, but other things would. Another thing I would like to point out is there was, early on, there's a discussion about, or in the language about, if an applicant turns out to have a warrant that their permit would be immediately suspended until that was resolved. I think it would be more accurate to give the applicant a chance to clarify or rectify that, because it seems to me this is all done automatically through DOJ, and there could be an error. It could be the wrong John Smith. It could be a lot of other things, and they should have at least some time to say, get a chance to make it right. I think that would be fair. So anyways, thank you very much. And
thank you. Next in the room.
Chair Rasmussen, if I
Yes.
could just clarify, I think Mr. Lasik misunderstood me. The Cannabis Ordinance Task Force did have significant discussions regarding the farmland protection zone. However, when I told the board it was not our intent to affect those boundaries, I was accurate because when I was writing this draft ordinance, I was taking direction from the board to not touch the farmland protection zone boundaries nor alter the farmland protection zone program in any way. It was specifically, all amendments were specific to anchor points in structures within the farmland protection zone. It's been clear direction from this board the entire time that modifying FPZ is not on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, Holly Harris. This is a little confusing because we've jumped around a bit, so I'll try to make it as simple as possible. There were a number of things that were talked about that were in the staff report that I just don't see in the ordinance that was submitted. One of these is, first of all, I want to say that at the very beginning, we did have tribal representation on there, and that's not included in it. Then the second thing that I don't see in the ordinance, we talked about incomplete and abandoned projects. We talked about setbacks from hemp cultivation. We talked about track and trace, but I don't see any of that wording in the ordinance that was there. There's one other thing too, compliance monitoring. Section 27.13 AT 5(1)D of the proposed amendments report requires monitor fee payment and annual reports by June 1st, and this is actually missing from the actual ordinance. They did get in the AU, which is manufacturing, but they missed the cultivation in there. Additionally, both the AU and the AT have different wording, and I'm not quite sure why. I think it should be the same. In terms of I agree with Supervisor Sabatier on size of grow versus zoning. I would also like to ask removing SR, since that is right next to the community growth boundaries. And the last time I looked, there was no SR projects in SR. In terms of the water PIR, at the November 4th hearing, the minutes state that direction was given to staff to look into options for a programmatic EIR regarding water impacts from all conditional use cannabis projects, not all projects at all. In terms of annual reports, I do like the idea of them being public. To date, these have not been maintained or reviewed, and violations are noted year after year. So obviously, nothing's being looked at. We would like to see that public. We have submitted PRA reports. I have one in particular. I've done 3 PRA report requests in 8 months, and I still am not able to get the annual report or the water consumption. So it would be absolutely wonderful if we could get them. Frankly, from the number of times I put in PRAs, I frankly think that a number of the annual reports and the water reports are not available because they are not being followed up on. In terms of that, I think that is everything that I have at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the room.
Hi, I'm Charles Morris. My concerns are basically abandonment, fire, and price. There's folks who are just walking away because the price is too low and the plants are up there. We've had problems, trying to figure this thing out, and I really don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to farming or not, but as a regular person, I need to keep my brush down, I need to keep everything going, and if the price is down and people walk away, who's going to clean that up and who's going to stop the county from burning down again? In my area, we almost lost everything. So there has to be some type of anonymous reporting system of some sort saying that I have a grower in my area, he's abandoned his farm, the stalks are right there. A corn farmer would not leave a dry corn stalk there. He would plow it into the ground and he would make sure that it's not a fire hazard. If you've looked at this, great. If you haven't looked at this, I think you really need to think about it because it's going to be bad for all of us if something like that happens. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Come forward, please.
Good afternoon. Board. My name is Malcolm Denchey. I wanted to bring a little humor as far as the odor for our orofactories. Petaluma has two nicknames, the Sonoma Roma and Pupaluma. So they're a lot denser than we are. Okay, so I own Flower Lady Farms at 12345. I know it's the hippest address in the county, Siegler's Canyon Road. Regarding my major use permit application, this application has been in process for over a year, and I entered into it in good faith, abiding by the ordinance as it was set down, and have endured considerable expense to comply with the ordinance. I have letters from all my neighbors encouraging my project, which is going from a minor use permit to a major use permit, all of them. The closest neighbor is the 230 feet setback right now, and she endorses just leaving that. She doesn't mind. It'll be an outdoor grow, or it is. And I guess the other thing I want to say, and we're all aware of this, is financially, this county's in a rough shape. We're losing the grapes. That's going bust. We've lost most of the pears. We've lost most of the walnuts. Tourism is rough because of all the phytoplankton. So we have bass fishing. And can you think of any other economic engines for this county? I can't. So we need jobs. We need businesses. Best Images is gone. Naptech is gone. The shower door company that was here in Lakeport is gone. It's rough. And I love our county, and we need to have businesses. Otherwise, I don't have to. So, yeah, I'm just asking you to go ahead and approve my application that I entered into in good faith with all of you. And I guess the only other thing I wanted to add is that, what if you have a permit that was approved? Mine isn't approved for a major yet. Hopefully it will. But what if you have that permit and then you come back and you just wipe that out? That's rough for a business. That's really rough to start a business and just have another ordinance come along and go, sorry. Thank you all.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the room? Not seeing any, I'm going to move to online. iPhone 12, if you could state your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sky Lewa, Pillsbury Family Farms, and I want to address 3 issues today. First, regarding background checks, the department has described the process as simple. Fingerprints are submitted, the prints go to the Department of Justice, results come back, and that is the end of the matter. But the record before you shows something more nuanced. In an internal email, Senior Planner Mary Claiborne referenced a prior situation involving another applicant, where that individual was initially listed as disqualified. In that case, the applicant was able to produce court documentation and the result was ultimately corrected, and that individual was deemed qualified. What is subtle but important about that email is that it demonstrates that staff is already aware that a pathway exists for reviewing and correcting criminal record information when a background check raises a question. That matters because applicants are often told that background checks are outside of the department's purview and that the results are simply what they are. Yet in the Claiborne email, that shows the department knows the process is not necessarily final when a record is incomplete, outdated, or misinterpreted. When the pathway is not clearly communicated, that practical effort is that the background check and now expungements can function as a de facto disqualifier, even when the underlying record could be clarified or corrected. In the industry where prior criminal records are common, that lack of clarity can create serious equity and civil right concerns. Second, I want to address the proposal for the reduced cultivation canopy by 50%. Small farmers already operate at very small scales. The state of California recognizes cultivation sizes as small as approximately 2,500 square feet. And I believe that the county should establish a minimum floor consistent with that scale. Reduction that pushes farms below a viable size risks eliminating the smallest operators entirely while doing little to address the larger structural issues facing the industry. If reductions are being considered, the county should ensure that the minimum allowed canopy does not fall below 2,500 square feet, which represents the smallest cultivation size that is already recognized in the neighboring county. I also want to note that cultivators already pay an annual compliance monitoring fee. That fee that we signed to originally was $760 in 2022. That fee is now $1,057.67 this year. In summary, the Claiborne email to Director Turner shows that staff appears to understand that there is a record review pathway when background checks raises questions, but that pathway is not clearly communicated to the applicants. At the same time, proposed 50% canopy reductions could disproportionately impact the smallest cultivators who are already paying annual compliance monitoring fees to participate in a regulated system. I ask the board to consider these issues carefully so that the program remains fair, transparent, and workable for small operators who are already trying to remain compliant. And I also urge this board to consider letting Director Turner go and replacing her with the interim senior planner, Mulan.
Thank you. Do we have any other hands online? No more hands. I'm going to go ahead and close public comment and bring it back to the board for further discussion. Supervisor Owen.
I have a couple of things that I thought of that I might have missed. The first one was, is there any, I didn't see it in there, but I know we had talked about it in the past, requirement or something along those lines to be able to start collecting our data for the odor impacts and perhaps some type of oil meter or something near the sites at the expense of the cannabis operator. So that was one suggestion. I don't know how the board would feel about that, but I think that that could start giving us an idea of what is actually being put off as far as that, since that's a huge issue. We did not talk about scenic corridors, so we still need to get into that, and I don't know if we'll be doing it today, and road standards. Now, I did see those in the Article 27. The road standards, again, I might be misinterpreting it, but it seemed like it was pretty legit. It didn't, but it was still ambiguous. The scenic corridor, I didn't feel it was near strong enough, and that's something we need to do. We need to address. We did not talk about the scenic corridor setbacks, and I believe that's not in Article 27. As far as what those scenic corridor setbacks were. I know that we had some discussion on that last year. So those were the last three little tidbits I just wanted to throw out there.
Apparently we had I'm going to stop for a second, a public comment that we didn't catch. So I'm going to, no, it's not your fault. I'm going to open it for one commenter that was pending, and that's Mr. Simon.
Hi, thank you, Chair Rasmussen. This is Peter Simon, and I apologize if I did something on my end that made my audit raise my hand. I wanted to quickly just address three primary topics. I was hoping to be there in person, but I think these are important because we have an interim measure here, and you're making some very substantial changes on things that probably should be considered in the overall measure. And I think it's 73. Or 37, I forget the numbers, forgive me, but the overarching one. And I'd like you to, the first one that has been brought up a couple of times is the non-conforming issue. And to put this in perspective, just consider the impacts of not allowing non-conforming uses to continue in the context of your personal residence. Very few personal residences today would actually be conforming to the current building code. By not allowing the use permits to become permanent, it would be the equivalent of having to go ahead and truthfully dismantle your house and rebuild it every 10 years. That is the effect of having something that is a non-conforming use not be allowed. Similar to the gentleman who spoke earlier from Ziegler Canyon, our company has invested, and actually I think it was totaling it up, it's about $1 million in this expansion. That this application has now been pending for a year. We have done everything we can to be compliant, to anticipate the requirements, and to meet the specific requirements and guidelines from the existing ordinance. And we would do that with a new ordinance. But if ordinances are going to be changed in the midst of the application process without carving out the pending applications, you effectively pull the rug out from underneath people that have been trying to be compliant. And it's it's virtually impossible to do business that way. In our instance, what I would suggest for circumstances where you are going to make a change, carve out applications that have been deemed complete and give them a period of time to be completed under the old ordinance. That would allow the process to continue going forward, because no matter how quickly we try to make the process go, it's always going to take some time. But even when you're talking about a non-conforming use or these new setbacks, you are effectively destroying a business. The new setbacks, if this ordinance were applied to our existing operations, we would effectively be put out of business, because all of the various components that are put into the determination of what constitutes a setback. If a neighbor were to move and put a residence in a new location somewhere near our farm, they could decrease the setbacks if we aren't grandfathered in. And with respect to the 20-acre minimums, while I appreciate
We'll have to wrap up, Mr. Simon. We're at the 3 minutes.
My simple suggestion would be for this is to either grandfather the completed, deemed completed applications in, or very, very limit what you're doing on the interim application. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Amaral, were you trying to speak? Because I didn't actually open public comment for everybody, but I'm going to go ahead and allow you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, Angela Amaral. Just a couple things. You guys are discussing potentially a threshold for reductions, and maybe something where the threshold could be is a cost recovery. So is the reduction, a 25% reduction, covering the costs associated for the tax collector and CDD? So maybe that's a threshold. And then with regards to regulations changing frequently, that happens in a lot of industries. You could be building a commercial building right now, and in the middle of your project, you're 3 years in, and then now there's a sprinkler requirement that you didn't anticipate, and you have to change your whole project. So it's not just, that happens in a lot of different areas. I'm dealing with it with looking into building a home. Now to put on my other hat as the committee member for Double Eagle Ranch here, asking you guys again about the exclusion zone. The Double Eagle committee members met with Supervisor Crandall and Ms. Turner back in 2023. We had a good discussion about this. Director Turner was going to note on the APNs about this restriction. While it is partially helpful, we're still asking to have the GIS exclusion map modified to reflect something such as a more research required as an indicator to potential buyers and residents. I'd like to ask the board to consider giving direction to CDD to work with IT to modify the current exclusion zone overlay to show potential restrictions with parcels located within Double Eagle. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to close that again and bring it to the board, and I'm not sure if you were finished, Supervisor Owen?
No, I'll come out, go out.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
So I know at one point we did talk about surety bonds. Did we throw that away? Or was
I
that
don't know.
not really?
73. Article 73.
Article 73.
So Article 73, that's a CEQA thing to ask somebody for $5,000 to make sure that we can use their surety bond to clean up if there's anything left behind?
I don't think so. Okay. Actually, we could probably add it into this one.
Okay. If it's possible and if there's consensus, I think that could help because there is abandonment that is happening because the market has crashed. I did want, I'm going to skip that one till last actually. The warrants, I like that it's there. I asked for it to begin with. But maybe if it's more specific, like it's not a warrant for not showing up to court for a speeding ticket, it's a warrant related to environmental crimes or illegal cannabis cultivation, or is it possible to maybe work with county council to come with something that is not just so broad? I don't know. I guess looking also for if there's consensus for that.
I could also address that a little bit. It's not legal for community development to request a warrant report. This was only going to happen if...
That's not what I'm asking. I know that would be the sheriff that contacts you to let you know that somebody has a warrant. But again, if somebody has a warrant because they didn't show up to court for a speeding ticket or whatever the case might be, that's ridiculous.
And I don't really know that the sheriff's department's going to have a running list of all the names that might cause them to contact us either. We really don't have much of a structure set up, so to make it more detailed could be problematic.
I would like to suggest to work with county council to see if there's something that can be done, because again, it could be very broad, which is not what I'm intending for this to be. It's very specific about crimes related to cannabis and the cannabis industry, that if you're currently under a warrant for something of the kind, that we should not be moving forward with it. And I know the sheriff has reached out to you in the past. We just didn't have the tools within the ordinance to be able to take action to pause or not provide a permit for those individuals. So I'm sure they're very well aware of who the frequent flyers of the illegal cannabis industry are, and seem to have already reached out, and I would suspect they would do so again, especially if they knew that this was available to them. The last one is I'm hoping that we can at least maybe speak a little bit to the CEQA thing, because I know we did receive a comment about CEQA, and that I personally disagree. I think that none of this creates any larger or more impactful. It's actually reducing a lot of the impact to communities by increasing the setbacks, not reducing the setbacks. And so I'm wondering if maybe county council wants to respond to that, or if...
Well, it was the input concerning CEQA that had me lead with that in my introduction to this item. I do have additional detail that I'm happy to read to the board, but we're very comfortable that the common sense exemption applies to every single item on this bullet point list. Specifically because we've already done the deeper environmental review on Article 27 when it was first done. These are amendments to Article 27 that are lessening impacts, not potentially increasing impacts. It also additionally in no way creates any sense of entitlement. Every application will need to go through its own CEQA review. And so because it doesn't convey any sort of entitlement and it does not increase the impacts, staff remains comfortable in this recommendation for the CEQA exemption based on the common sense 15061B3 of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you. And I don't see my colleague with his pen up, so I hope he doesn't mind my saying so. I know that the last comment was about CCNRs and the differences in different communities. I don't mind having a statement that says, following the local CCNRs, or the applicant must abide to local CCNRs, rather than putting it on a map or doing things like that. Like, I fear that we're just going to have something that might change and we don't change, and then all of a sudden...
the notation on the APN map page would be to just be able to forewarn any applicants at the pre-application stage that that particular subdivision discourages all commercial activity. The county does not enforce CCNRs. We stay away from enforcement of CCNRs in community development in general. And so that was and as I worked through a variety of different ideas, trying to figure out how to work with Double Eagle for that specific concern, I couldn't come up with anything other than we'll just let the applicants know that Double Eagle is probably going to have a problem with this, but we in no way enforce CCNRs.
So number one, I wasn't asking to enforce CCNRs, just basically you must follow whatever the CCNRs are, like look them up because we're
That's
not
a civil matter.
We're not here to enforce those, but they do exist. But I also don't think we should be telling people that Double Eagle doesn't do it, because what happens if they change and we tell people that they shouldn't do it? They need to check with Double Eagle. We shouldn't be speaking for Double Eagle, and I don't think we should be speaking for any other CCNR either. So I worry about the level rather than just saying check for CCNRs and then be done with it.
We can do that.
And then looking to see if there's consensus for the surety bonds and the more specific to the warrants.
I'm okay with the surety bonds and,
5,000.
what was that?
Yeah, 5,000, because there were conversations about higher. And
Okay.
I think that's
And just to clarify, my understanding, what you're asking for on the warrant would be such a criteria. If notified about a warrant, does it fit a certain criteria that would be warrant further review?
Yeah, just like the fingerprints, you can find stuff on fingerprints, but that doesn't mean you're disqualified. There's certain things that allow you to keep moving forward. There's certain things you're not allowed to continue on with this. So it's not about having a record. It's what's the type of record. And
I don't have a problem with that because there's certain things that wouldn't, like you mentioned, the traffic warrant, that's not.
There are specific criteria listed on the live scan application that the sheriff does consider when they get the live scan results. I'd be happy to defer to the sheriff to use their judgment if it was on that list.
Perfect.
I believe that states that in Article 27, that the sheriff does have the ability, if it doesn't relate to criminal charges pertaining to cannabis.
They are the reviewing body for that, yes.
Okay.
Also, Supervisor Owen did have a few questions that I didn't get a chance to answer. If you'd like me to address those, I'd be happy to.
Yes.
Requiring an odor report at the expense of the permittee using an olfactometer. I would recommend maybe staff take this into when we get to confer with air quality staff, which I'm really excited about. Thanks, Doug. We can talk about that, but I would definitely make that an Article 73 item because that's going to take a lot of thought. Secondly, scenic corridor setbacks. We use the scenic combining district guidelines. That could also definitely be addressed in 73. And then road standards. The direction was to develop road standards not limited to cannabis, but for agricultural roads in general. And after I talked to the Ag Advisory Committee regarding that, as well as the fire department representatives, Interim Director Ewing came to me and recommended that agricultural roads standards just be integrated into their ongoing update right now of their comprehensive standards. So I would much prefer to have the people who do roads handle that rather than CDD, who, you know, I didn't have questions. I didn't have answers for the Ag Advisory Committee because I don't do roads. So I think it would make a lot more sense to just integrate agricultural road design and development standards into Public Works project.
Well, I think my disconnect with the agriculture roads and then the cannabis is there's portions of the cannabis that are on site that are manufacturing, which then goes and takes you out of an agriculture road because you've got to have the trucks going in and out.
And we deal with that and
was
address
why
4290 and 91.
When you were talking about the ag roads, I felt that it shouldn't be under ag roads because of the manufacturing. So that was our disconnect on that.
Just as in any conventional agriculture, like wineries or something, if it has a facility there,
Yes, exactly.
then different standards do apply. The same.
That's
for
what I was
cannabis.
getting at, yes.
Absolutely.
Next, I just want to answer this gentleman's question and also Mr. Sims' question. And I know it's not pretty and it's not something I like. However, bringing things to standard with the 10-year reference to the 10-year bringing things to standard. And I know this isn't what, anyway, let me just get to it. You know, I can remember, I'm old enough to remember a few years back when we went with the clean carb initiatives here in California, and we started manufacturing our own fuel to reduce our carb footprint. And anybody with a big rig that was older than, I think it was 2015, either went out of business or had to upgrade their motor or traded in and get a new vehicle because it did not comply with California standards. And that was, I had a lot of friends that went out of business during that. And I thought that was preposterous. They were not grandfathered in. It didn't matter. It didn't apply to all new vehicles. It applied to all vehicles. So, I just feel that because this is a new industry, and that wasn't a new industry, because this is a new industry, we're still trying to create a balance. And and I think I had mentioned earlier that within that, we could take a look at the things that we might not go back on, for instance, maybe the number of acres. But as a whole, a lot of the standards, I think, do need to come up to compliance at your 10-year mark. By then, you've had a number of hopefully productive years. And for sure, the cannabis, I know the industry is not at the $800 or $1,000 a pound, but I think that it's much higher than many, many of the crops. And statewide, I am all about cannabis. And I believe in California last year, we lost 400 farms, ranches. And I'm all about helping the agriculture industry. So.
Hang on, no, we're not open for public right now. We're not open for public.
To everybody, to kind of explain where it's coming from.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I do want to, at one point, come back and talk about scenic corridor setbacks. I know that we had sent something to the Planning Commission 6 years ago, and that never came back to us. I don't think it was finalized, but I would like to not have to subject our tourists who are coming in to spend their money here unless they really want to go to a farm through some agro-tourism type of thing. But I'd like to also have a setback, and I don't know what that is, but right now there is not a specific setback. I know just outside of the city of Clear Lake, there's one that is getting very close to the roadway. Luckily, the wind blows east, so you rarely smell that. But the other one that came in that's a little bit more north towards Highway 20, that was perfectly set back. It's very far away from the road, and I've never smelled it. But if we can reduce that on our scenic corridors, I think that would be a healthy setback to have a discussion about as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
Anything further? Go ahead, Supervisor Pyska.
The one that I think we're all struggling with, and I am too, is setbacks. And I think there's been some good suggestions to look at zoning and different areas where different setbacks might make sense. I don't want to get into an area where we're trying to solve for something that's not a problem or it hasn't been a problem. I disagree. I do think that we should get rid of the 10-year requirement and have a pathway for non-conforming. There's a lot of ways to deal with complaints and non-compliance issues, and we can strengthen that and look at that. I think the analogy to construction and house building is really accurate, that Mr. Simon brought up. Because ordinances change and evolve over time, and we have businesses that have invested millions and millions of dollars in our county and our economy, and making them pivot in a way that's going to be detrimental and potentially lose money compromises the revenue that we enjoy coming in here, and also I feel like it's just really bad faith. So I know this doesn't make it easier because we're all struggling with the setbacks. I think that is the most important part of this conversation. But I think you have a little bit more to go on and to look at. And thank you, Doug, for showing up today and offering your help because odor is one of the bigger issues. So Good luck.
Thank you. I could use just a little additional info as far as the baseline for our discussions with air quality regarding setbacks. I've heard that an acknowledgement that maybe the inverse square does have some value. I'm looking for a starting point at 800 feet from a 10,000 square foot canopy, a 200 foot, something that'll help Doug's staff and our staff to sort of figure out where to start and go from. Not that we'll be focused entirely just on setbacks, because it sounds as though they have additional criteria that may weigh in as well, like vegetative buffers, screenings, landscape, air patterns, all that stuff that we'll talk about in the next few weeks. But just so I understand where the board is standing right now, as far as a starting setback from the smaller up to 10,000 square feet, knowing that also that would include the 2,500 square foot canopy that was mentioned earlier, which is the smallest possible for a state license.
I think we're in alignment with the Ag Advisory Committee, or we're
But
somewhere.
it's somewhere in the middle.
And then something I thought of through this conversation is, and this is another reason to have legal nonconforming, is say we have a project, it's conforming, and someone buys the parcel next door and builds a house within that setback. Then we can't force that business owner to change because someone built a house. So these are the types of scenarios that, we need to have a legal nonconforming pathway for.
True, but to use that building a house analogy, just going further, according to our building code, when you do a renovation or an increase that's significant enough, you do have to bring the building up to current code.
Right.
So there is that requirement even in, homes that have been built a long time ago. So knowing that our existing permittees, so long as they're operating according to their project, they're fine. They're legal nonconforming and they're covered, including if that house all of a sudden shows up. We're not going to make them change. But should they want to do a significant increase or an increase in their permit that requires a new permit, then we need to deal with existing codes.
Right.
I don't have a pathway to allow for significant expansion of existing permits right now, disregarding the codes that will be in place at the time of the application of that significant expansion. I don't know that the calls today regarding a couple of the projects that are in process right now, given this new timeline that we've sort of figured out just during today's hearing, I don't know that that's going to be a problem for those specific applications, because I would like to have at least 3 weeks before I come back to you, since these are kind of significant alterations that will take. Also, with the odor conversations with air quality, then that needs to be drafted into the ordinance right now while we're jumping into LAPAC, GPAC, and all that Lake County 2050 period in March and April. So this cannabis and Lake County 2050 are my personal top priorities right now, but I would need some time, so I'm asking no sooner than 3 weeks to come back. Given our agenda upload deadlines of 2 weeks ahead, that would give me 1 week to get this all done and written down and uploaded into Granicus. So 4 weeks would be even better, but I know the board, this is something that you'd like to see moving forward.
Supervisor Crandall, you had.
Oh, I was just going to mention the portion where it says the whereas, and it has the fire districts and everything, and then it just tribal representation. I know that there was.
We had tribal representation on the task force.
Okay, yeah, we did. So if we
An
just
exclusion was an inadvertent admission, not a.
Yeah. And I think there was
oversight.
trouble sometimes having a representative there at times. I remember that being a request for me to get in contact with them, so I get it.
It is a priority of our department to work with the tribes.
Right.
Not after the fact,
Yeah.
not after the fact, but actually during
And
development.
the department always has someone there with the TIPO representatives, who are the ones that are usually involved with these type of things. So that's yeah.
And all permits would require all discretionary permits require notification to the tribes with possible consultations following. So we do remain in compliance with AB 52 and SB 18.
Thank you. I'm okay with the 4 weeks. I don't know where the rest of the board is. You want 2 weeks?
Yeah, because I know that'll be 3.
But it's the board's
3 weeks.
discretion. I'm not sure. Do you feel like you got? Three weeks has,
Are you saying this was a long item?
can we go in the middle with 3 weeks?
Yeah, that's why I said 2.
I mean, I want to make sure we're getting.
So long as air quality can
feedback.
meet with me solidly in the next week, that's great. But I know that they're beyond busy as well. So I could do it if air quality can come hang out with me for a while this week.
No meeting in 3 weeks?
If not, 4 weeks would probably
Yeah,
be better.
We don't have a meeting on the 31st.
Correct.
I'll take 5
So are
weeks.
you talking about the 7th? The 7th?
7th of April.
No, thanks. Is the 7th?
Supervisor Sabatier, did you have?
I don't want to put a time on it. Do I want it back as soon as possible? Yes. Do I want it cooked fully? Yes. I need it to be baked when it comes back.
Okay.
And so,
it's just
I,
if
no
it's,
pun intended, but it just needs to be finalized. And I don't want to hurry you or push you to the point that maybe the public gets frustrated, we get frustrated, like was not what we asked for. I want to be clear in what we're asking for, and I want to give you the time you need to get us back what we're asking for. And so I think setting a time is rough, other than we don't really want to redo the public hearing thing. But I don't want to have to bring you and the public here just to say to be continued and waste everybody's time. So I want to be realistic.
a public hearing notification is not difficult. It just has to have a 20-day period since it is amending a zoning ordinance.
It also costs money.
And we are extremely particular on our expenses that we approve in CDD. I had to say that.
Okay, so were you clear on, you had a question about the setback numbers, did?
I think we can figure it out, and I'll come back with something that will have significant air quality input.
Okay. All right, then do we have further action? Go ahead, Supervisor.
Just to make sure you have the time, I would suggest April 7th is what we were offering. I'm good with that.
Sounds like we're good with that.
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Yeah, because we have a motion
I'd like
pending.
to make a motion to continue this public hearing to April 7th at like
11:30?
11:30? Oh, wait, that's right before one.
Yeah.
How about at 1?
1 o'clock.
Okay.
So
I'll
at
second.
1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
So I heard a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That motion carries 5-0, and we're going to be in recess for a break. I'm going to call our meeting back to order, and we're going to move on to our 6.12 item, and we're going to be sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors to consider of authorization to take over GAMP contract manager duties and establish a private purpose trust fund for GAMP funds. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Air Quality Director.
Good afternoon. There we go. Good afternoon. I'm Doug Gerhardt, Air Pollution Control Officer. So the quick version of this, because I know it's getting late in the afternoon, is, GAMP's been operating successfully for over 40 years. It's been set up, it's designed to be transparent and provide public accuracy and availability of data. And as part of that, we have a steering committee, we have an MOU with industry, regulators, state officials, and the public. And with that MOU that brings all those together, there is the position of contract manager who maintains the contracts for the Geysers air monitoring program. So we have a contract with a monitoring company, also pay bills for the air monitoring leases and things for the stations that are set up. Northern Sonoma County Air Pollution Control District has requested to step away from that position. They've been doing that for 40 years. And as a result, we are having to step up and take over that position because there aren't any viable alternatives. We've looked at options of third-party contractors. We've looked into financial contractors and others, and the cost to the amount of work that is involved in hiring those and having those managed is not more efficient. So it would actually take us more time to do that than the couple bills a month that GAMP has to pay and just the financial tracking that's involved. So we believe that taking over these duties, my goal is that we will keep it to less than probably 8 hours a month total staff time. And we have quarterly meetings, so it requires a couple extra hours just to do the quarterly reports. But generally it'll average about 8 hours a month at maximum for the additional duties. Setting up the contracts and a few of those things will take a little longer. But once it's actually operating and once we're fully involved, it will be a minimal staff time increase. We have also stepped back on some of the other issues that are part of GAMP. So some of the air monitoring that we actually do as part of GAMP is no more. So we're reducing our hours in other areas, and some of the other things that we do, like radon monitoring, we are going to transfer that to the contractor so that they will take over those hours that we're currently doing, and then they will just bill us for GAMP for those services. So with that, that's the quick summary. Now, what we're doing in terms of the account is GAMP is paid for by industry funds. Industry pays for this as an alternative to running a whole monitoring network for each of their facilities. So GAMP, instead of doing one monitoring facility for every single power plant that's out there, GAMP consolidates that into a network that is designed and has been evaluated to cover the geothermal impacted areas and get a representative sampling from all impacted areas in the Cobb area. So it'd be much more expensive, but these are industry funds that are paid into GAMP so that GAMP can pay the actual physical costs of that contractor and all the bills that relate to the air monitoring. It's run through an air district regulatory body, because if it is run through industry, then you have industry paying for a consultant to that's monitoring themselves. It's not as transparent as having a regulatory entity doing the contract and managing the contractor. So public trust is a big part of it. So with the air district being the contract manager, the contractor, the trust in the data that the public has is much better than if industry is providing that data to the public. And then it's also guaranteed that that data is publicly available because it is public data owned by the district, not industry data owned by industry. So with that, sorry, I meant to go into the fund and I got distracted there. The fund type that we are looking for, so the private purpose trust fund is what has been worked out with the auditor and the treasury as the most appropriate fund type for using for this type of fund. That's something that's very unique, and I don't think anyone else in the county has dealt with this, so that was the best fund type, what they recommended that we use for these funds. So going forward, that's what we're recommending, and if we have to change that in the future because an auditor or someone says that we should be doing something different, then we'll go back and change that fund type to something more appropriate. But at the moment, that is where we are. So we're looking for approval to take on the duties and open that fund type, or that fund. And just as a side note, this will be phased in, if the board approves it, over about a 3 to 6 month window. Northern Sonoma is phasing out as they use up their existing funds that they have in their, for the GAMP program. So they're phasing out as they use up their funds, and we'll start picking up some of the duties slowly over the next few months. And it gives us time to set up our financial systems and everything, get it all in place so that by the time we're ready to take over the contracts and things, we'll have everything in place. So there.
Thank you, Director. I will start with Supervisor Pyska.
Well, thank you for bringing this to us. I know this has been a topic of conversation for quite a while. A couple of questions. It seems like the goal is there's two other goals, bring on a third-party contractor and then also update the MOU. And so what do you think the timeline for those two are?
Well, the air monitoring contractor is currently working for GAMP. They're currently contracted through Northern Sonoma County Air Pollution Control District, and we will have to write a contract for that contractor through Lake County Air Quality. So we'll have to figure that contracting out and get that written with County Council's help to bring that contractor over onto the Lake County under our umbrella. I'm hopeful that could happen in the next month or two. But Sonoma County, they have enough funds in-house to cover the cost of that contractor for at least 3 months. Is what we were told just a couple days ago. So, and then in terms of the MOU, that's the next step after getting this contract manager transferred over, because we're at a point where Sonoma County is just saying we're done, we're out. So we need to take over those duties under the current MOU, which also helps us in writing the next MOU, because now we'll understand what all the duties and what things need to happen and what things we can pass on to others or include in the contract with that outside contractor. So having this transition time helps us understand how we can rewrite that MOU to make it better and also reduce our workload and cover the costs through that contractor. So, and hopefully we'll have that. I would like to have an early draft, at least for board discussion by the end of the fiscal year, but at the end of the fiscal year, everything's kind of crazy. So hopefully maybe in July we'll have time.
Summer?
Yeah, hopefully by
early
July we can have a good discussion, or I can, if possible, provide it earlier. So.
Okay.
Supervisor Owen.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I noticed when I was going through the information that I know that some of the power plants that are listed back in 2006 are of course no longer in use. I wondered, for instance, Bear Canyon and Ford Plant, I think they're both battery storages now. Do we know, I'm sure you do, how many plants are operating in Lake County? Because I'm sure almost all of them are in Sonoma County. Is that correct?
The vast majority are operating in Sonoma County. There are currently 3 operating in Lake County, Calistoga, Unit 13 and Unit 16.
Okay. I wasn't
And-
sure because also Bear,
Yeah.
or up
Bottle Rock Power
Bottle Rock, I
is-
wasn't sure what was happening with that one.
It's currently in a suspended state.
Yes.
They're still looking for backing, and they're also looking at an alternative project to go with it.
Okay.
So they're doing,
Because I know it closed. I wasn't sure. I'd heard rumor it was going to open back up. Now, so it just seems odd that with Sonoma County getting the revenue that we're going to be required to do the monitoring is what I was kind of reaching at. And so the GAMP program, the actual power plant operators, the power plant owners are the ones that fund this position?
yeah, and I'll clarify we don't actually get any revenue from this. So we are managing, think of GAMP as like an LLC. So we're managing that LLC. We can't use those funds for anything related to the Air District or Lake County. They only pay for the air monitoring costs, the utility costs, things of that air monitoring program. So we're just managing the funds through the public agency and managing that, managing the contract so everything is transparent and publicly available. So
Perfect.
So yeah, so Sonoma County, they have the funds now, but it doesn't actually benefit Sonoma County to have them. It's
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. My question basically is, if we're paying for the employee and they're reimbursing for the employee, is this a subcontractor or an actual employee? Because we have benefit cost and retirement cost on an employee is what I'm getting at. I just want to make sure that all that's getting covered by this program.
And that is a no. And that doesn't happen right now either. So Sonoma County and Lake County receives funding for our participation in GAMP. Our GAMP was set up as a community air monitoring program, and we buy into GAMP by providing that staff time.
I see.
So our share cost of GAMP is staff time.
Okay.
So any physical costs, we could build a GAMP, but staff time costs are just something that is provided as part of our buy-in to the program itself. That's something that when we go to the next MOU, that's where discussion would have to happen if there's something that needs to change going forward, because times have changed and since 2006 and earlier. So but that's something that'll happen with that next MOU, that we can have that discussion. So
Yes, because I can see why Sonoma County would let that go then. Thank you.
Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, not super happy about this. Definitely like being in control of what's happening, but at the same time, if we're going to be in control of mostly things happening in Sonoma County, I know that, like you told me earlier, the impact is probably more likely to be in Lake County, so that's a good thing for us to be involved. But I sure hope that MOU, that we don't let Sonoma County go without figuring out how we're going to help one another, because we're doing two-thirds of the whole work is for them, and they're just dumping it on us. And yes, they've been doing it for 40 years, but they have a $2.4 billion overall budget. Part of that budget is the Air District. It's separate, just like you are separate from us, but it's still in the same level of relationship. And yeah, that this is David and Goliath situation. So I would say if you need support from us on how those discussions, I know that we already probably have some committees put together that you might be able to utilize, but I hope that we get a good deal in the long run, and appreciate you bringing this, because we have to do something, but the MOU details will matter.
yeah, and just to be, the MOU will definitely be, I am assuming we'll need at least 3 discussions of the MOU before we can get to a close to final version for the board consideration. So it's probably going to come to you multiple times with, things, because the MOU is a negotiation between us, Sonoma County, all of the industry members, Air Resources Board, the Energy Commission, and several members of the public. So the community groups within the Cobb region. So everyone's going to have input. So we're going to have things that the board wants. We'll present those, and then it's going to come back with variations. And so there's going to be multiple back and forths. And whether that's the committee or if the board as a whole wants to have it, depending on your time available, we can have those, however the board wishes to have those going forward. So but I think the first discussion we should probably have at the board level, just to get that general guidance to go forward, and then we can have the committee if you'd rather have that.
Yeah, the ad hoc committee, which we've talked about,
Yeah.
I think we definitely need to take some of the workload there, because we do have finite time here on Tuesdays.
Okay. Supervisor Owen?
Oh, I was just going to say that on the MOU, I think we really should be looking at upping the fees to cover our cost of our labor. We have upped all of the air quality, your division's cost to our public in the last, in 2025. So I think that's something that we should be looking at.
Yeah, the geothermal industry fees did go up as well. So
Okay,
so that,
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, anything else from supervisors? I'm going to go ahead and open it up to the public. Is there anyone in the room? Not seeing anyone online? I'll bring it back to the board for possible action.
What are the recommended actions?
We have 2.
Oh, should I just read them, or are they different in your?
Go ahead, County
Thank you,
Council.
Mr. Chair. So those 2 that's outlined in the memo, those could be provided via direction of staff, essentially, because they're actions to be undertaken by staff. First one being to authorize LCA QMD to transition into the contract manager position. The second one being to work with the county auditor and treasurer. If your board wants more additional specific direction or actions that staff should undertake, that can also be provided via board direction by consensus.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Good.
Everybody's good with that?
What's your timeline with coming back to us for that conversation that you were saying?
For the MOU?
Yeah.
I would hope that we can have a draft version to discuss by the end of the fiscal year. Okay. So, and if I can have that discussion earlier so that we can avoid some of the crazier days on board items, I will
Right.
do that.
You feel you have direction and
If I have the authorization.
And
to move
call the
forward,
ad hoc.
Yeah.
What's that?
Call the ad hoc committee so that we can help.
Okay.
That's the energy?
It's the same ad hoc that we worked on the pipeline.
Oh, okay.
The pipeline contract, we included also GAMP so that we
Okay.
would have flexibility to work on both.
all right, you have authorization.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to call our 6.13 at 1:15 PM item, consideration or presentation on HR1, and I'm going to ask the board for consensus to move that to March 24th.
Is there time?
Not seeing any opposition.
What does Johanna say
What was that?
about the March 24th?
Can we do that, Johanna? Okay, I'd be okay with as we can fit it in
Yeah.
in the near future.
Not notified.
Yeah, okay. Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak on us continuing this item? See none in the room? None online, Johanna? No. Okay, I'll bring it back to the board. Looks like I have consensus, so that'll be moved to a yet determined date. I'm going to close that item. Next, I'm going to call our 6.14, 1:30 PM item, consideration of consolidation of the Public Services Department and the Public Works Department. And we have our Public Services Director and Interim Public Works Director, Lars Ewing, here. And at this point, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Ewing, for a presentation.
Are we still using this? Okay, great. There's just one presentation. You can get that rolling. All right. Well, good afternoon. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director and Interim Public Works Director. As this is getting fired up, I'll just set the stage. As your board should recall, back in January, your board granted conceptual approval to merge the two departments being Public Works and Public Services. The conceptual approval was essentially contingent upon a follow-up analysis of that structure and the financial impacts of that. So this slide here shows a bit of the background at the bottom, the very bottom bullet point is what I just discussed. The other three above are some of the background over the last 8 or 9 months. It could be interesting to really do a deeper dive on the background of considerations of consolidation or splitting of these two departments over the decades. It has ebbed and flowed. But for the purposes of recent history, I focused on the last 9 months. So again, that last bullet point is, again, conceptual approval to consolidate subject to additional analysis. And this presentation provides that additional analysis. So to start, I thought it would be important and helpful for your board and the public to see the existing organization of the two departments. And when I say existing, meaning the two separate departments with two separate directors. Currently, a director of public services and an interim director of public works. Granted, it's one individual, but they are two separate allocations. So on the left side, you'll see public works. Essentially a column there. What you're seeing are essentially the major divisions, or at least as I see the divisions. So you can see a director. There are two deputy directors in public works, one for administration, one for engineering. There's infrastructure maintenance responsibility. That's the heavy hitter there is roads and bridges. There's also airport infrastructure maintenance. We have fleet operations, what we might be familiar with on central garage and heavy equipment. Airport operations, it's more than just maintaining the airport. There's operations that we have to oversee there. So operations being the key word. There's an engineering and capital projects wing. There's a standalone surveyor division as a direct report to, a direct appointee of your board, the county surveyor. And then there's an administration wing that handles, the support structure for the department. So the next column is public services, and what you should see is a lot of similarities. There's a director, there's 2 deputy directors, one for administration, one for project and operations. There's infrastructure maintenance at the parks and facilities and landfill side of things. There's solid waste operations at the landfill, as well as integrated waste management, museum services, recreation services, so kind of community service related functions. There's a capital projects division that is very similar to the engineering and capital projects side. In this case, they handle primarily vertical projects. So we're talking buildings, but also parks and landfill projects. So not entirely vertical. So it runs the gamut. And then there's an administration division as well. So it stands out that there's a lot of similarities. So the next slide shows what a proposed organization would be of a singular department. Of note is, you'll see in vertical text there is quote unquote new public works. It's important to note that as a part of this proposal, there's no new name that is being proposed. We would keep the name of public works primarily because there's name recognition in that. Statewide, nationwide, even locally, it's just publicly, it's a lot more common than public services. I can't tell you how many times I would use the term public services and they would ask, what does that mean? So public works has a bit more name recognition. So the combination of these two, or the proposed combination, would be a singular director, 4 deputy directors. Again, no net change from the previous separate departments. Infrastructure maintenance. I mentioned those divisions that have infrastructure maintenance, so that would remain. Operations of the various programmatic type of operations that are the requirement or the responsibility of the 2 departments. Engineering and capital projects as a singular division, merging those 2. Surveyor would still remain critical that is a standalone division, and then administration and community services. Currently, administration in public services really oversees the museum and largely the recreation services side of things. So it's an operational support role is the way that we're proposing that. So what isn't changing? It's an odd way of saying it, but what isn't changing are responsibilities. So you can see, obviously, Public Works this should be new Public Works. We're talking about the functions that we're not reducing any services. We're not taking any responsibilities away. So you can see the going from the bottom left up and around to the right. You can see the first 3 are maintenance focused, road, facilities, and parks. The next 3 or 4 are operations related, solid waste, which includes landfill, but also garbage collection and recycling and diversion programs. Fleet operations at Central Garage, airport operations, as well as property management. That's facilities, rentals, telecommunications facilities, so it runs the gamut there. The next 2, museum services and recreation services, again, community service related programs. Surveyor, I've mentioned that already, and then admin as the support, kind of the central nervous system of the organization. So again, that's there are no proposals to change responsibilities. What is changing as a proposal, should your board approve it, is the organization of how those services would be provided. So maintenance, there's obviously these 3 major bubbles. Maintenance would still be performed. That would include roads, facilities, and parks. We're not talking about throwing them all into a pot and intermingling them. No, there would still be a road crew and funding. Quite a few of these have specific funding requirements that the gas tax needs to be spent on roads. So road crew is performing road maintenance. Similarly, facilities and parks. While largely general funded, there's still separate budget units, and we need to track that. The idea here is to have a singular deputy director who would have oversight over that and be able to build on the relationships and provide support to each other, share resources, share in training, share in learning opportunities, but also have a span of control and really accountability. Moving on to the right, you'll see the operations side of things. This is these are things that we Yes, in some cases we maintain them, but there's a lot more on the operations side. You're not just maintaining and going away. Essentially, it requires staffing to run these. So you can see the solid waste side, certainly at the landfill. It's not just something that we maintain. There's someone there all the time when it's open. Similarly at Fleet, we have mechanics who are maintaining the vehicles and the heavy equipment, but they're also ensuring that it's a lot more than just the maintenance of it. It's the asset management, the long-term management of that. Airport, I mentioned that already, and property management, really just kind of operations related functions that require staffing. Then in the last bullet or bubble there is engineering and capital projects, currently 2 engineering and capital projects. By the way, I failed to mention, I guess that would be green and orange. Green are current public services functions, and orange-ish are current public works functions. So you see that a lot of the colors are being combined, and that's what one should expect, or at least it doesn't come as a surprise to me that that's how this fleshed out. So slide here, standard org chart, just to show in a different way how it would be organized, maybe a more traditional way. You can see a singular director going from left to right. On the next level is deputy directors, one for maintenance, one for operations, one for admin and community services, and one for engineering and projects. Again, now below those are the divisions that would fall under, or I guess you could say subdivisions that would fall under that division. The numbers beside those subdivisions are the current allocations, current permanent employee allocations that each of those subdivisions have with them. So moving on to fiscal, we've talked about a proposed organization. Most of that was essentially presented a couple months ago when your board granted conceptual approval. So the meat of this is to some extent fiscal. And I think it's a few things to touch on. No numbers up here yet, because I think it's important to note where are these fiscal numbers coming from. What we're comparing, or what I'll be presenting here, is fiscal numbers for staffing and staffing only. It's I think premature to start talking about any financial savings on the proposed reorganization at an operational level or a service level. There's a slide later that talks about some of the potential benefits that we see in the merger, but focusing here on fiscal. And again, fiscal at the staffing level. What are the impacts at staff? So to try to do an apples to apples comparison, we looked at next fiscal year's salary for each of the existing positions, and we essentially did our best guess for any reclassifications or new positions. We did our best guess for what those positions may be classified at. It has not gone through classification and compensation. It's premature at this stage to do that based on a conceptual approval. But the Public Works and Public Services staff gave it the old college try and put what we feel is, at least from an estimated perspective, appropriate numbers, and you'll see that they are round figures, right? We're not giving it down to the penny. So what you see here on the slide are the staffing costs only for the current separate departments. So Public Works, there's about 10 or 12 additional staff in Public Works. I believe it's 61 FTE, so $6.73 million for Public Works. Public Services has about 51, and that's $5.17 million. So you can see total of separate departments, but the total cost of $11.90 million. Next slide shows what the cost is anticipated to be if we merge, and we're looking at $11.64 million, again staffing only, for a cost savings of $253,000. Again, estimated cost savings, and these are loaded rates, so salaries plus benefits. To dive a little deeper on that $253,000, it's At a high level, comprised of two main areas. One is elimination of vacant positions. Two specific positions that I'll touch on later. That's $357,000 cost savings. And then that is balanced by anticipated classification adjustments of at this point, estimated 9 classification adjustments. And I'll go into some detail there, but you can see what it consists of. At the 2 vacant positions, currently one at the management level, which is the director, and one at the administration level, fiscal. So again, there's no layoffs proposed with this. Made that very clear to staff, and that's was never on the table. So vacant positions and ones that have been vacant, one of them for quite some time. So I'll go into a little bit more detail about the areas of where the cost savings, or at least the net impact, would be. So kind of an odd terminology, but the adjustment area is that first column. On the right side is the net impact. So at the director and deputy director level, the various changes associated with those positions, with the number of adjustments or allocations right next to the name. But you'll see the net impact of $166,000 cost savings. The next level is at the administration, kind of at the next level down, administration of 3 positions that would be anticipated to be adjusted for cost savings and net cost savings of $97,000. And then at the engineering and capital projects level, anticipated to have 2 positions of $10,000 rough increase. Now, just for a sense of scale, the moving up to the top director and deputy director level, that $166,000 adjustment represents about a 14% cost decrease over what's there. So it's not excessively significant, and it simply goes down from there. Administration is about a 10% cost savings or cost reduction over the current costs, and at the engineering and capital projects level, it's about a 1% difference from what was there previously. So again, this just provides a little bit more detail financially on the estimated net impact of the proposed merger. I referenced earlier some of the non-fiscal considerations that. We're nearing the very end of the formal presentation here, and I ended with this intentionally because this was hard to quantify, but it's certainly worth mentioning. These are just some examples of the operational and organizational benefits, and I won't go into detail on them, but the 4 general groupings: operational coordination. I mentioned earlier some of the potential for resource sharing and cross training among certainly at the maintenance side of things, and for that matter at administration, which is another bullet point, but certainly also at the engineering and capital project delivery teams, combining those and really sharing in resources and learning from one another. And the goal here would be to maintain or improve service levels. This is an overall goal. Administrative efficiency, the 2 current administration divisions, we would be reducing allocations. That was mentioned earlier, those 2 reductions, but also reducing duplication. The idea would be, are we doing something in one department that we don't need to be doing in the other, and how can we improve our operations, and also by standardizing procedures. We've already seen that in the last 8 months, where the departments have been working together to some extent more than they were before, at least at the key administration level, and they're seeing some opportunities for standardization and improvement there. And I will say that the majority, should your board approve this, the majority of the changes would likely occur at the public services level, and there's some reasons for that, primarily for what sort of software we are using. As your board is aware, we're going through we're going to be going with Workday for a new enterprise resource program, and for various reasons, it makes sense for public services to use the same system that Public Works uses, that speaks to or will speak to Workday. It's not worth going into the weeds there, but there's an opportunity for Public Works to continue with what they use and allow public services to change. We would be changing anyways. We're going to be learning Workday. We might as well learn the new system that Public Works already has. So So just one example of some of the opportunities to reduce some duplication and standardize procedures. Governance, streamlined accountability, and improved span of control. That's these are expectations and hopes that we can do this. It can be countered by, okay, well, are we spread too thin? But I think the way that we have it set up with the deputy directors having additional support for those divisions really provides, or at least counters the idea that, okay, are we spread out too much? Having key deputy directors there and key division heads is key to ensure that we're continuing our service levels. And then lastly, workforce development, succession planning. To me, that's key. It was key to me in public services, creating a system where there's a path to move up, and this arrangement would continue that. So I'm going to wrap it up, and this is the last slide, which shows recommendation and next steps. The first bullet point here is to adopt a resolution. Your board's packet includes a resolution to consolidate public works and public services, followed by recommendation to direct staff, which includes more than just public works and public services staff, but direction to staff to implement organizational and classification actions that would be necessary for the merger. And then lastly, staff, again, at various levels to prepare the fiscal year 26-27 budget to reflect a consolidated department. So that's the recommendations, and I will end the formal presentation there.
Bring it back to the board, and we'll start with Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you for this, and I apologize. The other day I called you and said you're still interim. We just haven't gotten to it yet. I have one question and one comment. My question is, I know that you still do work, at least Public Works does, to help support water resources. Is that part of the continued expectation, or is there a change that is being planned?
No, we've actually already. That was in the works for quite some time to split water resources. Water resources has been split. The administration side of Public Works was providing some key support to them, but as of this current fiscal year, they are separate, and we've actually made some progress on the not physically splitting. There's still one counter, but the even answering the phones. So it's progressing towards a true separation of departments.
Okay. And then my last comment, just because this is an official document, you're saying approves the consolidation of Lake County Public Works Department and Lake County Public Services Department, but then you're saying it's hereby named. It's not going to be named Lake County Public Works Department because it just says hereby named Public Works Department. Should we put Lake County in front of that to formalize the whole entire thing, or am I just splitting hairs here?
Well, I don't know if it's splitting hairs or not. I think it's a worthy consideration. Whether it's, the County of Lake is my understanding that's the official organization, and we would be the Public Works Department on behalf of the County of Lake. So if that needs to be amended to say Lake County Public Works Department, I would defer to administration and legal on that.
Ms. County Counsel, do you have anything on that, or Mr. Carter?
No, it should stay as just Public Works.
Yeah.
Okay, good to go.
Outside of our organization, it's
Okay.
County of Lake.
Yeah, sounds good. Supervisor Owen?
I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Ewing. This is a great presentation. I really like the color-coded, made it easy to follow. The one question is your current office location large enough to combine the two? Because I know you're over both to make it easier for you. I'm not sure where Public Works is currently located. Is that going to work out for you?
Well, so I did not include it in the presentation here, but I believe the board memo actually mentions one of the next steps would be continued facilities planning. So
Okay.
I don't think. Not that I don't think you're not going to hear me answer that definitively because it needs to be worked out.
Well, I knew some of your guys were had other office spaces, whatever. But So I want to know if there was
But
anything on that.
If
and
I
then-
could answer, I'll just answer really quickly, though, to some extent. The Public Works Department administration is on the third floor of the courthouse. Public Services Administration is across the street. Neither location, I believe, is large enough to really house the staff that I believe need to be centrally located. And I think I referenced a couple of months ago that the fourth floor of the courthouse, the vacancy, the pending vacancy of that, which we are working on the domino effect, the shuffling around. We have a great opportunity now to evaluate the entire courthouse as a part of this consolidation. Where should not just the new public works go, but where will any given department go or stay? So it would be a part of that analysis.
Why, thank you. I didn't mean to get in the weeds, but I appreciate that. The next thing is, I just want to say that I think we're blessed to have you. And so I'm excited.
Well, I will maybe trump you there and say that some of the staff that are in
You have
the
some
room
great
here,
staff.
I'm blessed to have them. So
Yeah, you have great staff.
I do.
Well, I mean, I was involved in this with the ad hoc, and I know Director Ewing and his staff's done a lot of work, and I'm happy with it. I think it's ready to go. Don't have anything else on it. Anybody, before we open it to the public? No? I'll go ahead and open this to the public. Do we have anyone in the room that wishes to comment?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Tom Lasik. Yeah, I think this is a great move forward. I just had a couple clarifying questions. One is Mr. Sabatier asked about the water resources and public works, and my question is also with water resources and public services, specifically Highland Springs Recreation Area is currently stewarded by water resources, but it has a lot of park facilities. So I was curious on that question, if that's something that could be asked and perhaps answered. I do appreciate the presentation. One of the things I appreciate is the discussion about service levels. I think that's a really good thing to have with governance, that Lars has set service levels, he sets goals, he sets metrics, things that you can then measure his performance against, such as in public works and his targets for CPI, for number of roads. Those are the kind of things that resonate, and you don't get what you don't measure. And I think one of the things that is encouraging is to see his organization rise to the occasion and meet and exceed those objectives. So I'm looking forward to him. I do have a really strong issue with the word interim, and I hope that does get fixed sooner rather than later. And that's pretty much it. I think it's a great way to move forward, and I look forward to seeing the word interim disappear from our vernacular.
Thank you. And we're not going to be able to address what I will say is there's no consolidation with water resources. There's separate discussion regarding future of the park, Highland Springs Park management, but I can talk to you offline about that, or Director Ewing can. Do we have anyone else in the room? No? Anyone online? I'll bring it back to the board for any further, and we'll start with Supervisor Pyska, or?
I'll just offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Yes.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Rasmussen?
Aye. Thank you.
Okay,
That
thank you.
concludes that item. Appreciate you being here. I'm going to move on to our 615 item, our 145 item, consideration of approval of amendment number 1 to the memorandum of understanding between the Lake County Community Foundation and the Lake County Continuum of Care to clarify administrative, fiscal, and governance positions. And before I get into that, I received a request from the Behavioral Health Director to continue this item to next week. And I'm not hearing any opposition from the board. Is there anybody in the public that wishes to comment on whether or not we continue this? Not seeing anyone in the room, nothing online, bring it back. Go ahead.
If it makes it easier, it could go on the consent agenda, but that's just my personal opinion.
I'd be okay with that. We have consensus to put it on the consent agenda next time if the EH director is listening, or Mr. Carter will share that. So we have consensus that covers that. I'm going to move on. And at this point, I'm going to call our 7 point. So I'm going to call the addendum item, which was a 2 p.m. item. I'm missing the
6:16.
6:16 at 2 p.m. And Supervisor Owen, do you want to open this?
I would love to. We have a request letter from the Board of Supervisors. Let me open this up. Consideration of a letter of support for the South Lake County Fire Protection District, and I was going to say a little bit about that. I had wrote a letter myself coming from Supervisor Owen, District 1, several months ago last year, and they've brought it forward to request that the entire board sign on a letter of support to the Honorable Congressman Thompson. It is for the South Lake County Fire Protection District's request to fund and the construction of the Hidden Valley Lake Fire Station. The current fire station they have was never meant to house personnel, and it has not been set up as such. It was solely set up originally as a volunteer station, and it is not sufficient to be able to even house their fire apparatus, their trucks, or their people. So I think with the growth of Hidden Valley and the fire situations that we have been going through, I think that it would be smart to go ahead and bring forward this letter and have it signed by the chair of the board.
Thank you, Supervisor Owen. Any questions from board members? Not, go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, I know it was extended for the senators. Was it also extended, the timeline for Congressman Thompson?
Well, they already submitted the project. A letter of support can come in after.
Okay, thank
Correct.
you.
So I'll go ahead and open to the public. Chief, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Chair and Directors. Appreciate the time. Or Supervisors, appreciate the time. Yes, the need is for that fire station, and the costs are just going up. Initial quotes were $800 a square foot, and we're up to $1,200 on the latest. So we're looking at some significant costs for the fire district, and any assistance we can get, greatly appreciated. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Not seeing nothing online, Johanna? I'll bring it back to the board for action.
I move that we give a letter of support to the South Lake County Fire District for the Hidden Valley Lake Firehouse, new firehouse, and ask that the board sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries 5-0. Hopefully, we'll have that letter tomorrow.
Sounds good, thank you.
Yeah.
One item.
Yes.
That I just need to provide. Helen, can you come here just for a sec?
Sure.
I promised Helen this a while back, so I'd like to present her with a badge from the South Lake County Fire Protection District for use during her official duties. So.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
It's over now.
Okay, I'm going to move on to our 5.10 item, which was pulled from consent. We would be setting as the Board of Directors of the Lake County Watershed Protection District to award the improving restoration efforts at Clear Lake with in-lake management of phosphorus project in the amount of $3,361,116.38, and authorize the chair to sign and the Water Resources Director to execute the contract between the Watershed Protection District and Utro PHIX. And we have our Water Resources Director, Mr. Apadier, here. I'll turn it over to you for a presentation on this.
Yeah, thank you, Board. So I think I'm here I will give it a brief overview of this thing. So this is a project which we put out for consent item and it got pulled. So that's why I'm here. So this is like a grant funded project which was approved by the Blue Ribbon Committee, and the funding is through CNRA, which is California Natural Resources Agency. And the main goal of this thing is like the application in the lake, which will bind the phosphorus, and so which will make like less phosphorus available in the water column, and which will reduce the harmful algae bloom. And I think we might have our Eutrophics team here to join and give a like a brief overview, and then we can address any questions board might have. Alexis or Ryan? Nobody there? Yeah, maybe you can pull up the presentation.
Go ahead, Supervisor
Maybe you can
Sabatier.
dive into the questions directly.
And I apologize that it's 422, but at the $3 million mark and the fact that our lake is so important, I was hoping to just have more information provided for the public and for us, rather than just allowing it to pass through consent. I believe another colleague of mine also was planning to potentially pull it as well. But I was only looking for a presentation. I don't have any questions. I think I've seen it at the Science Symposium. I just think it's something that should be made more public about the work that we're doing to try and bring back health to our lake.
So are you happy with the information we have? Do we need to go further?
If there's a little bit further that can be provided to better understand it, but I'm
Go ahead.
just wanted to
Sue, we
spend a
have
little time.
Didn't we go over it during the governance meeting? I thought we went over it at a different time recently.
I don't believe so. I know in the Science Symposium, yes.
Yeah, they have presented at different forums, including the Blue Ribbon Committee, because whatever project goes there, like goes through like different outreach and those kind of thing. So you might have seen somewhere during that process.
And I'm not sure if my colleague had other questions.
I'm good.
What was that?
No, I'm fine.
Supervisor Owen, you have a comment, right?
I do. I'm thinking you guys are going to get the duct tape out pretty soon. So I think I had brought this up, I believe, at the Blue Ribbon Committee. Was that it, where you're the chair? Are we mapped out, because there's several different projects going in the lake to try to reduce and deal with our algae problems? And one of the things I brought up there was, are we going to be monitoring to see which program is most successful here in Lake County? So are we kind of mapped out which program's going in which direction? Because is there like 4 different?
Yes, so there are 4 right now, but there would be more in near future. So, and there is a plan to standardize the sampling and like evaluate those different projects in terms of their impact on the water quality.
Okay.
And also, I think in recent round of funding which we got, there one project was Clear Lake Management Plan or something, which is with the district. So we will be putting out like a RFP for a project which will gather all those different projects together and make a long-term plan which fits well.
And being able to monitor and track them
Yes.
for success reasons.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I mean, we won't monitor it like directly as a district, but we will put like up that plan together. So all these projects come with like a monitoring requirement. So they will monitor the result and report it, and at the end it would be evaluated, because these all projects are called pilot projects, and they are called pilot because they are on a trial basis, relatively small area of the lake.
Perfect.
So whatever works will be getting more and more funding in future.
Sure, and we just want to be able to track the results
Yes.
is basically common,
Yeah, that's built up in most of those projects.
perfect. Thank you.
So yeah, I think I'm Oh, okay. So Alexis, I'm gonna turn it over to you. Like, if you can quickly go over the presentation.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Dr. Alexis Fisher, and it seems like I'm stuck in the lake behind me in my video background. I can't seem to get my video to work, but yeah, I prepared a few slides just to share a little bit about who we are, and just to give a quick little overview of our project. So yeah, I'm Dr. Alexis Fisher. I'm based in California, down in Santa Cruz, so not too far away, and been up to Clear Lake a few times. in the last couple of years. And so I work for a company called CPRO, and we are a water resources management company, and we've been around since 1994. We work all throughout the U.S. We're headquartered in Carmel, Indiana. We have a large R&D facility in Whitakers, North Carolina, which you can see a cool photo of all of our test ponds there. And we have employees nationwide. We work all throughout the U.S. And so I'm part of Utrafix. Next slide, please. And this is, let's go, yeah. Essentially, we are the Water Quality and Harmful Algal Bloom Task Force. So we're all, experts in our own right, and we work on large-scale water quality restoration projects, not unlike Clear Lake here. So this is, my team. We're, small team here, but we provide technical support, water quality assessments, develop programs, and implement large-scale restoration projects. Next slide, please. This is just showing generally how we tackle our projects, starting with stakeholder input, fully understanding the problem, conducting a thorough water quality assessment, putting together a prescription, a plan for how to execute, and then, step 3 is implementing. And we follow adaptive management principles. And so we take a lot of samples and we monitor pretty aggressively from the beginning through the end of a project to ensure that, we're getting the results that, we intended to get. So this is why this is an infinity symbol, just showing that we will iterate on things just to ensure that the correct results are delivered. All right, next slide, please. So just in a nutshell, the main issue with Clear Lake, you're having these horrible, harmful algal blooms. They can make people and animals sick, reduce oxygen levels in lake waters, and have a really negative impact on tourism and the community. The root cause of these harmful algal blooms is excess phosphorus, and this is a nutrient that feeds cyanobacteria. And so what's unique about Clear Lake is that most phosphorus comes from Clear Lake sediments, 70 to 95%. And this comes from, published literature. UC Davis did a study on this. I think they published it. A paper by Swan came out last year. And it just shows that, we got to deal with the sediments in order to improve water quality in Clear Lake. Next slide, please. And that's exactly what we're planning to do for our demonstration project. And so this is just showing our 3 main tasks as part of this. You should all have a copy of our proposed demonstration project. But task 1 is doing a lake-wide sediment assessment. And what this means is going out on a boat and collecting samples from throughout the lake, from the sediments, and quantifying how much releasable phosphorus is in those sediments. And this will allow us to determine the magnitude of releasable phosphorus, and then ultimately determine, well, how much dosing would we need to do in the long term to really resolve this issue of poor water quality in Clear Lake. Task 2 is a field demonstration of Utrosorb G. I'll get into this. This is the product we're proposing to use. It's a lanthanum modified clay. So essentially it's bentonite clay and then 10% lanthanum. Lanthanum is a rare earth mineral. It's actually naturally found in sediments, and actually it is used in a certain heart medication for humans. And it's, at the doses that we would be using, it's very, very safe. This demonstration will demonstrate the binding efficacy. It'll be permanently binding phosphorus in Clear Lake sediments. And then, that phosphorus will not be contributing to blooms of algae. So essentially we're tackling this from the root cause here. And then task 3, community outreach and media. This will be sprinkled throughout our project. We want the community to be engaged and be aware of what's happening. And we're starting to start thinking about how we want to unroll some of these things, such as town hall meetings. Probably we know there's maybe going on someone's radio show, putting together signage, and then likely also creating a couple project videos to share on social media and throughout, just to kind of share more about this work so the community is aware. Next slide, please. So I mentioned, what is this Utrosorb G? What is this? So it is a high efficiency lanthanum modified bentonite. And so it's 10% lanthanum, 90% bentonite clay. And What's really cool about lanthanum is it has a very high binding affinity for phosphorus, just naturally, and it will permanently bind under normal lake water chemistries. 50 pounds of this stuff will bind 1 pound of phosphorus. And it binds, again, like I was saying, really good, wide range of chemistries. It has an excellent environmental ecotoxicology profile. We've had, plenty of third-party assessments just showing how safe this is. It's well studied and researched. There's hundreds of publications in the scientific literature, and it's been used for over 30 years in the United States. So this is not just some brand new thing. And it's annually used on hundreds of water bodies in the U.S., ranging from ponds to large lakes, drinking water reservoirs, as well as recreational water bodies. Next slide. What does this look like? Okay, well, so this is a large-scale application that we did up in Moses Lake, Washington. This is a 6,800-acre lake, so small relative to Clear Lake, but still a pretty big lake. So this application, you can see they're mixing up this, it's a granular product, and you mix it up with some water, and then it becomes a slurry, and you spray it off the back of a boat. And so, when you spray it off, it'll immediately bind to phosphorus in the water column, but its real target is the sediments. So it'll get to the bottom, and then it'll start immediately binding phosphorus in the sediment, and it will continue to bind for the next few months or so. And so, monitoring will be very important. So, we'll be collecting our baseline data with all those sediment samples before our study. And then after we do this demonstration, we'll be collecting sediment samples probably within the year. And that will actually tell us the binding efficacy. How well did this product bind to Clear Lake sediments? How effective was that, essentially? Okay, next slide. Okay, proposed application area. So because this is a demonstration project, there's limited funds, and we can only do so much with this. And so the focus is going to be a small 400 to 600 acre area in the upper arm of Clear Lake. And so we're just showing you where that white box is. That's the area we're thinking. It's right near the Lucerne boat ramp, so it'll be easy for us to launch our boats from there and deploy product. And also the other 3 demonstration projects are in different areas of the lake, so we need to make sure they're separate enough so we can evaluate the results separately. And the product dose will be 725,000 pounds of the Utresorb G. And the application will take probably about 2 weeks itself to complete, because that is quite a bit of product. So that's kind of what that will look like there. We will be on site for that, and probably be holding some public meetings during that time to answer any questions that the public may have. All right, and final slide, please. All right, expected outcomes, probably a question many of you have. So again, this is a demonstration project, so we're not promising we're gonna make the lake perfect from just this small investment here, but we will learn a lot of really important things. So the first thing is we will be able to quantify the releasable sediment phosphorus and the management needs of Clear Lake, and that will be accomplished by doing that big sediment survey where we're going to collect like 60 samples, including cores. So we'll really be able to understand, how much phosphorus is in the sediments? Like, how do we deal with this and actually estimate how much would that cost in theory? The second thing is we'd be able to demonstrate a very scalable, environmentally safe method to permanently bind this releasable phosphorus, and that will reduce the internal phosphorus loading into Clear Lake, improve water quality, which ultimately is going to reduce those algal blooms, and reduce taste and odor compounds for drinking water intakes, all that good stuff. This will provide baseline data and a monitoring framework to inform future lake management, modeling, and restoration. And then finally, just enhance community engagement in science-based stewardship of Clear Lake. So this project is really important because it establishes the scientific and community foundation for a multi-year internal phosphorus reduction program that, with this alongside continued work in reducing nutrient loading from the watershed, is going to restore ecological function, cultural uses, and economic value to Clear Lake. So yeah, that's all the slides I have, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from board members? Supervisor Sabatier?
I just want to say I appreciate the presentation, appreciate the efforts being made by the Blue Ribbon Committee to try and help out the lake, because even if there's work being done in the upper arm, I'm looking forward to seeing what the impact will be to the lower arms, because everything is connected. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Owen?
And I'll just make one quick comment on that is the area we've targeted is when it's where there's a deep hole. And so there's a lot of phosphorus that collects and just kind of very mucky sediments down there. And that is actually a big source of internal loading. And just due to so much wind mixing that you guys know is happening in Clear Lake, you know, that poor water quality from Upper Lake is going down to the to Oaks Arm and Lower Lake as well. So
Thank you. Supervisor Owen?
Sorry. I have two questions. The first one, I believe, if I remember right, this is a grant program. Secondly, the phosphorus that is bind together, does it break back down later on where we're going to deal with that again, like say a year or 5 years down the road? Or does it, what happens with it? Because it's still there, correct? So I don't know if you can answer that because it's not removed. I'm just curious.
Right. Those are great questions. So yeah, so first off, your first question about the grant. So we actually put together we proposed this project actually back in 2023. So it's been 3 years and it was approved. And this is actually the most highly ranked proposal of from the Blue Ribbon Committee. So this is essentially was being funded by the general fund from the state of California. And then there will also likely be some funds available from Prop 4 funding. And so that was the climate bill that was on I think that was voted on this last November. So that's where the funding is currently coming from for these demonstration projects. But, you know, for full scale demonstrations down the line, we're going to need to be getting creative with seeking other alternative means to, acquire funding for this. But step one, let's figure out the best technologies and, let's let the science speak. Okay, so your second question, great question. Yeah, what's going to happen to this phosphorus? So like I said, so lanthanum modified bentonite, it forms a permanent bond of phosphorus under normal lake conditions. So that means between a pH of 2 and 10. Clear Lake does not get above or below, those conditions. You would have to be in some maybe up, I'm thinking like Yellowstone National Park with those vents where there's, some very extreme conditions there. But in Clear Lake normal conditions, this bond is permanent. It's not going to come unbound. This will form rhabdophane and then eventually monazite. These are stable minerals. So yes, the phosphorus is still there, but it is permanently bound into a form that is mineralized and it cannot be used essentially by algae ever. If for some reason Clear Lake became full of acid one day, then yeah, that bond would break. But you're never going to get a pH that low or that high that's going to occur in Clear Lake.
Well, that's crazy cool. Thank you.
It's a pretty neat thing. You should look up lanthanum and just in the heart. I think it's like the heart medication that humans use it too, and it actually binds phosphorus in our body. So it's very cool. I think so too.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further from the board, I'll open it to the public. Is there any member of the public that wishes to comment on this item?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Supervisors, Margot Kambara. A very special thanks to Supervisor Sabatier. Oh my gosh, thank you. I had no idea that this program was in progress and had been granted. And thank you, Director, for your work in bringing this to the public. This is fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And my question has been already answered. Supervisor Owen asked it, as I was wondering about the long-term effects of this binding and how safe and stable it is. So thank you for that. And thank you, Dr. Alex, for sharing your findings and your vision for Clear Lake.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Not seeing any online? No hands. I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Wasn't ready for that.
I wasn't either. I'm still on questions.
You ready? Or
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the award the improving restoration efforts at Clear Lake with in-lake management of phosphorus project in the amount of $3,361,116.38 and authorize the chair to sign and the Water Resources Director to execute the contract between the Watershed Protection District and Eutrophics.
Second.
County Council, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, it would just require the authorizing the chair to sign since the contract only has the chair's signature field there.
I'm amending my motion to match the one from County Council.
And I'm still seconding.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
And we're late in the day. Do supervisors have anything critical they want to report, or can we pass that?
I'll be busy.
I think we'll all be busy.
I'm feeling better.
We're going to pass on that at this point. And I'm going to, that was it for everything but closed, right?
Correct.
So,
Get all of the thank yous from everybody down there. I'm so jealous.
I'm going to read off our closed session items. 8.1 will be a public employee evaluation, title Registrar of Voters. 8.2, public employee evaluation, title Child Support Services Director. 8.3, we're going to pull, that would have been the public employee evaluation, title Health Services Director. That'll be pending for a later date. 8.4, we're going to do conference with labor negotiator. Conference with Labor Negotiator A, Chief Negotiator Susan Parker, County Negotiators Jay Sloan, Stephen Carter, Casey Moreno, Pam Samick, and Diana Rico. And B, Employee Organization, Deputy County Council Association. 8.5, Conference with Legal Counsel, Significant Exposure to Litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 and E1 for 3 potential cases. And we'll be moving, is there any member of the public that has any comment on that? Not seeing any? Nothing online? We're going to move into closed session. Thank you.